Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened the Dark Beacon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all men were equal. It was a story across the worlds. Some were born powerless, others were born with the wrong powers. At 4 years old, Kikumi Midoriya sat with her class as her best friend discovered his quirk. His hands popped like firecrackers. The class was in awe of his quirk. "Wow, Bakugu!" one of the kids said. "Your quirk's so cool, you'll be a hero for sure. Yeah, you can beat any villain with a quirk like that." Another said. Kikumi was just as awed, nodding along with her class. "Just like All Might." "Just like?" Katsuki scoffed. "No way. I'll be the best med hero ever. Even stronger than All Might." "But All Might can punch the weather away," Kikumi said, gasping in shock. The very idea of her friend being stronger than that was absurd. Katsuki grinned at his friend. "How would you do that, Kakin?" "I'll just get stronger," he said. A cocky grin spread over his face. "Just watch, I'll be the best hero one day." "That's so cool," Kikumi said. "But I'm going to be number one." "What? No way. You don't even have a quirk yet." Someone shouted. It was true. Kikumi was as of now the last person in her class without their quirk. Some of the kids were already laughing at the quirkless loser, despite the fact that the doctor said she'd get one. Other kids started jeering at her, laughing and throwing insults. It continued until a large boom silenced them, smoke rising from Katsuki's hand. "Shut it," he said, glaring at them, then he grinned at Kikumi. "If you're gonna be number one, you'll have to get through me." "That's not happening." "It will," she countered. The two launched into a heated debate about who'd be the number one hero. Or at least heated for 4-year-olds. Eventually a teacher had to step in. All right, you kids," he said, trying to get all of their attention. Eventually the kids did settle down. "Now come on, we still have class to get to. I know you're excited, but there will be time after school." And that was how school went for a few weeks. The kids would flee class and gather on the playground to marvel at each other's quirks. Katsuki's quirk mostly. Kikumi was with them, but her words were drowned out or ignored. The shame of not having a quirk yet was building, and the jeers were slowly turning into full bullying. The girl was far from a fool. She could tell the teachers knew. It was a sad reality. The child who had no quirk was bullied and ignored, while the best quirk got nothing but praise. After a particularly nasty bout from some kids, Kikumi went home nearly in tears. She hadn't seen her father in almost a year, and her mother was waiting for her at the door. She turned to stalk straight up to her room, but her mother stopped her. "Kikumi, sweetie, what's wrong?" Izuku Midoriya said as she came into the living room. "Did something happen at school?" "I will get a quirk, right, Mom?" Inko's heart almost broke at the way her daughter asked the question. Sure, Kikumi's quirk was a touch late, but they'd been assured it'd come. "Oh, sweetie, of course you will." Inko pulled her daughter into a hug. "It'll be any day now, don't you worry." "Okay, Mama." Kikumi nodded and went to put her school things away while Inko made dinner. Inko could tell that while her daughter's mood had improved, she hadn't actually solved anything at all. It was a quiet night for the two, as most were. They ate dinner while talking about the latest hero news, Kikumi almost forgetting about the day's events. She and her mom loved talking like this, each offering little insights into the fights and how cool heroes were. Later in the night, the two decided to watch a movie. Ultimately, Kikumi forgot her troubles for the day as she was going to bed. It had gone from a pretty rough day to a great time with her mom, and the bad parts were simply forgettable. She was able to fall asleep pretty easily. Her dreams were the usual fare of being crowned the greatest hero, but something was off tonight. In the middle of the night, the girl jolted upright. It was strange, she was having a nice dream. Why was she waking up? "I guess it was nothing," she muttered, laying back down. "Just go back to, why is it so bright?" Kikumi got up and glanced out the window. It was still the middle of the night. With her mind clearing, she could tell it wasn't bright like it was daytime. Everything was muted, closer to gray and black than anything else, but she could see. She gasped and in a breath. The shadows flickered and rushed towards her as she did. Quickly she'd consumed some of the darkness in her room and squealed in joy afterwards. Kikumi? What's wrong, dear? Inko said as she entered the room. Kikumi grinned up at her mother, a bright, cheery look. Mama! My quirk! She shouted, jumping up in front of her mother. Inko shook her drowsiness in an instant. She turned the lights and crouched down next to the girl. Well, what is it? Inko said, her own joy growing at her daughter's excitement. Can you show me, sweetie? Yeah. Kikumi jumped up and turned the lights off. Inko blinked at that and went to question it, only to marvel as her daughter Essie in a breath and the darkness with it. See, Mama? I got my quirk. You did. That's amazing, sweetie. Inko said, mind racing with what they'd need to do. We'll take tomorrow off and go see the quirk counselor, okay? Yeah, Mama. Kikumi crawled back into bed, excited about her quirk but more excited to learn what it did the following day. She already had so many ideas. Her quirk let her see in the dark and SCK in and eat shadows. Could she do something with the shadows? Despite her excitement, she fell back to sleep quickly as she questioned things. The next day, Kikumi practically launched into the kitchen while Inko was making breakfast. The girl was dressed and rocking slightly in her seat. Just excited for the day. Inko laughed as she placed the plate in front of the child. Now remember, Kikumi, the counselor said not to test what you can do until the session, okay? Kikumi nodded and she started scarfing the meal down. Inko sighed. Getting an appointment on such short notice had been hard. Luckily there was one that had a night secretary. Her usual doctor was a no-go. Mama, I still feel hungry. Kikumi said once she was done, frowning at the plate. But I'm full. Inko glanced at the quick list of ideas the secretary had provided based on Inko's short description of Kikumi's quirk. There was one thing there. Do you want to try what you did last night? Yeah. Kikumi ran off to the bathroom and closed the door. Inko was a little surprised to see a faint purple glow under the door. One idea the secretary had said was that most quirks with a dietary aspect manifested that first. If she was consuming darkness, it was possible she had to do so to live. Kikumi seemed to confirm this as she came back out. That worked, Mama. How'd you know? The counselor's secretary mentioned it. Inko said. Kikumi nodded. They're good at their job then. Yes, they are. Inko couldn't help but feel better about the last-minute choice at that. Would her usual doctor's office have even thought ahead, let alone provide something so helpful? Probably not, sadly. It would be a short time until their appointment. Kikumi spent most of that time marveling at her ability to see in the dark. It wasn't often Inko felt jealous of a quirk, especially not family quirks, but that was something she could envy. Kikumi was excited when Inko called her to go. The girl had been waiting almost a full month later than everyone else. Come on, Mama. We're going to be late. Kikumi had gotten ready at what must have been a record-breaking speed and was now bouncing on her feet. Inko hurried along and the two left quickly after that. The office was mostly empty, as Inko expected. The secretary had said that Mondays weren't all that busy. It was just a few minutes while another patient was in before it was their turn. They were ushered in quickly. All right, Midoriya? Inko nodded. Great, as I'm sure you heard, I'm Dr. Kikumi. My quirk is diagnosis. I can quickly diagnose and deduce most aspects of biology. What did you say has been displayed so far? I can see in the dark. Kikumi said. Kikumi nodded. And I can breath in or maybe eat shadows. Oh, now that's very interesting. The doctor said as she and Kikumi launched into a discussion about Kikumi's quirk. Overall, they talked for almost an hour before Kikumi took them outside to test some of their theories. It turned out Kikumi could use the shadows to enhance her body, becoming faster and stronger based on how much darkness she'd consumed. It was overall, in a strange way, the opposite of her father's quirk. After their experiments, Inko and Kikumi were getting ready to leave. Thank you so much for agreeing to see us on such short notice. Inko said. Dr. Kikumi shrugged. You don't always get notice about a quirk. She said. She handed Inko a note. Just wish other offices realized that middle-of-the-night activations happen. Just remember, if anything strange happens, give us a call. I will, thank you, Inko said, ushering Kikumi out. What Inko wouldn't want to predict, was that Kikumi's quirk coming in wouldn't solve the girl's troubles. Kikumi was excited for school. She had a quirk now, they'd have to stop making fun of her. She wasn't the quirkless loser anymore. Her quirk was great too. She could lift almost 4 times her body weight at full power. Just one night before she went back to class and could show it off. It was bright and early when she left for school. Dr. Kikumi had given her a prescription for super strong sunglasses to handle the light. She only had regular sunglasses at the moment, but that was okay. She could manage for a few days. Hey guys, she said, running up to the class. One of the boys took note of her glasses. What's with the funky glasses? He said. Katsuki, who was part of the group, scoffed at the question. What did it matter? It's for my quirk. Kikumi smiled brightly as she spoke. Bright light hurts my eyes. What? Can you see in the dark or something? Someone said. Kikumi nodded. Wait, that it? Kikumi grinned at that and moved into the school's shadow. She took a deep breath and the shadows lurched up towards her. She only took enough to show them. When she was done, she watched the class kinda glance at each other. Isn't that kind of a villain's quirk though? Kikumi's smile faded at that. That boy had no idea, and probably still didn't, but he'd just set in motion Kikumi's torment for the next decade and a half. Kikumi had to endure jeers like that for the rest of her time before embarking on a journey to be a hero. Constantly being called a villain in waiting, sometimes even being called a classmate's first villain. She hated it. Luckily, she still had Katsuki as a friend, even if their differing outlooks and interests lead to them drifting apart. At some point, Kikumi's hair started fading to a dark, almost black purple. She liked the green though, so she tried to maintain a bit of that at least. Over time though, she began leaning into the image of her quirk. If the rumors of her being a villain didn't scare off new students, the goth aesthetic might. Though it was always the rumors. One day, when she and her friend were around 17, they were the last one in class. You gotta stop letting them walk over you, Kikumi, Katsuki told his friend. They'd grown apart, sure, but he wasn't going to ditch her. Show them they're the FING loser but weaklings, just extras. Confirming their views of myself at the same time. Kikumi said. Eventually they will meet the real monsters that lurk in the shadows, then they will wish for my darkness. I don't get your poetic bullshit. Katsuki said. I'm going to the arcade, see you later. Enjoy your time. Kikumi said, packing her analyst book into her bag. Leaving last was, counterintuitively, the best course of action. No one was willing to wait after all their friends left. She had a specific route home. It took her through a dark tunnel. Even with all the mocking, dark places offered her comfort in a way that she couldn't explain. As she entered the tunnel, she had a feeling that things were going to change rapidly for her. Her training for the UA entrance exams had been going well. Maybe she could up her weights? As she walked and threw she in a little of the darkness with each breath. It was a strange exercise. Doing it rapidly helped increase her speed at it. What she couldn't realize was that across town an event began that would alter her future forever. A man with a slime quirk that left him little more than liquid had robbed a convenience store and was attacking people as he bolted. What he failed to notice, what anyone would have failed to notice, was the gaunt blonde man he passed in his mad rush. Always something. The man sighed, smoke pouring off his limbs. Don't worry, everyone. He boomed, for I am here. There were murmurs through the crowd and a loud, oh shit, formed the villain as All Might charged after the villain. For being little more than slime, the villain was fast, managing to duck into the sewers before the symbol of peace could reach him. All Might himself slammed down within the sewers and glanced around. Agile and crafty, he observed. He quickly managed to find some kind of trail though. But not quite enough of either. All Might rushed after the villain, pursuing him around corners and eventually finding the entrance he'd clearly exited through. All Might, however, found himself once more cursing his injury. By the time he'd exited the sewer, he found the villain halfway through drowning a teenage girl. She was struggling admirably, however, even getting her limbs free only to be snagged right back up. Din, nice quirk you've got, kid. Can't wait to take it for myself. The villain said. All Might grit his teeth. So this man could control bodies he'd taken over. I think not. He shouted, placing one hand on the girl's shoulder and pulling her free while throwing quite the haymaker with his other hand. The villain simply burst apart. The girl seemed coherent enough, however she quickly passed out. He checked her for injuries. "Ah, you seem to be okay, that is good." All Might shrank back down to his regular form as he carefully laid the girl down. He'd have to gather the villain up and he may as well stay until she awoke. He did have a couple 2-liter bottles. It was a shame to have to dump his groceries, but he had a job to do. Once he had the villain rounded up her belongings, her notebook catching his eye. Hero Analyst HM, Volume 21. He flipped through a few pages, quickly impressed with what he saw. She'd actually deduced that he was operating on a time limit even. This competes with some of my analysis team's work. All Might signed a pair of blank pages and moved to check on the girl. Was clearly coming to, so he bulked up immediately. She winced and covered her eyes. Now that he thought about it, this girl was familiar, like he'd seen her before. As she sat up, she started checking over the ground for something. "I believe you are looking for these?" All Might said, holding out her sunglasses. The girl sighed in relief and quickly put them on. It was a touch harder to tell, but she seemed to be seeing better with them. All Might? She scrambled to her feet upon realizing who was before her. With the glasses she was easier to place oddly. She was one of the hero hopefuls Nizu had recommended he keep an eye on. Not out of any sense that she'd be a good hero, but her quirk and one for all would mesh quite well. No, that's Dash. "I apologize, sir, it's quite the shock to encounter the #1 hero. May I ask what about our neighborhood needs your shining light?" "Ah, I happen to be nearby on business is all. Don't you worry, miss." All Might said, mostly deciphering her words. "You have quite the talent. I hope to see you among pages like those someday." The girl blushed at that. The #1 hero hoping she'd be in some hero nerd's notebook? It was a dream come true. All Might stretched slightly. "Now I simply must be off. I have many things to do, you see." And he leapt, barely registering the call to wait. What he didn't struggle to hear was the panicked scream of the girl clinging to his leg, both legs and one arm. Her other hand was holding her glasses on. "Careful there. Can't risk letting. That's an incredible grip actually." He hit the roof he'd intended pretty easily even with the extra weight. Even while weakened he managed to put too much into a jump. The girl took a moment to collect herself, even muttering something about hoping to be able to do that herself one day. That made him laugh even as smoke began filling the air. "Well, I am glad you are okay, but I simply must be going," he said, moving to go towards the roof door. "Wait, All Might, I have a question to ask," she called, and he paused at the door. "What question?" She had so many ideas behind his time limit that it left him wondering. "Can one as gripped by darkness as me hope to be the #1 hero, a hero like you?" What?" he said, losing hold of his muscle form and shrinking back down. He hadn't expected a question like that and hoped his immediate thoughts were wrong. "You'll have to be a little more clear, kid. I'm not great at metaphor. Could someone with a quirk rooted in the shadows that house villains be a hero like you?" She repeated, "That certainly clarified, but not quite enough." "Someone with a villain's quirk, someone like me." Oh, he really didn't like that. Had the schools failed this girl that badly? Someone with my outlook? The schools had really failed this girl. She didn't seem fazed by his gaunt form, so there was that at least. "Look, kid, I could say yes, you can be and move on, but I'm going to trust you can handle the full adult answer, all right?" She nodded and All Might continued. "The truth is that no, someone with a villain's quirk can't be a hero, because there are no villainous quirks, just villains who have quirks." Oh. The way she said it was if it was the first time anyone had bothered to tell her that. Maybe Nizu had something to look into. Being a hero like me? With your more, let's say, grim attitude, no. He said. He winced afterwards at the crestfallen look. Okay, maybe too blunt. But being a hero like me shouldn't be your goal. Be a hero like you. Be the symbol you want. There are many types of heroes, kid. The symbol of peace is just one. Of course. Thank you for your insight, All Might. She bowed. "Does your injury cause you pain?" "Now that's none of your business. Let me worry about myself." He stepped out and made it halfway down the stairs when he realized something was wrong. He tapped his pockets and then stuck his hands in, finding a hole at the bottom. Sheet. He bolted down the stairs, the girl getting by him at some point. He had to find where the villain was. His time was gone, but he could still report it, get heroes on the scene. What he found was a flaming plaza and the green sludge villain with a hostage. Kikumi Woods was on scene, but without support from a water hero, the flames were holding him back. Backdraft was there, but with the fires and rescue he was too busy. MB Lady was either a normal human or too big. It was a pool of terrible matchups, no one could do anything major. Death Arms was also doing nothing. The man's strength, while maybe not enough, could at least buy time DMN it. If only he had time, he'd be able to stop this, end it all in an instant. Had he really let this injury stop him like this? How could he live with that? Being unable to save this boy right in front of him. Being useless when someone was in trouble, it made him hate the world, hate the monster who'd done this to him, but most of all hate himself. He should be out there. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a flash of purple. She wasn't, but no, she was. Kikumi rushed past the barricade, the fires and monster cast long dark shadows that she gulped down as she ran. Beneath her sunglasses her eyes shone with a hint of purple light as she approached. Katsuki, even encased and drawing, saw her coming and looked more determined. He angled an explosion to burst the tendril sent at her. Kikumi twisted mid-stride, filing her backpack at the villain's eye and locking hands with her friend. She pulled with all she had as he reached up with his other to clear his throat. For a split second time stopped. It was just her and the burn of her muscles pulling her friend free, inch by precious inch. And then there was a hand on her shoulder. Truly incredible girl. All Might was there, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. But I am here. All Might's hand left her shoulder as he reached out and pulled Katsuki free as if he was simply lifting the TV remote. The villain's eyes were wide as he watched the symbol of peace rejoin the fray. In one motion, All Might pushed the kids behind himself and wound up for a punch. It's time I practice what I preach. All Might coiled his body and then rapidly uncoiled. Detroit smash. Calling it a punch was like calling a Molotov cocktail alcohol. The wind kicked up could be an attack all its own as the villain was sent splattering around the plaza. The sky was darkening and Kikumi could feel the raindrops starting. He punched so hard it was raining, she in a breath. It was incredible. The other heroes came rushing in, pulling Katsuki away and checking over him as All Might turned to face them. Death Arms went to approach her, but All Might spoke first. Fantastic thinking, my girl, but please, leave it to the professionals. I'm sure you'll rank among us in no time. He said. All Might turned to the assembled heroes after that. Kikumi Woods, excellent work on recognizing your weaknesses and prioritizing what you could. Backdraft, fantastic fire management. Lady, protecting bystanders is an often thankless job, perhaps however work on choosing your size. Death Arms, I understand the difficulties of strength, but seconds can mean life or death. If all you can do is by seconds, do so. The heroes bowed their heads and All Might nodded. Excellent work, all of you. All Might said, getting ready to leave. Just remember, be a better hero than you were yesterday. Once Katsuki and her had been checked over, Kikumi was on her way home, a new resolve burning in her chest. All Might saw something in her, she'd do everything to bring it out. She'd have to rethink her entire training regiment. What she didn't expect was for All Might to slide into place in front of her and immediately shrink down to his gaunt form. My girl, I had one question for you, he said. Kikumi nodded slowly, stunned that the #1 hero had sought her out. Why did you step in to save that boy? I don't know, I was running towards him before I could think. Kikumi said. All Might smiled at that and held his hand out to her. Many great heroes have similar stories. Their bodies simply moved. It sounds like that's what happened for you. All Might said. He made a grand gesture out of his excitement. He'd found the right one finally. Not only do you have what it takes to be one of the best, but I deem you worthy of inheriting my power. Inheriting your power? She looked flabbergasted at the idea. Quirks are inherent to the person, to think you could pass one down. My quirk, one for all, was passed to me by my master, and to her from its previous user. I am the 8th holder and you, should you so choose, will be the 9th. All Might explained, watching as the girl seemed to grow more determined. It's been passed down like a sacred torch, stockpiling power since the dawn of quirks. I accept, she said. All Might grinned at that and handed her a note with a location to meet him tomorrow so they could get started as soon as possible. There were obvious things that had to be done otherwise, such as speaking to the girl's mother. All Might had had a long day, however, and honestly just wanted to get some sleep. He'd speak to the woman after their first day. While Kikumi had clearly practiced a level of stoicism, All Might couldn't help the smile at her squeal of joy once he'd walked away. Now, he simply had to plan something out. Tomorrow he'd get a solid baseline, however. The next day, All Might stood at the steps of Takoba Municipal Beach, a once beautiful land piled high with mountains of trash. He was waiting for Kikumi to arrive. Today was about setting a baseline. If he got an idea where she was, that he could plan the next 10 months accordingly. If things went the way he was hoping, Kikumi would have a week to practice one for all before the UA entrance exam. All Might, the girl called as she ran up. She was clearly dressed to work out even in the brisk air. She had black track pants with purple stripes and a purple and black flannel shirt over some graphic tee he couldn't make out. A young Midoriya, the girl filled in. Right. Well, like this, I'd prefer it if you called me by my name, Toshinori Yagi. He said. The girl gaped at him and he laughed it off. Can't go shouting about All Might training you now, can you? I suppose not, she said. With that out of the way, however, the two had much to discuss. As I said yesterday, dear girl, while you are worthy to inherit my quirk, one for all, your body is simply not ready. All Might began, happy to see he had his new protege's full attention. That means you will be cleaning this beach for the next 10 months, mixed with some quirk training. That seems like a lot, Yagi-sensei, she said, looking up the piles of debris. Toshinori nodded. It was a lot, but he was confident. I took a chance to look into your quirk registry and contact your counselor, he said. Kikumi nodded along. She had at least informed her mother that a kind pro-hero had expressed interest in helping her train. Attempting to work out with your quirk active accelerates muscle development. If I'm right, we can clear this beach in only 8 months. Of course, Kikumi noted, clearing having thought this out to some extent herself. When the darkness offers aid, it would take a fool not to accept. What of the remaining time? A month and a half of quirk and combat training and then a week to acclimate to one for all, Toshinori said. Kikumi nodded at that. It was a schedule that made sense. All Might let her quickly change her shirt before meeting him down on the beach. Where will we be starting? She asked once they were situated. She looked at their immediate surroundings. It was mostly heavier things, fridges, cars, and even one full washing machine. Overall, it made for an intimidating task that only served to make her more determined. Let's start somewhere small, go through this area and find the object that causes you the most difficulty first. All Might quickly told her the day plan. Step 1 was to find a goal. They found that object quickly, a semi-truck engine in a pickup chassis with no wheels and a washer-dryer set wielded to it. Truly, the world would be better if some didn't act upon their ideas. Even the darkest of hearts must ask, why? Kikumi added as they marveled at the strange amalgam. It couldn't even be called a prototype of something, it was just stuff wielded together. Toshinori claimed it as her goal to move it, but for the day they'd start by clearing some of the smaller stuff. And so the two went about their day. Kikumi gathered smaller junk to make containers heavier and dragged it up to a dumpster bin Toshinori had placed at the beach. He had worked out a deal with the company. Once a week they'd pick up the container. Today, however, Kikumi simply had to get stuff to the bin. They'd worry about piling it in tomorrow while Toshinori finalized their plans. All right, my girl. Fantastic work today, Toshinori said. It had been more productive than he'd thought. The piles of trash created great long shadows that she was bathed in constantly. Always having a means of drawing in more strength kept her going longer than he could have anticipated. However, it also exhausted her more than he'd planned. Come, I'll give you a ride home. It was halfway back to her home that Toshinori checked on her. The girl was fast asleep in the passenger seat of his truck, back in the clothes she'd arrived in that morning. He couldn't help the proud grin from spreading. He remembered waking up in a similar position in his master's vehicle more than once. Once he reached the apartment, however, he thought it best to avoid waking her. It turns out ringing doorbells while carrying a teenage girl was hard. Who would have guessed? Hello, oh. Inko practically jumped when she answered the door and ushered him in. Inko led the man in and helped him lay her daughter in her bed gently. Thank you for bringing her home. I just did what anyone should, ma'am. Toshinori said. Inko seemed to accept that. Are you the trainer she mentioned last night? Toshinori nodded and smiled fondly at that. She seemed so excited but didn't think you'd want people knowing which hero agreed and didn't know your name. Ah, I admit after years it's gotten far too easy to forget to use my name. Toshinori said. Inko had no experience, but she bet it was hard to remember proper introductions when no one ever used your name. My name is Toshinori Yagi, or as I'm sure you'd know, All Might. Inko choked at that, coughing and sputtering as that bombshell was dropped so casually. Toshinori stepped closer in concern as she seemed to catch herself and get back to breathing. He gave her another few moments before she gave him a go-on gesture. As I said, I am All Might. Toshinori paused, waiting for the possible second reaction. When none came, he continued. I have been looking into nurturing the next generation of heroes for some time. Please don't tell young me Kikumi this, but I am taking up a teaching position at UA this coming school year. I just need to pass a few teaching classes first. Will you have time for that and training Kikumi? Inko questioned, a fair concern. Not that I don't think you have your priorities in order. But a fair concern, ma'am. The majority of young Kikumi's training is simply me monitoring her and being present. I have plenty of time for my studies. Toshinori puffed up proudly at that. Scheduling had never been his strong suit, so figuring it out had been fantastic. There is, however, one aspect of this training I need to speak with you about. Is it the schedule? Because as long as you leave time for school, it's fine. Inko said, clearly almost as excited for Kikumi's dreams as the girl herself. Toshinori laughed at that, a hearty hopeful sound even in his gaunt state. No, that will be worked out for tomorrow night. This is quite a bit more serious. It's about my quirk and, in the same regard, your daughter's. Inko gulped at that, clearly nervous. All Might's quirk was quite possibly the biggest mystery there was. For him to discuss it so openly with her was unthinkable. My quirk is a stockpile of power that spent years, decades growing. If you think Kikumi's is similar, it sorta is. Inko interrupted. Dr. Tekumi figured out years ago that she never fully drains herself of shadows, but whenever she gets close, her overall limit seems to grow. Ah, an interesting note. However, not what I mean. Toshinori said. He took a seat and sighed. He hadn't revealed this to many people, but this woman had to know. My quirk is called One for All, and it wasn't always my quirk. That silenced any words before they could form for Inko. Of course she'd heard of the quirk thief. The thought made her shiver. It was the boogeyman personified. There was no way All Might was claiming to have gotten his immense power from that monster. I received my quirk from my master, a woman named Nana Shimura, when I was a teenager, and she received it years earlier from another, and so on until the dawn of quirks. Inko let out a breath at that. He was just claiming something more absurd. After an injury years ago, Toshinori lifted his shirt to showcase just how bad it was. I'd begun looking for a successor, the ninth to wield this power. I believe your daughter to be the perfect candidate. I what? Inko stopped at that, utterly lost for words. Toshinori remained sitting, waiting patiently for her to gather her thoughts. You want to give Kikumi your quirk? Yes, and she has agreed. He said. Inko's gaze hardened at that. And you didn't think to ask her mother first? She said. There was a burning authority there. The idea he'd done such a thing bringing her anger out in full. No, and to be frank, ma'am, while I recognize your authority, hear your permission isn't what I'm after. Toshinori bluntly stated. Inko blinked at that, completely losing steam. It is my quirk and, eventually, your daughter's once she is ready. That choice was hers, whether you knew before the offer was made or not. Inko settled after that. As much as she wanted to be mad, Toshinori was right. It wasn't actually her choice in any real way. With that settled, the two sat in silence for a time. Inko still had questions and Toshinori did have answers. Are you sure she can take your quirk? She eventually asked. Yes. After my injury, I did some research into the past users. I've had it the longest, however the fourth had it for 18 years. Toshinori sighed. He unfortunately died of a heart attack at 40, so I don't know what One for All will do for a quirked holder in their old age. At 40? Was it something to do with the quirk? All Might gave a laugh at the question. No, if anything One for All might have slowed his aging, just unfortunate events is all. The two continued their talk for the better part of an hour, laughing and answering questions the whole time. Eventually, however, Toshinori had to leave. That was how things went for a few weeks. Toshinori and Kikumi would meet at the beach and begin her training for the day. Slowly working her way up to larger and heavier loads, all while her mentor cheered her on and studied for his few, difficult exams. After a few days, the pair came to a realization: multitasking was a thing. Kikumi's grades, which were already impressive, began to climb as they took advantage of her time training to study. A nice bonus to their plan, but a side effect. Kikumi's studying during her workouts was simply further preparation for the UA entrance exam. It'd be a couple months of this routine before any real change would occur. Halfway through dragging another washer-dryer set up the stairs, she was interrupted. Hey, do you mind if I take some of this? Kikumi looked up to see a girl with olive green eyes and pink dreads looking over the dumpsters. Toshinori looked up from his book. What do you need it for? He said. The girl brightened at that, going into a long, excited rant about all her ideas. Ah, trying for support then? Support class UA. The girl said. Mei Hatsum, future CEO and chief inventor of Hatsum Industries. That's quite the goal. Toshinori grinned and glanced at his successor. I think I may have your first customer. Kikumi began only to be barreled over as Mei shot towards Toshinori. What do you need? Hatsum can provide all your inventing needs. Toshinori grinned, someone looking for a challenge. It was a piece of advice he should write down: find the inventors looking to be challenged. Close your eyes, Kikumi. She did just as Toshinori pulled her glasses free. My student here would benefit from a visor that matched this prescription before the UA entrance exam. Mei hummed and took the glasses, flipping them over in her hand a few times. She slipped them on, then off, then onto Kikumi's head, then back off as she circled the other girl. She handed them back over and pulled out a measuring tape. Once she seemed satisfied, she put the glasses back on their owner's head. Blackout lenses, light sensitivity. Mei hummed. Means solar is likely a bad call for power. Does your quirk provide any energy? Kikumi glanced at Toshinori. He nodded but also fostered at the shadows. One for All probably could power things, but she had an alternative. I can gain subsistence from the void around me. Kikumi said. Mei nodded eagerly. That power remains even unused, and it grows stronger as I tap into the void within. Ah, perfect. Your quirk acts as a mini power plant already. Toshinori blinked. Was he struggling with Kikumi's words because he was old, or was this girl just as strange? I'll need the prescription and some DNA, preferably blood. Toshinori repeated. Mei sighed. Well, it's headgear. Rusted junk is great for prototyping and testing, but I'd need professional materials to make this. Mei supplied. She was right, it was a conundrum, or at least it would be ordinarily. I'm not great with people or biology, but rusted metal as headgear is probably a bad call for combat. You'd be right, Toshinori said. The girl continued pondering the issue. If you provide young Kikumi with prototypes, I will get you the materials and funds for the finished product. You will? Done. Mei said, already gathering what she'd need for the first prototype. Kikumi glared at her teacher. We are on a schedule, the F-. Kikumi jolted and glanced down at Mei, who for some reason had a full blood kit. I said I needed blood samples. She shrugged. My babies aren't miracles, it's science. It's mad science. Mei only grinned at that. Even better. Kikumi blinked and smiled at the girl. Ah, I see the darkness has touched your soul as well. She said, Its mark may be different from my own, but it is there all the same. What had he done? It was only 3 days later that May arrived with the prototype. 3 days of Toshinori trying to figure out why a visor with his student's prescription would need a power source. May showed up with a bulky mass of metal with wires poking out. It's a little bulkier than the finished product will be. I'm also working out how to wire it and program it. May said. Kikumi marveled at the device. Turns out making an operating system from scratch is hard as well. Who would have guessed? Kikumi put it on, following May's careful instruction. Once it was on, Kikumi glanced around. The lens wasn't just her prescription, it was actively filtering light. May guided her on powering it up and ran through its functions. At the moment all it did was visualize things in her peripherals and highlight identified targets. Careful with that, I could only make the one screen so it'll have to last the entire prototype phase. May said as they took it off. She flipped it over and began pointing out all the weak points and adjustments she'd already planned. I'm working out the wiring kinks now so I can get the finished product as sleek as possible, but I might need more blood for that. If my life force is what the device needs, I will provide it. Kikumi said. Toshinori watched the two girls, a little surprised at the way Kikumi was doing both her workout and discussing the device with May. The inventor looked up at him though. You said this was for the hero course, right? He nodded and May pumped a fist. Sweet. I looked into things. If I have my work on a hero hopeful, I get extra credit on my entrance exam. Plus I can put in a slip to be that student's support technician. It had been part of why he'd tried getting her to make the visor in the first place. If this first prototype was anything to go off of, she more than deserved it. May stuck around all day, talking and planning the next prototype and also already coming up with improvements to Kikumi's hero costume. It was, in a strange way, a fantastic decision, even if he worried more now. It became routine over the weeks. May would arrive with a new prototype, or increasingly often simply bring her work and hang out. They'd discuss it, make possible improvements and move on. Each time May took more materials. Toshinori even promised to drop off a working car engine at one point. It was strange in a way, but Toshinori got the feeling the two had needed each other. So, in science we had a project due and I built this little robot dog, and you know what the teacher says? May was saying as Kikumi did her bench presses. Something vile in the worst of ways? She replied. That's fantastic, Hatsum-san, but this unit was on programming. May said. Kikumi looked offended for her friend. Right? I programmed the little sweethearts, so what if I built it? They definitely needed each other in some way. He had to grin. Someone close to their support technician would never be left wanting, he should know. Eventually, almost 2 full months sooner than Toshinori expected, May brought him the plans for the finished product. Is this an auxiliary power bank for encounters with nullifier quirks? He asked, looking over the blueprints. May's eyes lit up at that. Spending all that time with David had helped him pick up on a thing or two. Thus, when Kiku mentioned Eraserhead, it hit me suddenly, there's gotta be a villain out there that can do something similar, right? It was a valid concern, one he himself shared. Nullifier quirks were rare enough that no one ever thought about them, but they were quite possibly the most dangerous. So I had to come up with something reasonable and forward-thinking. Good. Toshinori rolled up the blueprints and handed her a card. Come to this address tomorrow, we'll have a fully stocked lab for you to work in. It was a lab he'd set up soon after offering her the job. He trusted the girl, but he'd rather be sure it was the best environment. May nodded and grinned at him, giving a quick salute as she went home. As much as it had annoyed Kikumi when he'd first placed the order, the visor would greatly aid her. The entrance exam happened during the day after all. Meanwhile, certain people in Kikumi's life were suspicious of things as of late. Katsuki had been distracted by his own training but eventually did notice that Kikumi wasn't around anywhere near as much as he'd expected. He managed to corner her before she left one day. "Where you going?" he said. Kikumi rolled her eyes. "I was unaware you were my minder Kaken," she said, pushing past. "If you must know I am training, I managed to find a hero willing to aid me and he's given me a strict regimen. If you're training this hard, I better see your name in the top 10. He watched her stop for a moment and grin at him over her shoulder. Her fangs glinted in the light. "Oh, trust in the void, dear Kaken," she said. "Few are capable of overwhelming it, fewer still can tame it as I have." Katsuki watched her leave and mulled her words over. Of course she was challenging him like that, claiming she'd basically already gotten first in the exam. He scoffed, letting a few explosions loose. "Yeah, right," he said, turning to walk to his own training ground. "See you later, second place." He could hear her laughing at the taunt as they went their separate ways. He scoffed. They'd see who was laughing after the exam. He should probably step it up a bit though. That abandoned, partially developed clearing would be a great place to practice the howitzer impact. If she wanted a challenge, he'd give her one. Kikumi's training continued, and as the months slowly approached their deadline, the beach became more and more clear. Until on the last day she was slated to be there, all that remained was the strange truck. Kikumi could get it most of the way off the ground, but not quite enough to clear it. Mei marveled at the truck right alongside Kikumi and Toshinori. "Wow, why?" she said to laughter from the other two. "What were they trying to do?" "Baffle and confuse probably," Toshinori said. "It's all I can think of, and probably something I'd have come up with as a teenager." "Ah, then it would seem their machinations have succeeded. Insidious." That got another laugh from the group. So Toshinori's plans had to change a little. So what? "Now remember, my girl, the next 6.5 weeks are going to be harder than any up to this point," he said. Mei blinked at that. "Aren't there 8 weeks until the exam?" She glanced between the two, and Kikumi nodded. "The void will not falter. To falter before it would mean death." Kikumi stated, "My time has not come, I will not allow it." If Toshinori were to pick any part of this experience that he thought was strange, it'd be that one. The part where he was starting to understand his successor's words and metaphors as if she was talking plainly. He nodded at her and smirked. She didn't know just how bad things would get. Now began the quirk and combat training. He'd already planned a regiment of training that included hours of practice each day, with less practice on days they were doing quirk training. Kikumi was surprised to find out quirk training included drawing as much darkness as she could and then maintaining her full enhancement through as much of a hell workout as she could, repeating with light practice of her combat moves. It was enjoyable, pushing her body and quirk to their limit and then pushing past it. Toshinori and Mei cheered her on even when she struggled and celebrated every milestone as if it was the day she got her license. "So I was thinking about your visor," Mei said while Kikumi was doing her reps. She was essentially benching a car. "Your visor needs some kind of earpiece for in-field work. Version 2 could cover your ears without facing mics to allow seamless pass-through. Like most regards, it's a balance," Kikumi said, speaking between reps. "I need to hear the world but also need to communicate with allies. I trust the solution you come to, Mei." The two continued the topic, working out as much of the details as they could before the school year began. It was Mei's favorite topic, inventions, and Kikumi seemed willing to listen and offer her own tidbits. While it seemed one-sided, Toshinori knew that many similar conversations about heroes had been had. It made the weeks go by quickly for all, to the point where Toshinori had almost forgotten that he was getting the results of his own test back. "Toshinori, aren't you getting your results back today?" Inko practically opened the phone call with. Toshinori chuckled. "I've got them right here," he said, going to open it before pausing. "You know, the timing is funny. Tomorrow morning Kikumi is moving that truck and receiving one for all. Funny how that works out," Inko said. The two sat in silence for longer than Toshinori intended. "You know, Toshinori, I don't think it matters what that letter says. Kikumi's never been more confident in herself or as happy. She even has another friend now. You did that for her, Toshinori. You are a good teacher." "Oh, please." He laughed. "Confidence? I didn't give her that, she had it in spades. The confidence to even consider being a hero like me without changing herself at all? Breathtaking. She wasn't confident, Toshi, or well, not fully. What she did took confidence, but it was mostly spite." Inko sighed. "You made a real difference. That's a teacher's goal." "You're right, thank you." Toshinori quickly tore the letter open and read through it rapidly. "I passed." "Aha. That's fantastic." Inko said. The two celebrated together for a moment. Toshinori would be joining the UA staff for the next year now. It wasn't a career path he'd ever anticipated, however, it was one he was glad to be on. Now he had to double-check things were all in order for Kikumi's last week of training. I should get back in touch with Night Eye. Toshinori must to himself. It was certainly a thought. While he was still too busy, he hadn't spoken to his friend for years. Nonetheless, he did need to at least be ready to pass his quirk on. The next morning he went to the beach and waited for Kikumi to arrive. When she did, it was as if she didn't see him. She simply stalked the truck and glared at it. Quickly she took her flannel shirt off and tied it around her waist. Other than the shirt, she wore just a pair of cargo shorts and her sports bra. Today you become a footnote on my journey, she whispered, running a hand along the truck's frame. The void draws upon you and I upon it. Now careful, my girl, Toshinori said, watching the girl get her grip at the side. She nodded. This is an important step in your journey, and when you succeed we will know beyond all doubt that you are ready to inherit my power. When not if she would do this, he was certain. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mei had set a camera up on a tripod. Kikumi began to lift, the sand beneath her feet shifting. She growled as she lifted the frame and slowly moved to be more centered under the truck. Most of the weight was still on the ground even now. With a mighty growl, she lifted the entire weight over her head. She let out a breath and started her walk, that growl growing with every step. Toshinori was in awe as she moved. It took minutes, excruciating minutes, but she eventually planted the truck down next to the bin. Toshinori and Mei clapped and cheered as she roared in triumph. She was beyond ready. Kikumi Midoriya. Toshinori eyed Mei and considered his next words. One regret he did have had been not informing David. You are ready for this. And before I commence, I want to share an insight my master shared with me. The two girls looked up at Toshinori. Odd that he'd taken on his bulked form. All Might wasn't a sight they saw often during training, only when Kikumi needed a spotter. There is a difference between power you are given and power you have earned. He pulled a hair from his head. You have earned this. Do not forget that. Now eat this. What? The two said, both confused, but Mei lacked crucial information. Kikumi took the hair. To receive my quirk you must ingest my DNA. Toshinori visibly saw Mei process the information. My master drank the sixth blood and gave me a pre-made shake, both as he. Again what? Mei said. Kikumi shrugged and swallowed the hair. Mei just looked at her. For the third time what? Now, we will begin training with it tomorrow. They had a lot to explain to Mei after all. And then it'd be time for the entrance exam. Even after getting her reward, Kikumi's training for school wasn't over. Toshinori sat nervously in his living room. He had, with permission of Izuku Midoriya, framed a pair of photos of Kikumi. One of her first day, when she was smaller and weaker, the other was her the day after receiving one for all, dressed the same as when she'd gotten it. She had enough muscle to put some heroes to shame. Come on, Toshi, I know you left on bad terms, but at some point bridges need repairs. He sighed and picked up the phone, dialing a once familiar number. It only rang twice before he got an answer. All Might. Sir Night Eye still answered his own phone, even with a full agency it seemed. Yes, how have you been? Toshinori said, smiling. Night Eye told Toshinori about how his agency was doing, of some of their more notable cases. Unfortunately, sore topics inevitably came up. All Might I wanted to apologize for what I said all those years ago. Night Eye began. Toshinori blinked. He hadn't expected that, nor was he asking for it. While I will not change my view, my words were harsh and I'd failed to truly consider your perspective and feelings. For that I am sorry. Mirai, thank you truly. But I don't need your apologies. Toshinori sighed. To be honest, allowing that disagreement to ruin our friendship is quite possibly our worst mistake. That I can agree with. Mirai said. The two dove into other topics after that, the last sports festival, interesting upcoming heroes and favorite rookies. No, Mirai, I'm serious. Lady has what it takes, trust me, she'll be in the top 100 at least. Toshinori said. Mirai scoffed at that. The level of collateral she causes will hold her back. He countered. It was a good point, but Toshinori had a gut feeling about it. He trusted his gut. Of course, there was one last important topic to breach. I wanted to talk to you about One for All. Mirai said. Toshinori nodded. He had as well. I've found, well, not the perfect candidate but close. He's bright, strong, and has the same heroic spirit you do, that you instilled in me. I wish we'd talked sooner. I would have considered him. Toshinori could hear the sigh on the other end. But I've already chosen, already handed it over in fact. Oh, I hope whoever they are, they can take over for you when the time comes. Mirai said. Toshinori wasn't as sure of that necessity. I don't know if society can last long without a symbol of peace. Does the next All Might need One for All though? That got silence as an answer. Furthermore, do we need the next All Might? Mirai seemed at a loss for words. I hope one day, Mirai, that there will be a whole swath of heroes holding society up as I had. Toshinori stated, something he had at one point doubted the viability. Teaching Kikumi and speaking with Inko had done as much for his confidence as it had for the girl. I want to make the next generation, the entire next generation, better than I ever was, Mirai. But I will need time to think on this. Mirai said. Toshinori frowned at that. It's a lot to take in, All Might. That's entirely fair, Mirai. I will speak to you again. Toshinori turned to check the clock. I must be going though. I'm supposed to be watching the entrance exam tomorrow, and apparently that comes with homework. The wonders of teaching. Mirai said, chuckling. I suppose we will have to speak another time. Toshinori turned back to his paperwork. It was true that some of it was necessary for watching, but just as much were support item papers. It was his job to check the information on the item in question, the item and the student's files. He wasn't the only one, but there was a lot. Highly resilient boots with inbuilt nozzles for acid skating. He saw the application said they weren't needed, she could go barefoot. Well, that's not happening. Approved. There were a lot of those. Many applications said something about not needing it, but the alternative was frankly not happening. There was even one that was entirely needed for health reasons that was labeled simply as preferred. That one annoyed him. Once he had it all done, he made his way to the school to file it all. Nizu had said he could file it the next morning, but Toshinori got the feeling other teachers would probably prefer he didn't. He was quite surprised to see a seemingly well-rested power loader with a fresh cup of coffee in hand when he arrived. The other hero gave him a short nod as he downed his mug and took a seat. Power loader was, much like Toshinori, not a teacher that awarded points during the exam, but he had something else he did. Those your support items approved? Toshinori nodded as he took his own seat. Any marked with the support department on him? No, almost entirely outside gear. Toshinori said. A few pieces supplied with UA's aid, but no prospective support students. Only 6 this year then, little low, but... Power loader nodded and took the files. I'll make sure these are sorted out. Everyone else is already in the watchroom. Thank you. Toshinori turned and headed the direction he was told. It had been a surprise to learn that most of the teachers would spend the night leading up to the exam, but it was hectic for them in general. Each teacher had some task to do. Shota Aizawa, for example, had the unfortunate task of looking for and identifying potential hazard students. Cases where his own quirk would aid in training. In an interesting way, he was possibly the best teacher for Kikumi. So you did come. He noted upon seeing Toshinori. Thought you'd just coast by and watch the exam with none of the work. Well, I wished to learn the traditions of the exam before I was expected to take part in them. Toshinori explained, taking his own seat. What Aizawa didn't know was that Toshinori was excluded from grading specifically because his successor was in the testing. Besides, it gives me a chance to speak with my coworkers. About what? Aizawa looked up at him. One of the prospects in tomorrow's exam. Aizawa glared a little. Already playing favorites? He said. What did they do? Skip the recommendation exam hoping to ride the number one's coattails? No, nothing like that. She's dedicated. All Might sighed. We had planned to have her take the recommendation exam, but a few days before we Encountered an issue that got in the way. What kind of issue could get in the way of taking the exam? Now Aizawa was interested. He didn't exactly trust that the number one was taking this seriously, but he knew the man was confident. Something serious must have occurred. Part of her quirk augments her strength, so I had her working on that, and while training she tried throwing a punch with all her strength. Tashinori remembered working this story out with Recovery Girl beforehand. It helped that it was mostly true. She'd undergone some kind of quirk awakening, or maybe her body could just finally handle the full power, but at her maximum she broke her arm. You brought her to Recovery Girl, I take it? Aizawa said. Tashinori nodded. Good call. I'll mark her down for being in my class if she passes. Quirk awakenings can be hard to control. Name? Kikumi Midoriya. He expected it to take the other teacher a moment to find it. Found her, Aizawa said, pulling the specific file out. Faster than Tashinori found it when he looked. Quirk, dark consumption. Allows the user to consume darkness and utilize what she's consumed to augment herself. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Tashinori bowed. I've done my best teaching her, but I have no real grasp how to work with such a volatile situation. Knowing your weaknesses, solid trait for a teacher. Aizawa nodded at that. Should I be expecting a mini All Might? If you do, you'll be very surprised. Tashinori said. The two spent most of their free time talking and exchanging stories about their time in the field. Aizawa was pleasantly surprised at how pragmatic the number one hero was. It turns out that when you had a hammer capable of hammering in screws, it was easy to just use the hammer. He had to reevaluate things a bit, but All Might was pleasant. He had experience that was highly valuable, and he understood that. Eventually, though, their conversation had to give way to the actual reasons the teachers were there. A teacher's meeting about the exam. After that it'd be a night of rest and then the exams. Outside the building, Kikumi approached the school, her first steps on her long, long journey. It felt incredible, even with her strange dream last night. So that's her, huh? Doesn't seem like much. Quiet third, she's got potential in spades. Course she does fourth. Probably has the best quirk for one for all. Fifth is right, she'll do wonders. Hey, let's give her space. Big day tomorrow. It was a strange night, but she couldn't dwell on it. She simply had too much on her mind. Unfortunately, however, her foot caught a loose brick and she plummeted towards the ground, only to stop an inch from it. She blinked as she simply hovered there. Another girl stepped up beside her and righted her. Sorry about that. Didn't want you falling before the test, you know? She said, smiling at Kikumi. That'd be bad luck. Well, I suppose that's true. Kikumi said. Did you use your quirk? What is it? Zero gravity. Anything I touch with all 5 fingers loses its gravity. She said, cheery and excited to talk about her quicker. When I was a kid, if I wasn't careful, things would just shoot up into space. I'm a bit better about that now, though. The void has gifted you access to its deepest depths. Kikumi noted. The girl blinked at her. Since you can manipulate the level of anti-gravity, have you attempted to reverse your quirk's effects? No. She seemed to consider it. But I absolutely should. You won't know until you attempt it. Kikumi said. She glanced at the crowd moving past them. We should move to the auditorium. If falling is bad luck, what would being late be? Oh, you're right. Hope to see you once school starts. The girl rushed off, Kikumi behind her. Unfortunately, they were separated once in the auditorium. Seating was assigned, seemingly by school, since she was next to Katsuki. Notably, despite all the bragging her classmate had done, they were the only ones from their school present. Told you the extras wouldn't show. Katsuki said, scoffing at the audacity of their class. Cowards rarely differ from expectation. Kikumi said, actually getting a laugh from her friend. There was a certain, infectious excitement that made her wish she was dressed in something other than her school uniform. Katsuki was just as fidgety besides her, messing with his tie as they waited. Can I get a HY? Present Mike called as he walked onto the stage. He was met with silence. Yeesh, tough crowd. Kikumi practically bounced in her seat. Even as dark and brooding as she is, she was also a massive hero nerd. She started mumbling some of her favorite facts about the pro gleeful at the sight. Present Mike went on to describe their exam, going mostly over the practical. Alright, now that we've gotten that out of the way, I've got a couple other announcements to make. Present Mike stopped as one of the prospects stood up. But sir, what of the fourth robot in the pamphlet? All it says here is that it exists. The boy stated, glancing behind himself. He seemed like he was going to say something but stopped himself and turned back to the front. Alright, thanks listener. Present Mike nodded. Alright everyone. There's one more robot to worry about. It's more of an arena trap, so watch out. With that settled, Present Mike moved on to other topics. Students who submitted forms about support gear being pointed to the gear station, where change rooms and bathrooms were. Things they needed to know generally. Then it was time for the written test. Kikumi was moderately surprised at how easy she found the written test. It wasn't an easy test, but she simply found it far easier than expected. She simply knew most of the answers. There was one question she answered almost without thinking, and looking back at it, she was right. It was refreshing, doing her best and knowing there was no one to jeer at her about her evil plans when she did well. She was done. She decided to make quick work of her other needs before getting lunch. She made her way to the appointed gear station. The attendant looked over her ID, then flipped through her books. Quickly she'd confirmed Kikumi was there and had been approved. Once her presence was recorded, she went on her way. Despite how serious this occasion was, she found herself less and less nervous as it went on. Ah, Katsudon. Good choice. Lunch Rush said as he served her the plate. Enjoy your lunch, little lady. I shall enjoy it with all the reverence it deserves, she said. Lunch Rush laughed and sent her along. Reverence, huh? Knew his food was good, but diamen. A girl with earlobes ending in headphone jacks said, chuckling. Kikumi laughed lightly along with her. While true, I was speaking of the dish specifically. Kikumi glanced down at her meal. The darkness within favors few things, on this it, and I agree. Gotcha. She nodded as the two took their seats. It was interesting to see someone that was both okay with the way she talked but also seemed to be interested in it. Tashinori had adjusted, and Mei seemed incapable of recognizing normalcy. She called it boring. The two were quickly joined by the girl from earlier, and the three exchanged names and talked for the hour and a half that had been allotted. Eventually, though, the actual exam would come. They had to make their way to the change rooms. Kikumi stopped when she noticed a bird-headed boy hesitating slightly. She shrugged and moved along, however. While the nerves hadn't hit yet, after changing, she went with a pair of cargo shorts and a tank top. They started. They only got worse once they were on the bus to the testing ground. She could only handle 5% of one for all without injuring herself, and she had so much to live up to. Suddenly the idea that maybe she couldn't do it hit her. You've got this, Kikumi, she muttered to herself as she stretched. You trained for this. Piece of cake, no problem. And Present Mike called form above her. Kikumi concentrated for a moment, and the familiar whir of her visor starting up filled her ears before fading. She let one for all fill her, her shadow behind her bubbling up as the power manifested. The shadow flickered and moved to be beneath her feet entirely, as wisp of shadow energy bleed off her body as she also activated her own enhancement. Go! She shot off and through the door as it opened. No hesitating, exactly as Tashinori had taught her. Reaching out, she snagged a light pole to turn a corner and came face to face with a horde of 1- and 2-point villains. She simply smirked at them. Oh, woe is you, she said, kicking up to roundhouse the first one head clean off before pouncing her way to the second. For your fate met you with me. Meanwhile, the teacher flicked through screens rapidly, Power Loader and Nizu supplying them of note moments. Tashinori, however, was watching one participant, and one of Izawa's monitors was permanently on the same one. On screen, she took out her 8th villain and helped another participant to their feet before moving on. Good crop this year, Midnight noted, flickering through the test sites. Lowest score is already 8 points. Man, these kids have it all. Vlad King noted. His screens showed another participant mowing through faux villains like there was no tomorrow. They have power in spades. It takes more than that to be a hero. Izawa noted. His screens mostly showed participants helping each other. There were of course a few participants who seemed content to simply watch others falter and fail, and even some that seemed dejected, willing to simply sulk in their seeming lack of power. Examinee 1161 just found the off switches, and even with the infrared she's getting around them. Power loader noted. Toshinori gave a low whistle. Being invisible and having some degree of stealth expertise? A good sign. It was thrilling getting to see the exam occur. On the ground, Kikumi slid across the concrete after her latest attack. She was panting and grinning. She was glad she'd consumed as much darkness as she had before coming. Keeping up her enhancement this long was incredible. Getting to let loose though? That was euphoric. Her visor let out an alert, and she talked a purple-haired kid aside as a missile went past where he'd been. Thanks. Knew I wouldn't be able to do much. But this SE case. The boy said his quirk was probably not well suited for this situation. She kicked out a stop sign and handed it to him. Their joints are weak, she said as he took it. Target them and bathe in their blood. And remember, we are here to be heroes. They'd be fools not to take heroic people. She launched up, flipping mid-air to kick off the wall behind him and back into the fray. Unknown by her, her actions had earned approval from the teachers watching. Aizawa glanced at Toshinori after hearing her words. The audio feed was often a nice touch. Toshinori just grinned at him. He'd warned the man. All right, not a mini All Might after all. He muttered as he turned back to the monitors. The other staff glanced at him as he said that. Toshinori, however, was smiling fondly at the screens. He knew he'd chosen well. Kikumi rounded another corner, still dragging one faux villain behind her. As she noted the other ones in the new street, she chucked it as hard as she could right through them all. She reached the end of the street and took a second to catch her breath. Once she was reoriented, she ran the numbers. 47. She said, nodding to herself. Perhaps it's time to let the shadows roam a little freer. The shadows around her flickered as she let her output of 1 for all climb from 5% up to 8. She felt minor aches like this, but it was overall exhilarating. She ran right through a few more faux villains and lended help to as many participants as she could along the way. Of course, she knew stopping to help people was impacting her score, but she didn't really think that mattered. Looks like it's going to be a high-scoring year, Midnight said, gesturing to a collection of screens. We've got scores in the 70s, one that's off pure villain points. They've got the power, that's for sure. Vlad King stated, flicking between screens of people launching one attack and wiping out a crowd. Don't forget the ones that are fast. Power Loader reminded them, watching as one such speedster bounced between combatants faster than the robots could register. The tactical minds are doing fantastic work as well. Aizawa muttered. The number of recon quirks in play, whether for themselves or to aid others, was higher than average. Information is key to these fights, and a lot of these kids know that. Examinee 2315. Cementos noted. One of the main screens showed the boy, still holding the stop sign that had been given to him. Just crossed the 15-point threshold on faux villains. Started late and is a serious contender for the passing margin. Impressive. Nizu noted. Can I get a feed of Examinee 1901 please? Suddenly one of the larger main screens filled with Kikumi's current actions as she ripped a missile pod off a faux villain and drove her foot through its chest. She glanced at her hands and jumped backwards into an ally. The shadows flickered as she activated part of her quirk. I'll need a quirk report on that. Midnight called to the others. Aizawa answered. Kikumi Midoriya, dark consumption. Let her consume darkness and use it to empower herself. He said, looking mildly impressed at her actions. Seizing a lull in the battle to top herself off, good. Is that a hint of fondness? Midnight grinned at him and Aizawa rolled his eyes. The testing was going smoothly, some standout candidates and others that, well, stood out for the wrong reasons. They had an electronic leaderboard displaying real-time scores, including assigned rescue points. Rescue points were assigned after the test, but estimates of what a student would get were displayed. It was startlingly accurate as well. The system had even managed to predict the rescue points Aizawa would assign. The top score was already at 77 villain points and was predicted to receive 10 rescue points. Second on the other hand, Kikumi, was at 52 villain points and was predicted to get 27 rescue points. The lowest score ranked, 34th, was already sitting at a neat total of 41. Quite the year, huh? Vlad noted once he saw where Aizawa was looking. Not often the cutoffs in the 40s. Aizawa had to concede that point. Scores this high were rare, and they had an entire exam of it now. These kids would be a pain to deal with. Nizu was laughing as the exam continued. The little chimera gets some kind of joy from seeing the next generation show what they could do without the school's aid. I think it's time for something a little more fun, Nizu said, full on cackling now as Toshinori reached for the arena trap release switch. Now! Kikumi stopped running as she felt the ground shake. Most of the other participants did the same, glancing around. That was weird. Another quake hit soon after, then a third, this time accompanied by the whir of machinery. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw it. Easily taller than all the buildings around them was the arena trap. Almost instantly people turned and began running, Kikumi almost among them. Just as she went to turn around, she saw someone not moving. Ochako was trapped under rubble. In a burst of strength she was there. Working to calm Ochako, she started trying to move the rubble. It was heavy and cumbersome and not all attached, which made it far harder than it needed to be. Together, a boy, the one who stood up during the presentation in the auditorium, said, suddenly beside her. His hands were on the rubble too, and together they pulled and pushed, but it still wasn't enough. A third arrived, the purple-haired kid with his stop sign. I'll leverage. Good plan. Even with the three of them it wasn't enough. They were clearing rubble, but Kikumi could tell it wasn't fast enough. She glanced up at the robot. It'd be on top of them before they ever hoped to free Ochako. Or it would be if they didn't do something drastic. Her eyes flickered along the street, between buildings, and locked on an alley not far from them. Get her out. Kikumi stretched and pushed one for all to her limit. 10% of the power flooded her body. Bruises started forming immediately. I'll buy you time. The concrete cracked as she launched to the alley, shooting up the buildings with ease. She had one shot of this. She had to make it count. She stood at one end of a building waiting. She launched across it, foot hitting the ledge and sending her flying into the air. She spun through the air towards its head, chagrin everything she had into one powerful kick. Up with the teachers, several of them were out of their seats watching just this one girl as she sailed through the air towards the colossal machine. They had plenty of people try to fight the arena traps before, but something about this felt different. There was an energy in the ROM as the girl sailed through the air. Glowing purple lines arced over her leg as she sailed, cracks that showed the power within. Toshinori grinned to himself. That's it, my girl. Show them who you are. He thought, watching his student push herself beyond her limits. Show them that there's no reason to fear. Ninth. Kikumi called as she coiled like a spring right before the machine's enormous head. The air around her warping slightly. Column. She let loose the kick and the entire machine lurched back. Its feet tearing furrows into the concrete. Her blow damaged the internals so badly that explosions rocked the length of the beast. As it fell, so did she, plummeting towards the earth like a shard of the night sky itself. Because you are here. It wasn't over though. That blow broke every bone in her leg and damaged multiple other points. She was barely conscious, not enough to form a plan as she fell. Luckily the other two had freed Ochako and she stepped forward, wincing as she did. Your ankle. The boy with engines in his leg said. The debris may have broken it. It doesn't matter. Ochako stepped forward and winced as she put weight on her damaged ankle. She then took another step. She needs help. The engine boy caught her as she almost fell over again. He nodded and looked up at the falling figure. His own resolve hardened in that instant. Together. He reached out to the other boy who nodded and took his hand. Together. With that the three turned back to the falling girl. Tenya Ito was no fool. He knew the kind of speed he'd need to pull this off. He also knew that with his current state he couldn't have the focus to pull that off, catch and stabilize someone else, but with their help? He only had one job to do. He ran the numbers in his head as his engines superheated, the exhaust pipes beginning to glow. He had half a block to cover for her. The others situated themselves easily, securing themselves and each other. They had one chance, missing this window could kill the girl. Recipro. Heat turned to pure fire as he poured his all into this moment. Burst. They rocketed forward, Tenya timing his jump just right so Ochako could tag the falling girl with her own quirk and the other boy could catch her. When they hit the ground he came to a quick stop and they carefully placed Kikumi on the ground before Ochako let her quirk go. She immediately threw up, barely managing to turn away. And that's time. They heard Present Mike call seconds later. They were all gasping for breath at that, even the somehow still conscious Kikumi. Holy shit. The purple-haired kid said. Name's Hitoshi Shinso, you can just call me Hitoshi after that. Ordinarily I'm against such language, but in this instance it feels appropriate. Tenya stated. My name is Tenya Ida, just Tenya is fine. Oh dearie me, an elderly woman said as she approached the group. She used her quirk to heal Ochako quite easily but frowned down at Kikumi. You're far too exhausted for my healing to work dearie. Kikumi began, gasping for breath still. Shadows please. Under Recovery Girl's careful guidance Tenya and Hitoshi managed to carry the girl over to the shadow of a building. Kikumi immediately activated her quirk, drawing the darkness in and consuming it for energy. Recovery Girl quickly managed to heal her broken leg after that. Tenya and Hitoshi however still assisted Kikumi on her walk to the infirmary with Ochako right beside them. In that moment it felt to the group as if something special had been forged. Meanwhile the teachers were left stunned in their viewing booth. The scoreboard was finalizing the results now as they all stood in silence. How could they react to that? A participant had, in one blow, annihilated the arena trap. Aizawa was grinning ear to ear. The girl had some obvious weaknesses and couldn't use her full power without consequence, but she knew that. And when she could pull it off. The world wasn't ready for that. You guys saw that right? Present Mick's voice came over their intercom. The staff present could only nod, all the while Nizu cackled like a madman. They were in for a very interesting year indeed. It'd be a week before they got their letters explaining whether they'd be accepted or not. It was nerve-wracking for all those involved. Kikumi endured continued jeers from her classmates but found solace in new friends. The 5 of them were gathered in a cafe on the 3rd day of waiting. No, seriously, Hitoshi said. I'm standing there in the middle of a pity party and she tackles me aside and hands me a stop sign. Sounds like Kiku. Mei laughed as she scarfed down another portion. Seriously, heroic to a fault that one. People have feared the void and those who hid within its shadows for too long. Kikumi stated as she took her own food. I seek to correct this misgiving. By telling me to bathe in their blood? Hitoshi countered. Tenya coughed at that. Ochako laughed as he sputtered about how he appreciated his friend's aesthetic, but she must put a line somewhere. Well yes, you must teach your enemies to fear you. Kikumi explained. Someone who fears you is distracted, less skilled for a time. An admirable tactic. Tenya stated as he lurched to his feet. He continued on that line of conversation, going on to rant about the potential application of such a tactic and how his own brother had found success with it more than once. The group laughed about it as he sat back down. Each of the 5 were so different but they found common ground so easily. They laughed like old friends and planned to meet again even when they still had hours before their time ended. I can't wait for all of you to be the hero course, Mei said at one point. Her grin was manic as she said such. I have so many ideas for babies. Well, you guys being in the hero course. I got 23 points. Hitoshi said, shrugging. At one point he might have been angry and felt justified, but the robots were pretty easy to destroy or incapacitate, and they had off switches. Actually, speaking of which, what did you guys get? 78. Kikumi said. The others blinked at her. She grinned at them. When you hold the void's strength, even the targets fly like arrows. Ah, of course. Tenya nodded approvingly. Using defeated foes as weapons was an interesting strategy. I myself scored 54 points. 49. Chaco state. Your idea about reversing my quirk was pretty helpful actually. I'm sorry I need to go back, 78? Hitoshi leaned over the table to face her more fully. She nodded. Wow. Hard to compete with that. You could best any of us. Kikumi countered. Hitoshi blinked at that and glanced around the room. Sure, his brainwashing was strong, but they had incredible quirks. It was strange that they were all agreeing with Kikumi's stance on the power he held. It's not that great, he muttered. I've never encountered one who could trap me within the darkness of my own mind while they direct my body's actions. Hitoshi hadn't used his quirk on Kikumi at any point. The way she described things was interesting. He just stared at her. But you know what it is, he said. Kikumi blinked at him. You know that you just don't respond and I can't do anything. I find it hard to believe that you wouldn't be able to get under our skin. Kikumi stated. From her mouth it sounded like a statement of fact. I concur. Tenya added. While at Somoi we don't encounter bullies often, but we do deal with them enough that their preferred targets have developed a means of defense. Outdoing them, Ochako said with authority. Tenya blinked. He knew on some level that he was the only one in the group to receive no bullying, but somehow Ochako's experience always threw him for a loop. Getting under their skin and making them think you're better at it than they are. I just made them think I'm crazy. Mei shrugged. Everyone decided not to point out that they themselves weren't sure. No one wants to talk to the crazy girl that tinkers with machines. Fine by me. Man, people asike. Hitoshi noted. The others offered their own insights into how terrible people are. In all their lives they hadn't exactly anticipated finding a group like this. Hitoshi with his villainous quirk and constant fear-mongered status. Ochako who faced adversity by virtue of not having the newest things, Mei who was just too weird, and Kikumi. Kikumi, the girl whose quirk was so rooted in darkness that no one could see any reason to give her light. Listening to the others talk and laugh off this trauma, Tenya made a silent promise to himself. These were his friends, he'd make sure they didn't have to face that ever again. And should one day they ask him to stop or back off, he would. While they were talking they failed to notice the news feed on a TV mounted to one wall. The reporters were once again discussing a recent string of hero deaths and their cause. A man calling himself Stain who sought to end the stain of false heroes. The coverage was mostly on the reactions to Stain's ideology, however, and mostly taking his side. The world was changing, and perhaps not all change was good. The next day, though, Kikumi wouldn't be meeting with her friends. In fact, she had to attend her normal classes. She wasn't exactly looking forward to it. The class hadn't hesitated over her pending application status at all. Oh look, it's the villain that actually thought UA wouldn't be able to see what she is. One of the other girls sneered at her as she passed. Kikumi pretended not to hear as she continued along. That was her days now, people. Mocking her for even trying. Hypocrites who bragged about wanting to attend UA but never showing up. So the little spy really thought UA wouldn't notice, huh? One of her actual classmates said as she walked into class. She simply rolled her eyes, an action no one could see due to her glasses. She couldn't wait to be out of this school, and she got the feeling her friends felt much the same way. Do you fuckers ever shut up? Katsuki said from his seat. He'd often expressed anger over the teasing and most stopped when he did. None thought that he was actually defending her, but rather he was simply sick of listening to them. Ah, come on, Bakugu, the same boy stated. Just reminding her of her place is all. I mean, we all know UA will once they send out those letters. Bet hers comes with an arrest warrant. One of the others piped up. Kikumi took her seat in silence. It had long been practiced. Her words and general interest had only ever been used to defend their points. I mean, she has a book of hero weaknesses, only a villain would do that. Or any professional analyst in the world. That was their job after all. Yeah. Yet another boy said from the back. Bet she's got all kinds of plans to kill heroes off. Someone should stop her. One of the girls wielding a stronger quirk rose from her seat as she spoke. I was unaware you had forgotten what occurred last time you tried pushing the void down. Kikumi slowly turned to face the girl. Her shadow warped to be directly under her as Wisp rose from her form. I won't enjoy doing so, but if you would like a reminder, I will grant such. The thing about One for All that was so intuitive to Kikumi was that it was an enhancer quirk, just like hers. She simply applied the training and lessons from Dr. Kikumi and quickly figured out how to utilize the ability. Her classmates, however, did not know that the new effects around her were a new quirk entirely. They simply assumed she had been holding back for years and that she had grown tired of doing so. They were right, of course. Listening to her friends talk of their own bullies and Tenya's efforts to defend the targets of such in his school had made her tired of such petty actions. If these people thought they could beat her down, she would show them the error of that thought. "Is that a threat?" One of her classmates, she did not care which, snarled at her. "I could get you expelled for that, you little dash." "And what of the threats you've made?" the teacher said as he walked in. "We're a lot more lenient than perhaps a school should be, but I do find it interesting how your target takes an action you have on many occasions and that breaks your resolve. Get to your seats." That had been a surprise to Kikumi. Earlier that year the teachers in the school hadn't gotten better, but they went from clear favoritism and instead in the direction of total chaos. It was equal treatment in the wrong direction. Once the class was settled, the teacher looked out over them. "Now, I've reviewed all your college and university applications and your mock test." The teacher began. "Izuku Midoriya, congratulations on your perfect scores on the UA mock test. I'm looking forward to seeing your grades on the actual test." That was the main topic of the class, one last chance for the teacher to point out mistakes and offer advice to his students as they entered the next stages of their lives. As much as Kikumi hated this place, she had to admit that the teacher wanted them to succeed. Most of the kids hadn't actually taken any entrance test for their chosen schools yet. UA situated theirs before everyone else due to how competitive they were. Eventually, though, the day had to end. Kikumi knew that today wasn't going to simply end with her being left alone, not with the glares she'd been getting all day. As she walked out of the school, she could see most of her tormentors waiting for her. So they wanted to play. Fine. Well. The clear ringleader said as he stepped out. "If it isn't the deluded fool. School's out, can't hide from us now. The notion that you, any of you, are threat enough to warrant hiding is foolish." She noted. It wasn't an assertion, an opinion, but a fact. To Kikumi, she had nothing to hide from. She continued walking. "Funny," he said. Some of the other classmates blocked her way. She sighed. "We're going to fight finally. No way out of this, or do you want us to report you for illegal quirk use? Didn't think you were an idiot." Another voice added on. Katsuki leaning against a tree outside the gate. "I mean, really, illegal quirk use if you don't fight? So what are you going to do if she does? What's that matter?" Suddenly not willing to fight anyone, the ringleader said, cocky grin on display. "You're trying to fight someone who bothered training to be a hero," Katsuki countered. "She could kick your butt without her quirk, with it? Give up." "No," he said. "I'm sick of this FAU villain in waiting walking around like we don't all know what she is. I'm tired of letting people who can never be a hero trying it." "Fine. You want to fight?" Katsuki pushed off the tree and walked forward, hands never leaving his pockets. "You if you got one." The boy sputtered. Kikumi grinned from behind him. "Oh, challenged by a force you do respect and suddenly you have no spine?" she said, brushing past him. No one tried to stop her and she kept going. She was almost done with this place, these people. She wasn't going to let their last-ditch attempt to get their goal affect her. Desperation reeked. Kikumi walked home, lost in thought as she did. There was still so much about One for All and its history she didn't know. There was this entire legacy of heroics that was just entirely unknown to the world. It was thrilling to not only know the secret but to be part of it. It almost was enough to make her forget the quaking nervousness about her exam scores. Almost. "Kiku!" Mei shouted once. She'd entered their scheduled call. Kikumi and Mei, as the only ones aware of One for All, had met to talk about it every day, in code of course. Neither trusted these devices with that kind of secret. "I still haven't heard from you, you?" "Nothing yet." Mei groaned at that. Kikumi understood the feeling. The anticipation was starting to get annoying. Both girls sat and talked, mostly on hero costumes. "Look, all I'm saying is that if MT Lady's going to have all her attacks be heel strikes, she should get metal plating." Mei said Kikumi could agree. There was just one problem. The kind of technology to allow that is simply too expensive. Kikumi said. She glanced at the visor sitting on her desk. I'm surprised you had the information needed for a quirk-based power system. I worked hard to figure that out. May shrugged. I actually had an example blueprint which wasn't great at explaining how it works. Still, it was immensely helpful in the exam. Kikumi said. It had been, even before its extra functions. The custom fit and back strap made it far less likely to fall off airhead than her glasses. She had decided to get a strap for her glasses though, as Toshinori said she couldn't guarantee she had her visor whenever she needed to fight. They shield me from the light just as needed without risk, thank you May. Well, you using them helped my grade. May said. She blushed at the praise. The girl adored attention and fully thought she deserved it all, but true praise from her friends threw her for a loop. Kikumi loved praising her friends. I have no idea how much, but I was told it would. Kikumi and May continued on like that for the night, discussing Kikumi's quirk analyst and how May could use that for support gear. Ochako couldn't control her movements in zero gravity, so May thought of adding grappling hooks to her suit. Kikumi noted that Tenya's engines could easily overheat. May thought of installing an internal cooling system to his suit. May was the one to come up with a voice modulator for Hitoshi. Would that work? Kikumi said, thinking about it. Hitoshi's biggest weakness was people knowing he was speaking. If someone knew the exact details of his quirk, they could quite easily beat him. Would a simple modulator solve this issue? Nope. May said, as cheerful as ever. That's why I was thinking of doing a voice replicator. Make him able to replicate any voice. Truly the materialization of one of the darkest fears. Kikumi said. May grinned at her friend's words. Please do. May cackled like a demon at that. She showed Kikumi the blueprints she's already started making. It was simply wonderful the way her mind worked, making near impossible technology out of a whim with no regards to how difficult it actually is. May was like a force of nature in that regard. Kikumi couldn't wait to see the future of heroics, knowing what kind of support gear they could have. May lost track of their conversation and moved on to discussing some of her other ideas and concepts. She had things like a jetpack and hover boots, or a visor not unlike Kikumi's but with a full-scale supercomputer inside. Kikumi was, as she was with all her friends, content to listen to May rattle on. Her friends shared the same courtesy with her, although they all would argue it wasn't a courtesy. Eventually May had to stop as she stretched. Is it getting late already? She said, glancing at a clock. She blinked at it. Oh, we didn't even talk about anything you wanted to. We talked about your passion. Kikumi countered. That is what I wanted to discuss. May and Kikumi shared one thing that they didn't with the others. Their interests were the primary subject of their torment. Making sure the other never felt shame over it was a major goal for both. Sure, their friends and Toshinori were just as eager, but the two of them felt a different kinship in it. They said their goodbyes and logged off. Kikumi leaned back to check outside. It was dark out. She took her glasses off and grinned. It was nice to not need them. Her eyes being adapted for total darkness was still weird for most people and meant she probably should go into underground heroics. The only problem she had with underground heroes is that almost every hero with a so-called villainous quirk was underground. She loved heroes like Eraserhead and she understood the desire to be underground. The fact though was her quirk worked for limelight heroics well, and she could be what she'd wanted growing up, someone like her to look up to. There was comfort in the darkness, but comfort was an improvement. With her blackout currents closed, she collapsed into bed for the night, mentally marking the day off. One more day closer, she thought, ever closer to the day they'd get their UA letters. As she lay there, anticipation bleed into excitement, but before she knew it she was asleep. Kikumi blinked, seeing nothing but void around her and a rock-like surface beneath her feet. Actually, she didn't have feet, or seemed to have a body. That was concerning. The void was flowing like water, twisting and turning in every direction. It looked like you could get swept up in the current and never hope to get out. Before her were 8 thrones, each the same, and unbeknownst to her another rested behind her. Well, she'd handled this better than I thought she would. A voice said. Kikumi's gaze snapped to the speaker, a tall black-haired woman. What was this? Hey kid. That makes 9. Another voice said, this one a bald man. Things weren't supposed to be this fast, kid, but well, dark consumption's kinda speeding things along. That's putting it mildly. The woman said. She smiled at Kikumi, a bright shining grin that reminded her of All Might. We just wanted to check on how fast things were going. No worries, 9th. Another man this time, white-haired. We'll definitely talk more once you're able to talk here. She wanted to step forward, to ask what this was. Was this related to One for All? That's the only thing she could think of that would have her be 9th for. But she couldn't move, couldn't form words, and before she knew it she was falling backwards and out of this place. It was strange to actively feel like you were falling into dreams. Kikumi, for as strange as this was, couldn't help but feel like it was good. In the morning when she woke up it was with the embers of One for All burning in her limbs. She stared at her hand and drew on that power for a moment. The familiar effect on her shadow and wispy energy came just as before. She cut it off and got up. Whatever that was, she couldn't do anything about it now. Kikumi went about her morning routine, slipping one arm of her folded glasses into her shirt. Izuku Midoriya hadn't been able to afford to tint the windows, so she'd simply gotten blackout curtains and kept them closed almost all the time. When Kikumi said she could open them, Izuku had firmly stated she deserved to be comfortable in her own home. So the Midoriya home was only as lit as Izuku needed at any time. Kikumi rubbed her eyes as she walked into the kitchen. Morning, Kikumi. Izuku called from the living room. Kikumi groaned. Did you not sleep well? I slept mostly okay. Kikumi said as she poured herself a bowl of cereal. Just had a strange dream. Oh, was it good? Kikumi shrugged as she took her own seat in the living room. The TV was on and so was a small reading lamp, but otherwise it was dark. I think, Kikumi said, and she shrugged. It was within the void of my soul. I think, while it's dark, it couldn't have been bad. Well, that's good at least, Izuku said. The two sat in silence for a moment as Izuku flipped a page in her book. Your UA letter should be here later today. What? Kikumi sputtered, pulling her phone out to check the date. Oh wow. The idea that much time had passed without her notice threw her for a loop. Losing track of the days while anticipating something so much didn't seem possible to her. Still, she'd have her letter by the time she got home from school. Her classmates probably had some torment cooked up for the day. After panicking over it and finishing her morning routine, she headed off to school. She passed yet another villain attack that MT Lady and Kamui Woods handled rapidly on her way. The two heroes were rising rapidly in popularity polls. Kikumi stopped to watch them handle it before turning back to her path. Even when rushing, she couldn't help but watch the fights. Once she was at the school, exactly what she expected happened. Oh, Luki here. One of the classmates said. Last chance villain, UA's letter declaring you what you are arrives today. Then we shall see whose darkness is stronger, won't we? She said, taking her seat. That was the extent of what she faced that day. It was unusually pleasant. She could see that much like herself, Katsuki was constantly glancing at the clock. It seemed the both of them were too anxious about their results for anything else to matter. Once the bell went, the two practically sprinted from their desk and home. Kikumi had taken to the rooftops, using just dark consumption due to its far less visible usage signs. She hit the ground in a roll outside her front door and grinned to herself. As she opened the door, she found her mother on the other side, clearly excited, holding the letter. It's here, Izuku stammered out. Kikumi took it and quickly rushed to her room to read it. She was, of course, surprised when just a disc fell from the envelope. The disc lit up and a projection of All Might filled the air. Surprise, my girl, he said. The reason I couldn't contact you this week is that I'm the newest teacher at UA. Amazing, Kikumi muttered, awed at the idea despite having almost a year of learning form the #1 hero. Now then, onto your score. You got top marks on the written test, only 1 point off a perfect score in fact. He laughed at that, pride in his voice. And on the practical you scored 78 villain points. That would put you in second place. Yes. She pumped a fist at that. Second place was one hell of an achievement. Except of course for one thing. UA wouldn't be a hero school if it failed to take heroes. All Might said as a little screen showing her final attack appeared over his shoulder. That is why UA staff has awarded you 35 rescue points. That would put you in first place with 112 points. Next to All Might, the top 10 list appeared. Tenya, Ochako and Katsuki were all there in various places. All Might held a hand out to her. "Congratulations, my girl," he said. "And welcome to your hero academia." She turned to her computer immediately, opening the group chat. Scopeless, top support score with 62 on the practical and 106% on the written. Burn Rubber, I successfully got 4th, congratulations Kikumi, Ochako on 1st and 2nd. Living Dark Matter, thanks. The Void's Messenger, congratulations to you all, Hitoshi. Grand Theft Body holy shit I got in. Burn Rubber, congratulations. Living Dark Matter, what? Awesome. The Void's Messenger, truly the blood of your enemies have blessed you. How did you do? Grand Theft Body, 34th at 43. Mom, I got 1st place. Kikumi shouted to her mother. Inko squealed with joy and shouted back something about dinner with the Bakugas to celebrate their booth getting in. Kikumi glanced back at the chat as they sent their last messages before going to celebrate. All her friends got in, and more so were in the same class. Kikumi grinned. This truly would be the start of something incredible. UA wouldn't know what hit it when they arrived. It simply wasn't ready. There was no way it could be. At UA, the staff were looking over completed class list and working out some minor problems. Aizawa had some rounds, checking on things that had to be done before the start of the school year. Ever since UA converted to a university, the quality of their courses shot up. "Where's Ajui's heat lamps?" he said, glancing into the room. The tank and water system was in, but there were no lamps at all. "We have a cold-blooded student. Where are the god-made heat lamps?" "On the way, sir. Only door they fit through would pass through the kitchen to get here." Aizawa sighed, of course. The lamp would have to wait a few more hours then. He stepped to the next room and glanced in to see workers in the middle of installing the window. "Just checking in," he said. One of the workers, one of 2 spotters, glanced at him. "Sorry it's taking so long, sir. The tighter space makes the windows a nightmare," he said. Aizawa nodded. He had the feeling Kikumi was the only one who could even see through those. "All right, Cementos, you're in charge. I have to double-check the classroom." Aizawa walked out of Class 1 as dorm. The custom work was easily his favorite part of the much higher budget since the conversion. Back when hero schools were still high schools, Ajui would have lamps supplied afterwards and Kikumi would have to make do with blackout curtains. He walked into Class 1 as homeroom to find Toshinori. "How's things looking here?" he asked, stepping up to the room. Toshinori nodded up to where workers were installing new handholds on the ceiling. Clearly the first ones hadn't passed inspection. Of course, at least the net and ladder passed. "You know, I hadn't expected this level of work to occur for the first years," Toshinori stated. Aizawa nodded. There were reasons it worked, but he still hadn't imagined this level of change when he first saw it. "I'll be honest, I wasn't sure you'd be okay with all this, with your attitude towards coddling kids." "This is accommodation," Aizawa said, glancing up. They had made the upper windows blackout like Kikumi's room while the lower had blackout curtains. To do anything less is unacceptable. "It seems we misjudged each other," Toshinori said, the 2 stepping into a back room. The 1A classroom had had an addition, a brightly lit room off the back for some of the kids to work in when it wasn't lesson time. "I managed to secure a weight room addition to the dorms," Aizawa said. Toshinori nodded at that. The 2 had spent extensive time discussing the students' needs. Kikumi needing to build muscle and actively use her quirk to get her body properly adjusted was only one of many topics. UA took its rank as the best very seriously. They'd be ready for their incoming class. They always were. Even the tight deadline couldn't stop them. Kikumi stopped outside UA's gates. This was it, she was here. She was giddy about it. Behind her, Inko was getting the details of the dorm system. Packing Kikumi's room had been a relatively easy process, especially since UA's movers understood the value of a collection. Each of the students had their own moving team, 3 people. "Oh, I'm just so excited," Inko said, stepping up next to Her daughter. You're off to university. I can't believe you're an adult already. The passage of time is a cruel, encroaching force. Kikumi said. Inko laughed at that and pulled her in for a hug. The two stood for a moment longer. I should be unpacking. I think the class will be meeting tonight. Of course, sweetie, I love you. Kikumi replied her affirmations of the same, and the two parted ways. Kikumi moved up to her room to find her belongings awaiting her. The bed and desk were supplied by the school. What she was truly surprised by was how, despite the lack of curtains, her room was the perfect brightness. Incredible. She muttered. Yue going through the effort to tint her bedroom window with her exact prescription was beyond her expectations. Glancing outside, she saw she had a balcony. That'd be nice. There were a lot more nighttime plants, sensing the dawn of quirks. Maybe she'd start a garden. Partway through unpacking, she heard a knock on her door. Putting her glasses back on, she opened it to find a pink-skinned girl on the other side. That girl blinked and grinned at her. Despite the lack of light, she could clearly make out at least some of the room. Wow, light sensitive? She asked. Kikumi nodded. Same, not nearly this bad. Regular all, sunglasses do it for me when I need them. Get it from one of my moms, you? Secondary quirk effect. Kikumi stated. The girl made a grand gesture of understanding. Kikumi Midoriya? You? Mina Ishido. The girl replied and paused. Wait, you're the top score. That was crazy. How'd you do that? I did have a level of combat training going in. Kikumi said. Mina nodded at that. She grinned and held a hand out. Well, I was thinking of doing a room tour tonight and wanted to get everyone's permission first. That was admirable. Kikumi would gladly show her room to the class. A bonding exercise, excellent. Kikumi said. Mina grinned excitedly at that. I look forward to it. Great. Kikumi noted the way the girl bounced slightly as she spoke. It was as Mina left that Kikumi noticed one of the others on her floor, a girl with half-white half-red hair being hugged by a white-haired woman. Mina rushed to the elevator, clearly already covering everyone on this floor. The girl waved at her and Kikumi smiled back. Once she was done in her room, she'd meet the people on her floor. The dorms were 6 rooms to a floor over 4 floors. One side was boys and the other girls, and each with its own elevator and divided. The girl with multicolored hair was the only other girl on the floor. Her mom was just helping her move in. One Rei Todoroki had left Kikumi, and Shoto decided to meet the boys they were sharing the floor with. Sup? The first said as he saw them enter the hallway. His hair was blonde with a black bolt in it. I'm Denki Kaminari, you? So, who else is on this floor? Shoto said once introductions were out of the way. Denki shrugged. No idea. Only time I saw either of them was when Ishido came to talk about the room tour. He said. He grinned at them though. But man, we're here. Can you believe it? Hardly. Kikumi stated with a snort of laughter. For many years I had secretly fallen into the darkness of believing I wouldn't make it. I wasn't certain I'd make it through recommendation, but am not surprised I made it in. Shoto said. Kikumi could admire confidence. Katsuki had it in spades after all, and it was something Kikumi had always wanted for herself. Denki seemed like he agreed. I get that. I was nervous for months before the exam, but seeing all those robots? Denki's grin turned into a smirk as electricity danced on his fingers. Thought I had it easy almost immediately. Once it was over, the nerves came back though. I too lost track of my reservations in the heat of combat. Kikumi said, Shoto nodding beside her. So the 3 stood and talked, simply waiting for the others to finish before going down to the common area. Last I checked, there is a common area. Tenya said as he came out of his room. Another student, with multiple arms and a face mask, stepped out of the 3rd dorm. Mizo, Tenya and Denki were their floormates, it seemed. Together the 5 of them moved down to the common area, finding their entire class waiting. Kikumi. Tenya. Ochako said, raising her hand. She was sitting on the couch surrounded by what Kikumi assumed were her floormates. Kikumi lit up and approached, taking a spot on the floor. The class gathered in the living area, sprawled on couches and chairs, and a few even taking spots on the floor. The class took the time to introduce themselves and get to know each other. The topic of dorm chores did come up, but they all agreed that could wait a few days. They'd settle in and then work those things out. After just over an hour and a half they embarked upon the room tour Mina suggested. It was interesting to see how the class would decorate their rooms. Some, like Ricardo, clearly had some items more meant for the communal spaces. The class had fun with it, playfully ribbing each other over their decor. Kikumi and Fumikage shared notes on their decor, each liking aspects of them. Fumikage liked the way she'd blended the lighter decor, mostly hero merch, in a way that didn't look strange next to her darker material. Kikumi greatly enjoyed how he stuck to the darker aspects and more ominous decor but still left it feeling inviting. "Can we keep her Fumi?" "His quirk," Dark Shadow declared. Fumikage blushed. "Silence, beast. We don't get to keep people," he muttered as he shoved the shadowy being down. The shadow seemed to grin at him. "Ah, Fumi, that doesn't mean you don't wanna," the beast said as it vanished into his waist. "I know all your secrets. I apologize for Dark Shadow Midoriya," he said, blushing lightly. "She does not understand that we can't voice our every waking thought. The darkest of minds are forced into the greatest silence," Kikumi said. Fumikage blinked and nodded his own agreement. Kikumi smiled at him as they stepped out into the halls from his room, the last on their tour. "The darkness has gifted you such a marvelous companion. A beast of darkness itself, truly spectacular. Don't sell the void's gift to you short," Fumikage countered as they walked. "The shadows whisper your name and grant you great strength." "Are they always like this?" Mina whispered behind them. Ochako giggled. "Yeah, this is pretty normal for Kikumi," she said, Tenya and Hitoshi adding their own confirmations. Some of their classmates seemed strangely enamored with their interactions, Momo especially. "Is this what two people having dash?" Momo began, pausing as Kikumi laughed at something the avian-headed boy said. "Crushes on each other look like?" "Yaoruzu, that is quite presumptuous of you," Tenya scolded lightly. Ochako chuckled. "Nah, Kikumi's gay as sheet," she said. The class just looked at her, some looking a tad angry. "She's open about it, had the flag in her room. That feels like something we should have seen coming," Tsuyu said, croaking at times as she spoke. It was honestly adorable. The class quickly reached the common area again and Ricardo decided it was time for some real bonding. "Who wants supper?" he asked to cheers from the class. He led most of the class in a frenzied cooking fest. It was wild how quickly you could prep food for 20 people when those same people were all willing to help in the kitchen. Minoru faced more than one glare or smack with a wooden spoon over his antics. The shortest classmate had to learn at some point that certain things would not be tolerated. It was a strange, chaotic, and not even remotely well-oiled. The class laughed and sang together as they said about it. At some point the topic of heroic origins came up. Each person in the class had some reason for being there. A few simply wanted to help people, but several had different origins. "I want to take care of my parents." Ochako sounded a little nervous about the topic. "I know it's not super heroic, being in it for the money and all dash. There's nothing unheroic about it," Tsuyu affirmed to her. "You want the money to help your parents, not to have money. That's heroic." "Beside that," Momo began, "heroics is lucrative, but there are far safer fields that are almost as lucrative. You choose a field where you protect and save people as a means to care for your family. That sounds heroic to me," Tenya stated firmly, leaving no room for counter-arguments. "My reasons, however, are far less altruistic. My family is rooted firmly in heroics and I wish to continue that legacy. A grand motivation, one of hope and love," Fumikage said, Dark Shadow voicing her own agreement. "We desire to show that even those who dwell between the stars can shine as brightly." "Yeah," the living shadow said, puffing up in pride. "We'll be better than any star." "What about you, Bakugu?" Ijiro said. The class turned to the explosive boy. "You've been mostly silent." "I want to be better than All Might," he said, scoffing at the low laugh that got. "Once I'm a pro, people will see me and know it's over. The villain if I lost the moment they came face to face with me." "Bro, that's so manly," The redhead said the class as a whole had to agree at least somewhat. It was admirable, not quite All Might symbol of peace but still admirable. The rest of the class looked at Kikumi at that point. I wish to be a symbol in a way. Kikumi stated. A beacon in the darkness, I wish to show that the shadows so many villains hide within are not the enemy, are not to be feared. I want to show that the void has its own champion, that even the darkness will offer protection and hope. No really Fumi. Dark Shadow began, her voice catching the mostly stunned class's attention. Can we keep her? That's an amazing goal, Midoriya. Momo stated. You're aiming higher than all of us together. Yes, it's ambitious. Tenya corroborated. He frowned in thought. Are you certain you can live up to such an ideal? The knowledge one seeks lies at the end of a gauntlet and may only be gained by attempting to achieve one's ambitions. Kikumi replied. It was filtered through her usual manner of speech, yet the class seemed to grasp the point easily. There was silence among them, a sort of awe for the girl so firmly tied to the darkness. Some of them could even see the idea that she'd achieve it, others however saw something more. Momo Yaoyorozu wasn't the most confident person. Despite her quirk and intelligence, she couldn't help but feel like she wouldn't amount to much in life. She'd at some point simply resigned herself to the idea of being average. Of course, what she couldn't know was that most of the class had at some point thought similarly, but she did know herself. Kikumi spoke of a gauntlet between her and the knowledge about whether her goal was achievable and planned to tackle it in full. Who was she to not do the same? Momo was one among many in that thought, however. In a brief instant, without any of them knowing it, they'd all seen in Kikumi the same thing All Might had. It inspired in them the same heroic resolve, the same hope for the future. Eventually, though, all conversations must end. The class split off, some staying up a little longer as they broke off into groups. Kikumi, Ochako, Tenya and Hitoshi took up a spot on one of the couches to talk about the school and their excitement. The four of them each already knew of the other's hero costumes, mostly because May refused to not be involved in their SBMSN process. The friends discussed their thoughts on what was coming. Well, tomorrow's supposed to be orientation, right? Ochako said as they discussed possible activities. Tenyo agreed with her, surely the posted itinerary would be what followed. If I'm being honest, UA already set the precedent that they'd hide information from us to better test us. Hitoshi stated. Kikumi had to agree. They was the top hero. School, they had to take the plans as they knew them going in with a grain of salt. It is likely that we will be tested tomorrow. Kikumi said. The more she thought of it, the more likely it seemed that UA was going to change things on them. They weren't here to be heroes, as much as she could see guilt and denial in their eyes when she gave her reasoning. You don't attend the top school to be mediocre. She expected to see them all at the top. The void whispers of its strength. I expect they wish for us to shout that strength and then push us beyond it. Very true. Tenya stated. If Kikumi was analytical, Tenya was observant. He picked up ideas and events easily. What are we here for if not to push ourselves? I for one look forward to the new limits UA will push me to and beyond. Well, maybe it'll be fun? Ochako said, then blushed. She'd picked out early on that the others took heroics seriously, not as some game. It's training, right? It's not fun with lives on the line, but right now. No, you are right. Tenya said, assuring Ochako that no, she did deserve to be here. Training can be, and as my brother has said many times, should be fun. There's nothing wrong with having fun in the field either. Hitoshi said. Just gotta take things seriously when it matters. Precisely. Tenya said, and for just a moment Kikumi saw his eyes dart to the table where each of their phones lay. Ah, hold on, I forgot something. Tenya vanished, rushing to his room. Kikumi's eyes narrowed at that. Her friend was many things, forgetful was not one of them. It only took him a few minuets, but he came back down and walked right up to Ochako. I couldn't help but notice the hinge on her phone is heavily damaged and I have this old one simply sitting around. Tenya said. They all knew their friend wasn't a fan of charity, so he must have some angle. My brother's agency recently got a sponsorship from an electronics company that meant new phones for all of us. This is my old one. Tenya dash. I'd much rather it be used than collecting dust. He said quickly. I have no use for it. You know I hate handouts, Tenya. She glared at him. Tenya chuckled. I do, but as I'm sure you know, we collect things we don't need from sponsorships. Tenya suddenly became very serious. No, really, my brother only asked for enough new phones for his agency as part of this deal. He got 20 extra. Having spares is good. Hitoshi offered. But usually your spares are in until we replace it. Measure so, yeah, 20's probably a lot. Alright, fine. Thank you, Tenya. Ochako took the phone from him. She paused to look at it and turn it over in her hand. So, how do I get my SIM card into this? Or out of mine for that matter? The second one none of them knew. Ochako was the only one with experience in flip phones and she hadn't ever had to pull the card out. Luckily Momo's vast array of frankly absurdly specific knowledge led to her quickly solving the problem when asked. With that successfully solved the group and class at large went about their night. They all retired to their own rooms, desiring a good night leading up to their first day as hero students. Kikumi simply collapsed in bed, excited and ready for her journey in the school. However, a few floors below her on the boys' side of the dorms a very different circumstance was occurring. Fumikage and Dark Shadow were having a conversation in their room. Come on me, they're not gonna get nasty about it. Dark Shadow said as she wrapped her partner in a hug. Fumikage grunted at that. Be that as it may, I will decide when and if I am ready for such. Fumikage stated firmly, hugging the beast in return. Worries are plagues with no cure. You worry too much. Dark Shadow said. Fumikage laughed and she blew a raspberry. I worry for two. See, that's too much. But you don't worry enough, I must make up for the deficit you leave. Fumikage stated. Dark Shadow laughed. It wasn't a new conversation, and it wouldn't be the last time they had it, but in this moment they had bigger worries. It was the night before their first day at UA, they needed sleep. Kikumi was the first to rise, partially as a result of her training. She had a morning routine to keep, both to maintain her muscles and also to attempt to acclimate her body to its new power. The weight room was so well equipped that there were even things beyond her strength. It was strange to encounter things she couldn't lift at this point. Even with dark consumption and one for all at her safe output, some was beyond her. Whoa, we've got a full weight room. Ijiro seemed excited as he came into the room. Kikumi lifted her bar one more time and put it down. She sat up as Ijiro came over. There's a lot in here. I think it was designed with me in mind. Kikumi said, gesturing to the notation on her weights. Ijiro whistled at the sight. But there is something for everyone here. How much is that? He noted. It was high since the denotation symbols were different than he was used to. Kikumi rolled her shoulders and let her quirk go. Around 2 tons. She said. Ijiro looked impressed. It's near my current upper limit, but that will change once I can access my full strength. What happens if you try that now? He looked up from where he was familiarizing himself with the notations on all the weights. Better to know what it all meant than think something was lighter than it was. Bones break. She said simply. She had finished her workout, so now it was a matter of putting the weights away. Blood vessels burst, mass bruising. It's unpleasant and I'd rather avoid it. Rough. Ijiro winced at that thought. If I harden too much, my lungs can't expand or contract. Is that from hardening the wrong parts of your body or just going too hard? Kikumi questioned, slipping a little into quirk analyst mode. If it's the second, it'd be great for taking one big attack. Yeah, I can get way harder, but it's tough to focus on and breathe. Ijiro said and blinked. Yeah, actually, I could do that. Why didn't I think of that? We are all here to improve. Kikumi had a habit of reassuring people that their shortcomings, perceived or real, were there to be overcome. Now come, the void hungers for something to devour. Perhaps a bagel. The two moved into the kitchen to find Okahako floating near the ceiling. She reached into the back of one of the top cabinets and pulled a mug out. She seemed to notice them at that point. Hey, I need to just float by you a little here, she said as she used handholds on the side of the cabinets to lower and orient herself. I had no idea spaces designed with the user's quirk in mind were so nice. Interesting. Kikumi nodded and moved under the cabinets. Her own height not being much more than Ochako's meant she also couldn't reach the top shelf. Kikumi simply jumped, snagged one of the ceiling handles and pulled herself up with that arm to reach into the cabinet. You're right. That is quite the useful aid. Whoa! Half the people present marveled at their classmates. They ate mostly in silence, nerves about the day coming back in full swing. Fellow students, Tenya said once they were done. We should endeavor to be early, at least today, to make a good impression upon our teacher. Do we have to? Mina said. I'm not even in my full uniform. UA's dress code is actually very lax. Momo stated. Uniforms are only really expected on inspection days, which we're not allowed in the classroom during anyway. Huh, neat. Mina said. UA's teachers are here to teach the best of heroes, not the best students. Denki said to nods and agreement from the others. So let's show them we're taking this seriously. The class was on their way quickly after that. Tenya was leading them. Most of 1A was a little surprised to see most of the other students they encountered were in the full uniform however, some even getting nervous about it. Are you sure it's lax, Yamamo? Kyoka said as she approached the taller girl. Momo frowned as she watched the other students. I read the school rules and bylaws thoroughly and had my family's legal team go over it. She frowned as she thought about it. They all assured me my understanding was right. Like your company's legal team? Kyoka continued, clearly a little unsure of the eyes now on them. No, that's for the company. Momo affirmed. Most of the class laughed quietly at that. But as I said, I'm sure we'll be fine. The class wasn't exactly sure of themselves as they reached the classroom, but that was forgotten once they got in. The class space had clearly been designed around them. Each desk was more than big enough with varied chairs for them all. Kikumi lifted her glasses off and blinked at how the lights were, albeit still bright, far more manageable than she would have expected. Man, he pulls all the stops, huh? Mina muttered. Yeah. Kyoka said, finding a pair of full deafening headphones. When she put them on she could still hear, but the sound of the other classes vanished. It was unusual, but maybe she'd be able to focus in class for once. Definitely all the stops. No way. Denki all but shouted. The desk have built-in chargers and all kinds of stuff, and Wise Mind got a warning? There was a buzz that filled the air as more electricity than the average person could handle instantly flowed into Denki. He, to the class's surprise, simply blinked at it. So that's why. He glanced up to find the concerned looks from his classmates. No worries. My body uses way more juice than normal. The lengths UA went to. Fumikage marveled at his own desk. Unlike the others, it had a bit of a curve and additional space. Clearly meant to allow Dark Shadow the chance to do her own work. Truly the maddest banquet possible. No way. Fumi, they're gonna let me work. Dark Shadow said, as she noted the extra space. That exclamation, however, made several of the other students pause and turn to face her. Sentient quirks were rare, but they were still sentient. It seems all the desks are custom. Momo stated with approval. It had been something about school that had always felt weird, the sameness of everything in schools. To your seats. A voice said from the doorway, and the class all scrambled to find their desk. 8 seconds. Impressive for first-timers. We'll be working on that. A man dressed in mostly black with some loose tape-like wrapping around his neck walked to the front of the room and turned to face them. The man must be their homeroom teacher. He looked them over and nodded once at what he saw. All right, welcome to UA and all that garbage. I'm your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa. He said. The class offered their greetings. I noticed none of you are in the proper uniform. Good, about time someone else realizes how stupid that is. Anyway, get changed, you'll find P uniforms in the locker room. But sir, Tenya said, standing up. What about orientation? Orientation, Aizawa said, pausing on his walk. What will orientation do to aid you as a hero? The class glanced at each other and Aizawa nodded. Exactly, get changed, meet on field gamma. Aizawa turned to continue his walk. Midoriya, you'll find a training visor in your locker. Ashido, you'll find something similar. The class rushed out of the room after him. The locker rooms, luckily, were plainly labeled on all the maps and directional boards. Kikumi had a thought as she was running. This is a hero school. Their teacher clearly respected them to move quickly. Dark consumption and one for all flared to life, and she shot off down the hall and around a corner. Tenya seemed indigent at first. Kikumi has the right idea. He decided. Heroes must respond in moments. So should we. The class overall managed to take only 6 minutes to gather on Field Gamma. Aizawa seemed unimpressed as they gathered in front of him. 6 minutes, better than expected, still too slow. We'll be dropping that to 4 by the end of the year. He said and tapped his clipboard once. Alright, we're doing a quirk apprehension test today. A series of tests that is usually, and irrational, done quirkless. Do you mean the standard physical test, sir? Tenya said. Aizawa nodded at him and Tenya considered for a moment. Of course. Establishing a baseline. Exactly, your government files have a baseline in them. The problem is that baseline is useless. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Bakugu, how far could you throw? Around 70 meters. Katsuki said. Probably could get better if my quirk didn't make me sweat so FNG much. Well. Aizawa tossed him the ball. Try with your quirk. Katsuki stepped into the circle and rolled his shoulders. He couldn't let loose his strongest possible blast. He could do something close though. He wound up, tightly controlled movement as he waited that split second for the spark to start. His body twisted like an uncoiling spring and a deafening blast filled the air. Die! He shouted as the ball sailed high into the air. After a time Aizawa showed them the screen giving results. 751 meters. The class marveled at the sheer difference. This'll be fun. Ochako said. Aizawa's look hardened into a glare at that. Actually knowing what we're capable of. Finally. Knowing your capabilities is what today is about. Aizawa said, clearly deciding to grant a pass in this instance. Just remember, as heroes it isn't about fun or fair. It's about results. If you had fun and people died, people are dead. Don't forget that. That being said, last place will be expelled. Kikumi grinned as she stood at the starting line of the 50-meter dash. Tenya was next to her, crouched and ready to run forward. Kikumi activated her power, drawing up to her limit quickly and waited for the gunshot sound. 0.76. The robotic voice said as Kikumi cleared the dash. Moments later it declared Tenya's score of just under 3 seconds. Didn't have enough room to reach third gear. Tenya muttered in frustration. Kikumi nodded. She knew she was faster than that. Some of the others in class got fairly impressive scores themselves. Momo had used a full cannon's recoil to clear the dash in slightly more than 5 seconds. Yuga managed to clear it with 2 blasts of his naval laser, getting a good 5.5 seconds. Shoto simply froze the track and used her flames like a jet engine. It was some of their more mundane classmates that had the more interesting results. Ochako could only remove the weight of her clothes and mentioned that improved her score by almost a full second. Hitoshi also got a competitive score despite having no enhancements at all. Mina's skating caught people's attention. Where'd you get those boots anyway? Ijiro said as she finished her run. I don't think I've ever seen them before. Oh, my mom's got them for me for the entrance exam and I had. Yue makes some more durable ones for my hero costume. Mina laughed a little nervously. Turns out the old ones weren't quite strong enough for my quirk. That's awesome. Denki said, laughing at the idea. I wish I'd known support gear was allowed. What would you have brought? Jaira's headphones were around her neck now that Bakugu wasn't actively using his quirk. She was glad she brought them. It wasn't any smart planning, just immediate attachment to a device that prevented her from hearing everything for once. Denki shrugged. It would have been useful. Mizo said, stepping up beside them. There aren't many ways support items that can boost my quirk, but they can still cover weaknesses. Like those headphones. Super hearing, great for recon, terrible for life. Kyoka remarked to laughter from those around her. Nearby Kikumi was talking to Yuga. If you aim down, can you gain height? She asked. Yuga grinned, somehow sparkling as he did. We. He said. Well, if you go up, you'll go further, right? Kikumi stated. Your light is dazzling and painful, but it's versatile. I do apologize for any harm my sparkling may cause. Yuga said, frowning. He'd never considered that the bright light his quirk generated could itself be harmful. It's not a worry. Kikumi tapped her visor. Even lights that dazzle the sun itself can't penetrate the void that guards me. Ah, magnificent. Yuga said, joyful that he wasn't causing undue harm. I shall have to consider your ideas. With that, the class reconvened to watch the last run and then move to the next test. They'd be doing the grip strength test now. Kikumi decided to hold off to watch her classmates. Mizo managed a staggering 550 kilograms. Momo made what appeared to be mini hydraulic presses to get over 1,000. Kikumi nodded to herself and squeezed the device, deciding to amp her power up until the moment it started to hurt. Long before she felt pain, there was a loud crunching noise. She glanced down at the device. Demon Midoriya, Ijiro said as she let the pieces fall out of her grip. She smiled slightly at that. It was fairly impressive. The rest of the class marveled at it as well. That's incredible. You said it was only a portion of your power? Momo asked. Kikumi shrugged. It's still more than I could safely use in a fight. She said, it seems as if merely gripping something induces far less strain than a punch. The class seemed to understand that and went about finishing their own grip strength test. None of the class got as high as Mizo's, but some got close. As they moved onto the long jump, Kikumi thought of her classmates' quirks. She wanted to be the best, but she wanted to be surrounded by the best. She noticed something odd about Ochako's jump. The girl had managed to score higher than expected at nearly 100 meters. What Kikumi noticed, however, was when Ochako returned her own gravity, and by established extension her mass, mid-air. Ochako began falling, but didn't immediately lose tons of momentum. That was worthy of study. Ochako, Kikumi said once she'd finished her own jump. It turned out her strength, while great, wasn't as impressive as Tsuyu's leap or Katsuki's pseudo-flight. I noticed during your jump that returning an object's gravity doesn't change its momentum. I always thought that I didn't take its mass away or anything. Ochako shrugged. Even in zero-gravity things have mass. Well, yes, but your quirk interacting with gravity is one idea. Kikumi said, considering if what she'd thought was even possible. But I think it's far more likely that your quirk works based on a transference of mass and dash. If a massless object suddenly gains mass without slowing down. Ochako finished the thought for her and then considered it longer. Kikumi smiled to herself. She'd gotten the ball rolling in her friend's mind. Good, very good. The last long jump was Shoto. She got quite the distance with her fire, almost managing stable flight. Closer than last time. She muttered as she hit the ground in a roll. She rolled her shoulder considering what she had to do. Not close enough. Hey, you looked off balance there. Toru said, approaching the girl after her own jump. Shoto blinked and turned to face her. You've only got fire on one half, right? That means you have to balance the move out, doesn't it? Good point. Shoto thought about it more. She was trying to fly the way her father did, which was full body move generation in a single direction. She wasn't pyrokinetic, but she certainly had better directional control. Thank you, Hagakure, I'll have to consider that. No problem, Toru said, bounding upwards happily. Happy to help. With the 50-meter, grip strength and standing long jump done, Aizawa decided to mix things up. They were doing a running long jump now. This gave a few of them obvious advantages over the standing long jump, but there were a few surprises. Tenya's run-up and use of his quirk easily beat most of the class's standing long jump. Only Tsuyu, Katsuki, and Ochako were higher. Kikumi was mildly surprised that Tenya beat her standing jump. Of course, the extra momentum helped Tsuyu go further and gave Katsuki a couple meters, but the real change was Ochako. She held her quirk for the same amount of time but was moving around twice as fast when she activated it. It meant that overall Ochako would have first in at least one event. While marveling at that though, Kikumi heard something else that caught her attention. Sir, how much setup is allowed and are there any limits on what I can make with my quirk? Aizawa and Kikumi turned to face Momo at her question. Aizawa seemed to think about it briefly. Only limits are yours. Aizawa said. He glanced at the ton up and then back at Momo. Don't go pushing yourself until you've got nothing left. I know how your quirk works. I'm aware, sir. Momo's back began to glow as she created a ramp almost the length of the run-up, and around 1.5 meters high at the end. Aizawa's intervention as she went to weigh it down was timely. It turned out the supply shed had sandbags and concrete blocks for weight. What are you planning? Kikumi said as they were filling the ramp with weight. Momo hummed briefly. Something stupid. She replied. But also something I've always wanted to do, grab those crash mats please. Once they'd set up the area to Aizawa's liking and he'd been told what Momo was trying, Kikumi had been sent to retrieve Recovery Girl. Only Aizawa knew what the heiress had planned, so it was concerning. What Kikumi arrived back to was Momo atop a full motorcycle. What? She said upon seeing the girl. No. No girlie. Recovery Girl whacked Momo with her cane. Helmet, now. You heard her, Aizawa said, and once she was in a helmet Aizawa turned to explain what was going on to the school nurse. Recovery Girl looked dubious at first, then glanced at the crash mats. The strongest among you, grab a crash mat. Recovery Girl said, sighing in defeat. Kikumi, Tenya, Ijiro and Katsuki did as instructed. Alright, carry on, even if I don't like it. Momo hit the throttle and shot down the ramp she made. Kikumi privately mused that this really wasn't running, and then Momo pushed off and ditched the bike. She almost tripled her previous score and came to a rolling stop on one of the stationary crash mats. The class cheered at that and ran up to check on her. Yayorozu, Aizawa said as the class calmed down. Impressive, but you will not be doing that until you have a full motorcycle license and have passed a crash safety course to my liking, clear? Yes, sir. Momo said. Aizawa nodded once after a moment and glanced back at the bike. Take that to the support department after we're done here. He said. Momo gave her agreement. No sense letting it go to waste. Register it under your name. I hope this won't be a trend. Recovery Girl told the teacher, glaring at him as she spoke. Aizawa just looked at her completely deadpan. It's far from the worst thing you've seen. It's the first day. She countered. Aizawa had to concede the point on that. After that it was yet another test, even though the class was still marveling at Momo's extravagant way of taking the last one. Recovery Girl had gone back to her office. Momo's new motorcycle was parked properly over on the concrete. Aizawa had parked the bike. He refused to let any of them on it without a license. The next test was the repeated sidestep, which was only of note because Minoru beat everyone by a margin that approached 1,000. Partway through the testing, Mina slid up next to Momo. Clearly she had something to ask. How'd you do that? Mina asked, gesturing at the bike. That thing has to weigh like twice what you do. Oh, well, my quirk does use my lipids. It's not a 1-to-1 rate. Part of it is just energy conversion. Actually here. Momo held her arm out and Mina, after considering what was being asked, took it in hers. Momo gestured with her other, so Mina brought up her other hand. I'm going to let my arm drop. You try to keep it up. Mina nodded, cocky grin spreading. Moments later she was filled with regret as Momo let her arm fall and all its weight was suddenly in Mina's hands. The two stopped this little demonstration quite quickly. That's why my chair and desk in the classroom are so reinforced. Momo said, smiling at her class. 3/4 of a ton is the most I've ever weighed. What a mad banquet of darkness. Fumikage muttered next to her. Your quirk is truly marvelous. Well, if we weren't so rich, I don't think my parents would have been able to afford to feed me. Momo said. The class seemed surprised to hear about this. Quirk effects weren't well understood, but sometimes you encountered surprises, other times exactly what you'd expected. Truly it is a wonder to learn of others' mutations. Fumikage said, sliding up next to Kikumi. You expected this, didn't you? Of course. She nodded. She had thought fat lipids as an explanation was probably wrong, but they were a means of storing energy. It'd take a lot though. None should ever doubt you, Mistress of Shadow. He said, Dark Shadow popping out to grin and brag about her human. I'm certain you are as insightful, Beastmaster. Kikumi said, then leaned forward to address Dark Shadow. And you certainly help Liquid Shadow. Fumi, I'm going to keep asking until you say yes. The mass of living darkness once more repeated her question. Fumikage blushed and squashed the beast. Kikumi laughed at the two's antics, even as their squabble became less serious and seemingly all about continuing to make her laugh. Ah, but Fumi, she's perfect, Dark Shadow said. Kikumi blushed and the other girls nudged her and laughed lightly. The other girls seemed to decide to tease Kikumi with it for the rest of the test and the next, or would have had the next test not been the ball throw that everyone had been looking forward to. Uraraka, you're up first, Izawa said, tossing her the ball. First rule, anything goes. Second rule, no leaving the circle. Ochako stepped into the circle and glanced at their teacher. Izawa made no movements or indications of anything. She taped the ball and wound up to throw, a slight pink glow flashing for a moment. She leaned into the throw to launch it as hard as she could and the ball went up and it just kept going up. Should have expected that, Izawa said as Ochako scored the absurd yet only outcome that made sense, an infinity. Ochako grinned at him. I'm sure it'll land, eventually, she said, and Izawa simply looked at her. Sure. Next, Ojiro, Izawa said, pulling a new ball from a bucket. He probably had a ball for each of them, to save time. Most of the class had some fairly normal ball throws. Ojiro was able to get his far using his tail and Momo simply fired it out of her cannon. Kikumi stepped into the circle for her turn and tossed her ball into the air a couple times. Her combat training had led to the startling realization that she found kick-based combat easier. Tashinori, however, had sought to correct a problem he wandered into in his career. She had to be able to throw a punch still. She pulled up her quirk, drawing up to her full max of 10% of one for all, and got ready to do something that couldn't be called a throw. She was going to kick the ball. As quickly as the power filled her body, she felt it leave. She blinked. That wasn't her. Can you still see? Izawa said, his eyes glowing red and his hair hovering in the air. She nodded. But at its limits your quirk will break you. You have 2 throws, make them count. Kikumi considered. She could go with her original plan and get her current limit or do something reckless and stupid to get her overall limit. Then she thought about it more. She had 2 throws. Sir, can I take my second throw as we finish today's task? She asked. Izawa nodded once, and she turned to follow through on her original plan. She threw the ball up and launched up after it, twisting in the air and driving the heel of her foot into the ball. It rocketed off into the distance as she came back to the ground. 982 meters, Izawa said, showing her the results. Not bad, kid, no need for that second throw. I'm more interested in what you can handle now than what you could theoretically do. Understood, sir. Kikumi nodded. The darkness within struggles, but it can be contained. Going to assume that's a good thing and move on. Izawa turned back to the others. After the ball throw, the other tests were mostly baseline human feats. Mizo got a ridiculous score on the seated toe touch. Other than Yuga's unfortunate results in the sit-ups, nothing was of note there. This left the distance run and one more surprise test from Izawa. You're all going to hit this bag as hard as you can. It has a sensor in it, so we'll know how hard you hit it. Izawa noted the giddy looks and had to suppress a smile himself. As much as he didn't like to admit it, you didn't sign up to be a hero without liking to fight at least a little. Midoriya, you're up first. Kikumi stepped up next to the bag. She broke bones by hitting the air, so she couldn't exactly go all out. Her shadow reserves were depleted too. She paused for a second. Sir, the void's hunger is unending and has become stronger than I had anticipated, she said. Izawa, for his part, seemed to almost understand. I must feed that void in order to perform at my best. Go ahead, Izawa said, gesturing for her to go. With her quirk's immense strength, she was able to return in record time. She also decided to show off a little, rearing back and launching her kick before most could register what was happening. The bag instantly exploded, the chain holding it shattered, and the rig keeping it in place was torn out of the ground. The class just stared in shock as Kikumi slowly brought her leg back in and to the ground. She had hit it hard, but she really wasn't expecting it to be that hard. Izawa sighed in the background, getting the class's attention. I expected that. He admitted. That one had no sensor and I had a couple spare set up. I expect to go through 3 more. Aizawa's expectation had been mostly correct. Most of the class was able to knock the bag off the rigging, but only Tenya, Katsuki and Momo outright destroyed it. Tenya by kicking it in half at his max speed, Katsuki with an explosion and Momo by once more firing a cannon. Ochako was the last one to go, Aizawa's ordering of who did what's seemingly random. Alright Ochako. You got this, just try, who knows? It might work. She was further back than most of the class started for her run-up. As she approached, she jumped up, coiling her body together and canceling her own gravity. She shot forward way faster than normal as she did so. Release, she said as she went to uncoil to actually strike the bag. There was a bang as she snapped the chain and ripped the bag cleanly in two. She hit the ground and marveled at the results alongside her entire class. Someone whistled at what they just saw. Hot DMN Uraraka. Mina said, bounding towards her and offering a hand. Where'd you pull that one from? It was Kikumi's idea actually. Ochako said, letting the pink girl pull her up. Ochako explained the concept at work, how her quirk transferred mass instead of simply turning gravity off. She had to explain that she had no idea where the mass went. The long-distance run was their last test. The class ran together and just stopped when they couldn't go anymore. Eventually it was Momo on a bicycle, Tenya and Kikumi. One for all stockpile made it take an absurd amount of time for her to get tired with it active, and Tenya just ran a lot. It ended up almost an hour later, with the 3 of them still running, that Aizawa called the last test to end. Alright, so here's your rankings. Aizawa showed them the list. Momo had gotten first, followed by Kikumi then Shoto. Tenya and Katsuki filled the top 5. Fumikage was 6th and Ochako was 7th. Last place unfortunately went to Minoru. What? He said, utterly devastated. The boy was trembling. No. Oh yeah, I lied. Aizawa said, collapsing the list. No one's getting expelled. I wanted to push you all to your limits, see what you could really do. The class as a whole let out a breath they hadn't known they were holding at that moment. Somehow even those who'd never believed his threat were even suddenly feeling like they were on shaky ground. Each of you impressed me today. I'll be giving you each a write-up on how, and suggestions based on that. Aizawa turned to walk away, pausing for a moment. Your syllabus is on your desk. Oh, and one more thing. You impressed me today, but you're with me for 4 years, keep it up. Most of the class went off and gathered around Momo's motorcycle. Aizawa on the other hand moved back to the main building, encountering Toshinori as he rounded a corner. The man was grinning at him as he approached. You liar, he said, chuckling at Aizawa's eye roll. How many kids have you expelled at this point? Few that stayed that way, Aizawa said as the two walked. These kids though? They have potential. Although we must be careful. Toshinori said. Aizawa agreed. There were a few things he'd noticed of concern. Mineta will need to be watched, although I get a strange feeling from him. Felt like when a villain's using a facade to hide their intentions? Aizawa said, Toshinori agreeing for the most part. Shinso, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami and Midoriya all display various levels of behavior to indicate bullying. Most of the class has it, but they're noteworthy. Are hero classes usually this full of it? Toshinori mused. He was new, trying to fill gaps in his knowledge. No, we usually see 1 or 2, 10 on a high year. Aizawa didn't like this. This is half the hero course. Concerning. Endeavor's already reached out about his daughter. Toshinori noted. Aizawa glanced at him. What could the number 2 already want with them? He's asking us to put Todoroki on the priority list for Hound Dog. A year of problem children. Aizawa sighed. Just his luck. Problem children always had potential, but they were a nightmare. Why couldn't Vlad King get more of them? You know, Toshinori said, looking at the cloudless sky. In spite of the concerns, I have a good feeling. What? About the year? Aizawa said. Toshinori laughed. Oh no, that's going to be painful. He glanced to the side where the kids were just barely visible. About those kids. Why were you watching anyway? Aizawa said, smirking at him. I was already going to give you the results for Heroics 1-on. Unless, you were just spying on your little student? Ah, so you've caught me. Toshinori said, laughing it off with practiced ease. Truly I wished to see the results for myself, however seeing how young Kikumi would do was of great interest to me. Yeah, I get that. Always want your prodigies to succeed. The two walked in silence for a while, eventually reaching the teacher's lounge. Oh, Nizu wanted me to tell you. Your idea of using hero names during the sports festival to protect identities has been approved. Ah, wonderful. Will you need help with name approval? Toshinori was simply too eager to be subtle about it. Midnight was sitting there. No, Namuri usually handles it with me. Toshinori nodded, the two going their separate ways. Aizawa had write-ups to make and Toshinori had lesson plans to finalize, with some help. The UA staff was busy, but they were always willing to lend aid when needed. Meanwhile, Class 1A, those that stayed behind at least, were slowly pushing Momo's motorcycle through the halls, laughing about the test. Everyone around them was in the full uniform and clearly looking annoyed at them, but they didn't really care. The assurance they were right was all they needed. I still can't believe we're here, Mina said, grinning as she walked backwards at the front of the group. I thought for sure my written test wouldn't be good enough. I think we all had that worry, even I. Kikumi said to uproarious laughter. Even the top scorer was worried she hadn't made it in. Ochako was the first to offer a counter. Okay, but you miss. Dark and brooding have anxiety. She offered. Kikumi conceded that point but refused to back down from her stance. I know I was worried. Seems we all were. Mina said, the rest nodding. Of course my classmates constantly saying there was no way UA would take me certainly didn't help. Kikumi mused aloud. The others nodded along, most of them having heard something similar. My class accused me of wanting to kill the next generation of heroes before they became heroes. Hitoshi said, scoffing at the idea. As if I'd actually be able to off all 40 before you noticed. That got a quiet laugh as they approached the support labs. Kikumi, Ochako and Hitoshi quickly lead them to Class 1H, knowing it held the best of the best. There was a boom on the other side of the door, followed by shouting. The hero students not in the know shared a glance at the sounds. And you have a DMED fire extinguisher under your desk. Use it. Power Loader finished shouting as he opened the door. He glanced at the gathered students. Hero students, already? Hello, Aizawa-sensei told me to bring this to the support labs once we were done for the day. Momo said, gesturing to the motorcycle. Power Loader looked at it, then back to her. Right, and it came from where exactly? He said. Something seemed familiar about the girl, but he hadn't really put much thought into the hero kids beyond some minor support ideas. I made it. Momo said, pride clear in her voice. You what? Mei said, poking her head out the door. Like, you assembled it? Impressive work in that case. No, Mei. Kikumi said, smiling at her classmate as she decided to have a bit of fun. It's her quirk, she can make anything she knows the composition and structure of from her body. Mei glanced at Kikumi, blinking, then to Momo and at the motorcycle. Her mind clearly moving rapidly through the possibilities, the ideas. There was so much that would be so much easier with that kind of power. Mei circled the girl once, then twice. Momo for her part was starting to look a little flustered as Mei stopped in front of her. Right, it's decided. Mei declared. Momo looked at her classmates for help, clearly having no idea what had been decided. Marry me? What? Everyone there said at the same time, a mixture of confusion and pure shock. Kikumi, Ochako and Hitoshi for their part had to exclaim between laughs at their friends' antics. It was several seconds later that Mei started blushing, seemingly realizing what she'd said but never letting her smug grin waver. I what? I sputtered at the question. Maybe another time? Great, Mei said, rushing out to take the bike. See you later. She vanished back into the lab and out of sight. Seconds later they all heard a high-pitched squeal as the embarrassment caught up to Mei and there was no longer anyone to put a front up around was in sight. Power Loader turned back to them. You kids enjoy that little crisis. He said, sighing at the antics of the students. I apparently need to inform one of my students that unprompted marriage proposals to people you just meet aren't normal. What just happened? Minoru said a few minutes later. Most of the class seemed to still be processing some level of what occurred. I think I have a girlfriend? Momo said, blinking. Is that how that works? No, came the blunt reply from everyone. Congrats, you're a lesbian. Kyoka remarked sarcastically. On the other side of the door, Power Loader sighed and turned to face May's desk. There were other students, plenty of them, but they all made sure to give May a wide berth. He didn't like it. Support students not understanding the value of connection was common, them failing to see the value of connecting with someone like May? Practically guaranteed. Stupid. Why'd you say that? She was muttering to herself. Not a good sign. Pretty girl with an awesome quirk and you just blurted out? Minute. Yeah, he'd be talking to her after class. Right now he had safety instructions to give. It wasn't like talking to her was going out of his way, he had to anyway. Having a friend in the hero course as a first-year support student opened doors after all. Hatsum, I could use a word with you. She looked up from her work. Work she had been doing instead of listening to his safety talk. Not like she wasn't already aware. Oh, I was going to stay a while anyway. She said in a casual way that almost implied she meant for the night. What do you need, bossman? Hope it doesn't take long, I have babies to plan. Firstly, paperwork. He slid a folder to her. You're being signed on as Midoriya's official support technician, with 3 more pending requests. So why am I only getting one of them? She said, confused even as she read the documents, a mix of regular paperwork and a preliminary contract until the networking parts of the courses. I know Tenya, Ochako and Hitoshi put the request in. Well, usually support students don't get to be official technicians until second year. Power Loader said, we're making sure you can handle the one first. And luckily for you our second-year support course is down a few people. How many? He could see the gears turning in her mind. If one hero student already under you opened doors for practically guaranteed your own agency. More than 4? You dominate the field, but she wasn't satisfied with that. Good, the ones that got satisfied once they'd had it good rarely lasted. 7. He said, and she nodded, clearly already running through the hero students who'd just shown up. You're vying for those 6 remaining. Their choices are considered first, and you've got 3 of the potential openings already looking to you. I'll have to work harder then, she said, flipping a second notebook open and starting to plan her year out carefully. Power Loader grinned to himself. He had something real special in front of him. Just make sure you get back to your dorm at some point, kid, he said. She didn't even look up. Aha, she said, distracted. Not much point though, I'm alone there, I'm alone here. Of course, he muttered. Her only friends were in the hero course and the class didn't seem to like her on principle. Maybe it'd change, but as someone who'd been in that position he doubted it. After Aizawa's test, the class had spent the night once more learning about each other and talking about the test. The class was steeped in hero culture as a whole and wanted to talk about how cool everyone in the room was. Eventually, however, all things must end, and seeing as their first heroics lesson was the next day, they all made the choice to call it a night early. The 20 of them were left in their classroom, Aizawa having long finished his lesson and Present Mike having just left moments earlier. So, who do you think we'll have for heroics? Denki said, sitting on his desk facing the class. Tenya clearly wanted to speak up about the position he was in, but seeing as Kikumi's feet were on her desk and Ochako lay sprawled on her own, he kept silent. No idea. Ochako offered. I know 13 works here, hopefully her. Isn't 13 a rescue hero? Ijiro said, most of the others confirming. So it's gotta be someone else, right? What about Snipe? No way, man. Denki shook his head. It's someone new, it has to be. Well, it could be anyone in that case. Momo said, pausing for a second. Well, not Miruko I suppose, but still. Well, we can cross at least one name off the list. Todoroki. Hanta said, leaning back over his chair to look in the girl's direction. Endeavor, yea nay? My father's schedule is far too full for him to make time for this. She replied. Besides, he's helped Fuyumi with her work and hated it, so it's doubtful regardless. Ah man. Denki groaned. That's two awesome options out. It's All Might. Kikumi said. The entire class turned to her. She grinned. Oh, she had won over on them. The stars align and speak to the void, and the void speaks to me. Fate has decreed it. All Might. Tenya said, surprise coloring his voice. Where would you have gotten that idea, Kikumi? I am here. All Might called from outside the classroom as he burst in. Coming through the door like a normal person. The class glanced at their still grinning classmate. She hadn't changed positions, just leaning back so her head was upside down. She decided to mess with them a bit more. The void sees all, she said before looking back to the front. All Might was laughing loudly as the class marveled at him wearing one of his older costumes. Some of the class looked incredulously at her. Aha, yes, students. All Might said, grabbing their attention once more. I am your heroics teacher, and for our first lesson you'll need your new hero costumes. Get changed and meet at Site C. Kikumi glanced under her desk and found a gray steel suitcase. It was sitting in a reinforced sealed drawer, but at her touch it opened. She and the class seemed to come to the collective idea that opening them could wait until they were in the changing rooms. From what little she saw of the other girls, they all had pretty cool costumes, some much more field-ready than others. The most notable thing about Kikumi was her cape. It was black on the outside and a deep purple on the inside. The inside was also designed to resemble the night sky. Stars and nebulas littered its surface in swirling greens mostly. Unknown to most, there was a special constellation of 9 stars hidden among the rest. Her main outfit included a hooded mask with a pair of ear-like tendrils, a gas mask. The suit itself was mainly black with purple accents, her torso armored carefully. Complete but with room to improve. All Might watched the class emerge with a grin. They all looked so cool emerging from the tunnel. As he swept the crowd, getting a decent first look at their costumes, he stopped at Kikumi. She looked every bit the hero, but it wasn't quite the design he'd seen. Ah, students. You all look so heroic, he said, laughing as they all shared in his delight, glancing around and complimenting each other. It reminded him of his own school days. Tenya stepped forward. Sir, if I may, why are we in this cityscape? He said, most of the class murmuring their own questions. Will we be doing something like the entrance exam again? Not today, I'm afraid. However, we will be doing battle trials. All Might had practiced this and gone over things with Aizawa. Framing lessons as questions would get the students thinking. The experienced teacher had said, it'd make them consider things more. Tell me, students, where do the most villain fights start? After someone called it in? Denki guessed, seeming confused. Close. Good guess. While it's true that far more villain attacks are reported than heroes happening upon them, that's not quite what I'm looking for. All Might said, making sure to offer praise for the idea. It was a good one too. The effectiveness of patrols versus waiting for call-ins was in constant debate. All Might, and the staff of UA and most of the top 10 agreed, both were the only way to cover the maximum ground. Just after the inciting incident ideally. Tenya said, confidence shining. And where is the inciting incident? Indoors. Momo exclaimed, realization dawning on her face. All Might grinned at her. Precisely. Great observation. All Might said, pride in his voice. They had reached the answer moderately faster than he'd expected. Indoor fights themselves are far rarer than the outdoors ones. However, the majority of villain attacks began indoors. That is why today we are doing a simulated battle between heroes and villains. That made the class whisper amongst themselves in excitement, as he expected. You don't go into heroics without at least one of two things, usually both. A thirst and love of combat, or the strong desire to be one of those first responders in disaster. Even All Might had to admit he loved the thrill of a good fight. Yes, be excited, students, and remember to do your best, within reason. Today is not about pushing your limits or even finding them. Today is about setting a baseline. All Might said, careful of his words. Today I am learning as much as you are. Now then, onto the exercise. I will be splitting you into teams of 2. One team will act as heroes infiltrating a villain base. the other as villains defending it. What kind of base? Momo was the first to begin the questions. How much force is allowed? Katsuki continued on. Both excellent questions. What is the manner in which we'll find victory? Kikumi supplied the big important question. He should expect no less of his student. Hey yeah, how do we win? Denki said, looking more attentive now. That was something All Might had learned himself a long time ago. Gamifying things got people's attention, especially children. How will teams be decided? Tenya this time. These kids made it clear to All Might he loved teaching. All excellent questions. All Might announced. Firstly, the villains are holed up in an abandoned building. They have a bomb armed and ready to detonate. Each battle will be 15 minutes. If that time elapses, the bomb goes off and the villains win. The heroes win if the villain team or the bomb is captured. And lastly, teams are decided by lots. Lots? Tenya said, aghast at the thought. Is that really the best way to determine teams for this exercise? Heroes don't always get to choose who they're working with, right? Ijiro said, rubbing Joss' neck and clearly unsure. Momo brightened. Ah, of course. She said, if we can't work with others we don't know in an emergency, how will we help anyone? I see. Tenya sighed, bowing deeply. I apologize, sir. I should have expected such from yourself. No need to apologize, young Ida. Now a few additional rules. Each villain team will have 10 minutes of prep time. The class glanced at each other, thinking up how their classmates may prepare a battlefield. Now another thing, there is intelligence for the heroes, but aside from a basic package you'll have to question your support staff, me in this instance. The class began doing exactly what he'd hoped they would. They turned to one another to work out what questions they needed to ask. Good, he had high hopes for this class. Hope Aizawa's test had only amplified. He quickly gave them team assignments and began determining matches. First up, Team I as the heroes. Kyoka offered Ijiro a quick fist. Bump at that. The two were clearly excited to show off. Versus Team C as the villains. Denki and Ochako grinned at that. All Might hadn't considered it until this moment, but there were certain students that he thought would make scary villains. He'd just put two of them on a team as villains. Now, into positions please, he said, gesturing to the door. The hero pair had a waiting room while the two villains moved to the building that was serving as their base. Once they were in position, the two heroes immediately began making use of the support they had while the villains made their prep. All Might was a little surprised to see Denki and Ochako scouring other buildings and pulling weightless crates out and back to their own. He shared the overabundance of crates and the like with the heroes, but not their almost all metal contents. Once the heroes were done, he switched frequencies. Young Kaminari, I must remind you of electricity's lethality. He said into the mic. Denki gave the camera a thumbs up. I know, sir. He said, grinning at him. I only use so much 'cause most of it goes nowhere, and once the energy isn't in my body I can't control it. Ah, good, we'll have to work on both fronts at a later date then. He said. Denki nodded. The rest of the class would be watching the matches, both the prep and the fight. It provided the later groups both an advantage and a disadvantage. They'd get ideas of what might work, but on the other hand, those ideas would taint their own thoughts. Denki and Ochako's plan and preparation was a piece of beauty. Denki sat in a loose circle of wires, their ends all in front of him. The bomb was behind him and Ochako was crouched above the door on a pair of weightless crates. Overall, it looked terrifying. Ijiro came into the room and paused at the sight. Welcome, hero, Denki said, placing one hand on a wire, electricity sparking around him. To your end. Grounded shock. Ijiro for his part managed to harden most of his legs and torso before the lightning hit him. Surprisingly, this helped. All Might's trained, I could still see the way his breathing was haggard and his movements slow. The attack had affected him. Ha! Ijiro laughed, false bravado to throw his enemies off. Thought that'd work, did you? Denki grinned and did the exact same thing. Ijiro took a step back and coughed. Fair enough, he said, kicking the cables away. What Denki didn't see due to Ijiro distracting him was Kyoka coming in through another door. Of course, Ochako saw her though. Kyoka ducked back and rolled forward under the flying crate that the gravity manipulator threw. Kirishima. Look dash, she called, but it was too late. Ochako tagged him with her hand and he dropped to the ground. The combination of the lightning weakening him and the extra mass was simply too much for him. Kirishima is captured. All Might declared. Kyoka paused to consider her options. She shrugged. She said and pulsed her heartbeat through her jacks. The sound knocked Denki to his back and pushed Ochako's perch to the wall. The two struggled for a short time, but eventually Kyoka had to stop to try and get to the bomb. Ochako recovered first, sending her perch racing through the air. Kyoka dropped and tried to roll forward only to hit Denki. He'd recovered only slightly slower and was about to capture her. Kyoka's jack raced up, jabbing into his neck and sending a brief pulse down it. For a brief moment his muscles seized and she was able to wrap the capture tape around his wrist. Kaminari is captured. All Might said. Kyoka letting out a relieved breath. One down. Didn't forget me, did ya? Ochako said, flicking one of the now weightless cables like a whip. One to go. Kyoka sidestepped the first strike and jumped the immediate follow-up. Ochako was surprisingly good with a whip. The third strike hit her leg and swept Kyoka off her feet. Ochako dove, her jack practically launched at her boots. Unfortunately for the punk, Ochako was faster. Jiro is captured. Villains win. All Might called. Kyoka groaned and leaned back. "Diamenet," she muttered. She blinked as Ochako filled her vision, offering her a hand. "Good match. You guys made it a lot harder than I thought you would." Ochako said, pulling Kyoka to her feet. Denki was next to them, leaning on Ijiro moments later. "Yeah," he said, grinning. "I seriously thought that first blast had taken you out. I can barely believe I took it." Ijiro said, laughing at the bewildered look Kyoka sent him. "But if we hadn't split up it would have been way faster." The four talked all the way back to the main room. A combination of laughing and joke with some genuine feedback on the situation. Kyoka suggested that Ochako consider getting some training with whips. Ijiro suggested Denki talk to support. Denki mentioned Kyoka getting more speakers and Ochako told Ejiro he should consider working on more of the elements. "Great work you four," All Might said once they had returned. "An excellent example for your classmates. Now then, can anyone share with me who the MVP of this match was?" "Ochako," Hanta said, looking unsure. "I mean the plan was hers, right?" "Right it was," All Might said, grinning at the words. However, while well executed and the reason for victory, that plan hinged on the heroes behaving a certain way. "Jiro," Kikumi said. Jiro's awareness led to her making the smart choice to split up, using Kirishima as bait to reveal their plans, so she may do her best to avoid it. "Precisely," All Might beamed. In reality it could have been any of them, but Kyoka had managed to behave in the best way possible for the exercise. Next up is Team J as heroes. Mina bumped elbows with Katsuki, grinning at him. All Might reached back into the box. Against Team B as the villains. All Might declared. Fumikage and Mashireo shared a nod. The two groups moved off. With only a scant few words the villains' plan was settled. Mashireo began systematically, eliminating every source of light he could. Fumikage and Dark Shadow stood in wait before the bomb while their teammate was waiting on the main floor in the first major room. Unfortunately for the pair, Mina proved far too acrobatic for Mashireo to take down with any ease, which gave her partner all the opening he needed. Katsuki was on the second floor only a minute into the match, carefully roaming the floors watching for if his other opponent was waiting. "You thought we'd waste time?" Mina said as Mashireo swept her feet out. She flipped in the air, her hand hitting the ground, followed closely by the other as she used the momentum to slam the heels of her feet into his chest. "No," he said, lashing out with his tail. The impact sent them both skidding backward. "I had hoped to keep Bakugu here, but this will do." It was 2 minutes into the match that Katsuki reached the final room. Fumikage was simply standing there between him and the bomb. Katsuki grinned at his opponent, palms crackling. Fumicage's stance widened and Dark Shadow grew slightly larger. "Bad match." Katsuki laughed, Fumicage's glare simply deepened. "Ballsy good. If you believe this will be easy, you are a fool," Fumikage said, glaring at Katsuki. The blonde cracked his neck and reached out with both hands. Flashbang. Light flooded the room. Dark shadow screeched and shrunk back. Too bright. She screamed out as the light faded. Katsuki had already launched himself halfway across the room. Die. He let loose another blast, slamming Dark Shadow into the ground. Fumikage smirked. Fool. The floor cracked and splintered. The entire room collapsed, sending them down another floor and filling the air with dust and debris. Katsuki growled in frustration. The dust would severely dampen the effectiveness of his flashbang while also further dispersing what little light there was normally. Did you really think we didn't account for you, Sparkler? Dark Shadow towered over him, almost a full 2 stories in height. Through the dust he could just make out the bomb, the only part of their former floor that remained positioned properly. Making it a challenge, huh? Katsuki gave a manic grin at both the living shadow and her other half. He lowered himself, his stance widening. Sounds like fun. Ashido is captured. All Might announced. Katsuki grinned and launched forward. Dark Shadow met him in the clash. His explosion's lights were far less effective at weakening the living shadow than they would have been without all the dust, but they still worked. Dark Shadow, however, was no slouch. Even when unable to fully benefit from her environment, she was far stronger than Katsuki would expect. She was able to throw chunks of concrete like they were paper, Katsuki being forced to shatter them in defense. He was on a limit. Dark Shadow and Fumikage he was confident he could beat. He was less confident if you added Mashireo. It was simply too much going on at once. He had to be quick about this. Capturing the bomb was out. Even if he'd fully mastered his form of flight, Dark Shadow was too much of a threat to get by. Capturing Fumikage wasn't going to be easy with this dust cloud. Looked like he had to take a risk. Hope you're ready, he said, aiming his gauntlet and gripping the firing pin. Young Bakugo. That weapon is deadly. All Might said. Katsuki's grin only widened. Yeah, if I aim at a person, he replied, twisting his aim to the left and pulled. The blast cleared most of the dust away, was bright enough to weaken Dark Shadow and slowed Mashireo down. Overall, this gave him the perfect opening to take advantage of. Flashbang. In the brief window of clear air he'd created, he once more flooded the room with light. With Dark Shadow at her weakest of the fight, Katsuki was able to close the distance easily. Normally he would have tried to keep fighting, but being down a man put him at a disadvantage. He had to be fast. His hand closed on Fumikage's wrist and he took Mashireo's tail to the face in the same moment. He twisted around, firing one explosion into the ground to send him and Fumikage into the air. He needed distance. Fumikage was struggling and Dark Shadow was already recovering. He needed a better hold. He locked his legs around the other teen and fired another explosion to avoid Mashireo. The tailed teen was far more maneuverable than should be possible. As I said, Dark Shadow said, pushing the two apart. We're prepared. Not enough. Katsuki fired another explosion from both hands, flinging himself around the room. Dark Shadow moved to follow. Katsuki only grinned and fired another 2 explosions to redirect himself into the ground and then under Mashireo. Ojiro is captured, All Might announced. Both Katsuki's opponents froze at that. The capture tape looped through one of Fumikage's belt loops, having allowed Katsuki to capture his opponent with just his maneuver. Just the 3 of us now, Katsuki said, grinning. Dark Shadow and Fumicage's grins matching his own. Still think you've got this? Yes, actually, Fumikage said, grin turning feral. Dark Shadow. On it. Katsuki turned, firing off a series of quick blasts to dodge the strikes. He was closing distance and fast. Capture tape in hand, he reached Fumikage. Twisting his body, Katsuki moved to wrap the tap around the other body. So focused on my darker half, Fumikage said, throwing a haymaker into Katsuki's gut. It stunned him for a split second, but a split second was all it took. Bakugo is captured. Villain team wins. Katsuki lay there for a second, stunned at the loss. Fumicage's hand filled his vision. He reached up and let the other pull him to his feet. You certainly were a challenge, Fumikage observed. Even with our planning for our weak points, you still exploited them. The 2 of you fought like hell. Katsuki said, giving the living shadow a fist bump. She seemed far too pleased about that. You better be ready for the festival. I won't lose twice. Oh, don't worry, Blasty. Dark Shadow said, her voice lowering as she spoke. We still have a few tricks up our sleeves. That was incredible. Mina said, slamming into the two. Really makes a girl feel inadequate. Your martial skills are nothing to scoff at, Ishido. Mashireo said as he joined the group. For someone untrained, you proved far more frustrating to fight than I would have thought. I always figured mixing my breakdancing with my quirk would be good. Mina smiled at him. Glad to hear it gave the martial artist a run for his money. I'd love to spar with you again. Mashireo said, nodding to them all. All of you. I think we could learn a lot from each other. Hell yeah. Mina said, pumping her fist. The group of 5 made their way back to the viewing room to meet back up with the class. All Might was waiting for them. Good work to each of you, he said, nodding to each. You put on a fantastic showing and have given us a lot to work with. Come along now. The class was already waiting for them, seemingly having already worked through their stunned silence. Katsuki would assume they were stunned to silence. At least 2 of their most skilled combatants and 2 of their most powerful combatants just went at it. He wasn't arrogant enough to say he was the most powerful or skilled. It was a goal, not a reality. Being in a class with the number 2 hero's daughter and the number 1 student made it clear where the power and skill really was. That was incredible, Denki said as they walked in. I don't know which fight was cooler. Katsuki personally thought his was, but a battle of raw skill was as impressive as pure power or a mixture. Mashireo and Mina had fought hard even with the lack of major set-piece style battles. Once more, students, I'd like to ask about who the MVP of this match was. All Might said, stepping back into place. The class murmured amongst themselves. Was it Bakugo? Ijiro questioned. He identified the bigger threat and moved to counter it even while trying for the bomb. Astute reasons, young Kirishima. All Might said. It was a good starting guess as well. Katsuki was definitely the main reason his team made the progress they did from both a combat and strategy standpoint. However, I'd say someone else was. Tokoyami was the one that won the match. Kyoka said. And most of the strategy relied on him, right? Dark Shadow. Kikumi offered. Just the answer All Might had been looking for. It was all her idea, the breakaway floor and dust cloud to how they split their team. Precisely. All Might laughed at the bewildered looks some of the class gave. Let that be a lesson, students. Sometimes the most important aspects of an event come from unexpected angels. With that discussion taken care of, All Might turned back to the ballet boxes he was using. This class really was something else, he mused to himself. That fight was spectacular. He drew the 2 orbs with letters on them and turned back to the class once more, finding them all intently waiting for his words. Next up is Team A as heroes. Hitsuhei grinned and nodded once at Hanta. His look fell almost immediately when All Might announced their opponents. And Team E as the villains. Momo nodded to herself, likely already thinking on her feet about her opponents. Shoto didn't react much, if at all. Hitoshi gulped. He had an advantage, sure, but the 2 of them were no match against their opponents. Regardless, Shinso and Hanta moved to their waiting area. Oh man, we're so fed. Hanta said. Shinso silently agreed. Any ideas? Just one, but things will have to go perfectly. Shinso said, thinking on it. We'll need to go in through the roof. And so the 2 planned. They came up with what would be the perfect course of action for them to find victory. Of course their plans couldn't be certain, not with their opponents planning things themselves. Momo was formidable when it came to intelligence. You had to be with a quirk like that, and with Shoto's combat training they had the tactical edge. Shinso's plan was simple. Using Hanta's tape they'd ever from the roof. This part proved crucial since all the staircases were welded shut and then iced over. The building had gone from simply an abandoned office to a fortified base capable of blocking out even some pro heroes. Man, this isn't looking good. Hanta's voice rang out, far too loud for those trying to sneak around. Shinso was behind his teammate and rolled his eyes at that. I mean, it's basically a horror movie, right? That was the intention. Shoto's words were punctuated with a wave of ice. Shinso smirked. Gotcha, he said, and Shoto froze. He tossed his capture tape out. Do me a favor and wrap that around her arms and follow us. Todoroki has been captured. All Might called as she moved to the capture tape. She did as he instructed. Shinso and Hanta continued their walk, now far more confident in the direction they had initially chosen. If Shoto had interrupted them, it was likely the right way. She wasn't going to just come from some random direction when their original plan was almost foolproof. They eventually walked straight into the bomb room. Momo stood between them and the bomb, a jacket having been added to her suit. It was a lot colder in the building now than it was 10 minutes ago. We caught your partner. Surrender, Hanta said. Momo just raised an eyebrow and smiled at them. Shinso grinned as he pulled his mask down. All right, not working a second time. I get it, Zero? As said, we have your partner. Hanta said this time. Surrender. Interesting plan you had. Momo began. Hanta and Shinso shared a look. You managed to flip the script, find a way to win an unwinnable game, truly spectacular. You changed the game, made yourselves the favorites to win. Yeah, Hanta said again. So, we're just going to go capture the bomb. Unfortunately, Momo said, pulling a staff from her thigh and reaching up to the zipper on her jacket. You failed to consider one thing. She pulled the zipper down and pulled the jacket off to reveal a mess of wires, orange tubes, and a digital clock. The clock's timer matched the trial's timer, and it was clear what Momo was wearing. A bomb. She had made a false bomb vest and put it on. Shoto laughed and pulled her own zipper down, revealing another vest. Shinso and Hanta gulped. Heroes. If those bombs go off, they will set the main device off. All Might called. A draw will result if you capture the bomb but fail to disarm both vests. I changed the rules, Momo added, shifting into a combat stance. She was smiling and goading them on. At the beginning of the match, while still in the preparation phase, Momo and Shoto had decided on their initial plan. Make it impossible to reach the bomb. Momo would create sheets of metal and Shoto would weld them to the staircases to lock them out of use. The girl with bicolored hair decided to ice everything over just to be safe as well. It was partway through that work that Momo had another thought. All Might, sir, Momo said as they finished the final blockage. I had an idea. She explained her plan and quickly got her teacher's approval. Creating a jacket for herself as well as the vest got Shoto's attention. The other girl voiced her own input. If one vest would give them an advantage, what about two? Momo quickly made a second one, careful to follow All Might's instructions on the wiring. Once they had both vests on, that was the extent of their planning and preparations. Momo had to grin as she stood, staff at the ready facing her opponents. It was after all one of her better plans. Hanta and Hitoshi stepped up and readied themselves. The only real problem with this fight is that she couldn't talk to them at all. Hitoshi's quirk was simply too big of a threat. Hanta moved first, a line of tape slamming into the wall behind her and reeling him in. She sidestepped and swung the staff forward into his gut. He came to a stop immediately and she swung up to tear through the tape. It was hard. One added benefit to weighing half a ton was having the muscle mass to move, and she still struggled. Fine then. Hanta threw a punch, easy to dodge, sloppy. Momo swept his feet out from under him and slammed her knee down on his chest, pulling her capture tape out and wrapping his forearm. DMN it. Zero has been captured. All Might called. Well, that's it for me, Hitoshi said, glancing up from Hanta to see Momo aiming a handgun at him. Yep, it is. He lifted his arms, the metal plates just getting up in time to block the rubber bullets she fired at him. He ducked down, just managing to get behind a pillar unharmed. This was just what he needed, a classmate with a gun. One bright spot was that her aim was rudimentary, probably hadn't used guns much. Well, he may as well try. You know, a gun's pretty cowardly. For his trouble, another bullet ricocheted off the edge of his cover. Okay, that wasn't working. I mean, a sword? Honorable, skillful, impressive, a gun? Anyone can learn that. The next ricocheted off the wall and straight into his gut. Probably luck, but it still left him winded and gave her a chance to close in. She was getting closer, may as well try. The moment he heard her close enough, he rolled out a sweeping kick aimed at her feet. Unfortunately for Hitoshi, challenging Momo Yaoyorozu to direct melee close-quarters combat was a bad idea. How he thought it'd work out was beyond him. Her quirk didn't give her any combat abilities, just weapons. He spun up to his feet, throwing a punch as Momo had jumped his sweep. She pushed him arm aside easily and flicked her staff out, catching his ribs. He stumbled back as she hit the ground, staff falling aside. She rushed forward, hands slamming into his should and pushing him back slightly. Sure dash. Before he could finish, she'd knocked him off balance. Quickly pressing the advantage, she got him on his knees, facing away from her. Her gun was against his head and a knife at his throat. It had no edge at all, but still. Momo was terrifying. "Surrender," she said, and Hitoshi grinned. She couldn't capture him, not truly, but she also couldn't do anything. "So, villainery, huh?" he said, going the one route he could. "All that stolen wealth not enough? The exploitation and suffering of those just trying to make a living under you not satisfying? I guess greed runs in more than one way, huh? And seeing your family's little history of it, I shouldn't be surprised." He felt her grip tighten, even if he wasn't getting to Momo Yaoyorozu. Hero in training, he knew he'd struck a nerve. Momo herself didn't buy what he was saying, but this persona? Oh, he was striking exactly the nerve he needed. I mean, come on, the ones with the most always want more. He leaned back to look at her properly. "Always." "Shut up," she growled, moving to kick him down and fire. Hitoshi's grin broadened. "How about you capture yourself?" he said. She did immediately. Hitoshi let out a breath as he rolled away. "All right, one more thing." He moved over and crouched in front of Momo. There were a ton of wires going into the clock, and he had no grasp of where to even start. He remembered hearing something about bomb makers, something May had said. All bomb makers, at least criminal ones, had a signature of some kind? All Might, do we know who made these? He said, that was a huge part of disarming a bomb, right? We do. All Might said, well, that was good. The maker follows a set pattern for the power line. You can't cut this line, otherwise the bomb goes off. Right, that's what I expected. The pattern is red, yellow, yellow, blue, red. Perfect. The most recent power line was yellow. Sheet. He muttered. He looked at Momo. Do you know what order the bombs were made in? All Might says to assume I'm still mind-controlled. Momo replied. Mine was first. Okay, so yellow or blue then? Hitoshi muttered. He quickly moved through the wires looking for them. There was a panel he could pop off. Luckily, May had insisted their in-field tools included a modular screwdriver. The blue wire wasn't connected to anything. You've disabled one of the bombs. All Might declared. Shoto's own vest beeped. Hitoshi slid into place next to her to see the timer had gone to 30 seconds. Unfortunately, he fumbled the screwdriver and a draw was declared. DMN it. He muttered. Shoto smiled as she pulled the vest off. You did well, she assured. I fell for your trick. Some trick, it won't get any of you again. Hitoshi said. He laughed. It's basically a one-time trick. Maybe, maybe not. Shoto said. I can't guarantee I wouldn't fall for it a second time. It was quite the surprise. May's work? Momo said, stepping up next to the two. Hanta was quick behind her. Yeah, her idea too. Momo specified. The group was quick to rejoin their class, locked in conversation about their match. Fantastic work, you four, he said, laughing as he led them back to the class. Truly incredible. So Momo's the MVP, right? Kyoka said as they came in. I mean, basically everything was her, right? Yeah, Denki said. Jumping into the conversation, many teachers would cringe at the way his students freely spoke, but All Might thought it was better actually. I mean, welding the stairs shut? But then making the vest too cool. Right you are. All Might said, grinning at the class's enthusiasm. Young Todoroki's modification to the plan was a genius addition. However, the additional complication for the heroes truly made the difference today. Shinso's mask threw me for a loop. Shoto said. She had spent most of the day silently observing, so All Might blinked at that. Having something you can surprise a villain with is definitely useful no matter what it is. Now students, remember we have other matches to get through. All Might almost winced at the letters he pulled out. Team F is heroes. Rikido and Yuga shared a smile. Against Team H. Team F gulped and turned to face their opponents, Tsuyu and Tenya. The two groups split off immediately. The unfortunate reality of this match was that no one in the class could think of a way that Rikido and Yuga could win. They had the advantage in force, but what use was that when against the most agile members of the class? They had the range advantage too, but Tenya was simply too fast for that to last. What happened in the match, however, wasn't something anyone saw coming. The bell to go sounded and Rikido was off, smashing through the first wall, Yuga hot on his heels. Once the two had cleared the building, Yuga twisted and fired his laser into the ceiling, Rikido launching through the newly made hole. They were in the bomb room within the first minute, faster than any other team. Halt, foolish heroes, Tenya said, behind them. Rikido turned in an instant, low down, moving to tackle the far faster boy. Yuga fired his laser over his teammate. Tenya dodged the laser, leaning to the side to get a look at Rikido, but reacted too slow. Before he could run, the strong man had hit him, bringing both to the ground. Rikido was strong, but Tenya dominated the role, controlling where they went and when they moved, only struggling to get free. Yuga seized the opportunity, turning back to the bomb. With Tenya out of the way, calling for help into his comm, the path was clear. Catching Tenya off guard had been a linchpin. He was too fast, he could simply run the clock out, but now he couldn't. Unfortunately, their plan fell apart in that moment. The bomb was gone. What? Yuga exclaimed. They'd accounted for Tsuyu. She was either with Tenya or patrolling the building. How had they missed her? He moved forward, to the other door into the room and through it. That was a mistake. Aoyama has been captured. Tsuyu hit him like a bullet, capture tape stretched between her hands. He grunted on impact with the ground. Sorry, Karo, she said. You okay? Magnific, actually. Yuga smirked and raised his hand, a length of capture tape around his wrist and snagged miraculously around hers. Azui has been captured. Yuga was thankful he'd been holding the tape when she hit him, a moment of luck and nothing more. DMN it, she muttered, resolving to watch Tenya and Rikido struggle. After the announcement of her capture, Tenya resolved to continue the grapple rather than escape. Every minute spent holding him down was another minute off the timer. In fairness to Tenya, he managed to keep the grapple rolling for a solid 6 minuets before Rikido was able to throw him aside. He hit a wall sideways, and before he could recover, Rikido had shoulder-checked him through the wall. Rikido gripped his wrist and flung the other boy up over his head and into the ground. Tenya felt the air leave his lungs, and in that moment the match ended. Rikido was able to wrap his own capture tape around Tenya's wrist. Ida has been captured. Heroes win. Tenya closed his eyes and growled in frustration. His and Tuyu's plan had been as close to foolproof as he'd thought possible. Sorry about that, Rikido said, helping him up. Just couldn't give you a moment to get back up, right? You did excellently, Tenya said. Do not apologize for that. We are here to be heroes. We must always strive to be better. I hear that. The four gathered back with their class quite quickly for All Might's aftermatch talk. Now once more, students, All Might said, watching as the students moved to give their answers. It was Azui, right? Kyoka said, looking up. She thought to trick the heroes and move the bomb. Right, she did. All Might said, it was far from the full story, but a good point. Moving the bomb was why young Ioma was captured. A bout of luck, however, kept that advantage from manifesting fully. Hey, yeah, Ajuro said. If Ioma hadn't been holding the capture tape, the villains would have 1. Precisely, students. While I agree that Azui is the MVP, it is important to remember that even a perfect plan can fall apart in moments. All Might said. The students seemed to take that in. As an old saying goes, make the plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan. Isn't that terrible advice? Momo said, looking up at their teacher. It is. Look to it more as a reminder. That makes sense. Mashireo said. It reminds us that things won't always go how we expect. Perfect. Now then for our final match. All Might reached into the bin and pulled one of the ball free. Team D is heroes, meaning Team G will be our final villain team. Team D, Minoru and Mizo shared a look then glanced at their opponents. Team G, Kikumi and Toru looked confident, for what little the class could see. Kikumi rolled her shoulder and pulled her hood up and her gas mask over her mouth. Sei and Toru moved into their building, carefully positioning their bomb and waiting. Kikumi grinned as All Might started the match. To call the battle one-sided was an understatement so immense that it was frankly absurd. Toru was stuck in a bad matchup, her stealth skills not enough to get past Mizo even if she could hold her own for a time. All things considered, her capture was swift, leaving Kikumi in a 2 versus 1 situation. Surrender, villain. Mizo said. You're outnumbered. 2-1. She said, shadows flowing from her limbs freely. What a terrible fate, that such an impossible task was presented. Mizo and Minoru weren't going to underestimate her, both were waiting for the brawl. Their classmate wasn't going to surrender, that much they knew. Even with their knowledge, their understanding, they still were shocked by her next words. It almost makes me pity you, she said, drawing back and slamming her fist into the ground, shattering the floor. Unfortunately, pity isn't a luxury the void can spare. She kicked off, slamming full body into Mizo's chest, and threw him from the building in one motion. Minoru was left alone for a moment, left with an opponent he couldn't beat. It made for an anticlimactic finale match. It was over moments after Kikumi's first move. Capturing her opponents was simplistic for her. Once the finale capture was made, she and her opponents made their way back to the class. Kikumi Midoriya, Minoru said, groaning as they walked. All that beauty hides a monster. Hides? She blinked at him. I thought I'd been quite clear on that. Trust me, you were. Mizo said. Toru hopped up between them laughing. Yamido, we all know what Mineta's too busy doing to notice. She said, laughing through her words. We do. Kikumi said, genuinely confused. Mizo and Toru just stared at her, slack-jawed. She couldn't have not noticed, could she? It made no sense to the others. Kikumi shrugged it off when they didn't answer. If it was important, she'd know eventually. Wow. Mizo said as they re-entered the room with it. The conversation about the MVP was short. Kikumi had been a shoe-in for the title. Now students, let's return to the classroom. All Might said, moving to do just that. I have several things to speak to you all about for the upcoming year. Once back in the change room, Kikumi stretched herself out. The other girls surrounded her quickly. She blinked at the girls in their various states of undress and blushed slightly. Kikumi Midoriya. Kyoka began. Just how strong are you? I am uncertain. Kikumi replied. It was the honest truth too. She had a rough idea how strong dark consumption made her, but One for All had limits she couldn't reach yet. My mentor had to order specialty equipment for my training. No sheet, is that the stuff in the weight room? Mina said. The dancer seemed to be the most curious of the group as well as generally the most bubbly. Yes, he expressed that he had no further use for it. I did. Kikumi said, nodding at the words. The shadows the void reads me in are immense and unwieldy. They must be tempered through careful effort. Whoa, wait. Kyoka said, interrupting Momo's reply. You said that differently than normal. You're all about the void and darkness, but it's always your void. You said it differently that time. She did. Momo seemed surprised by that, but most of the others nodded their own agreements. There are two that I describe as the void. Firstly, the void as it permeates all within shadows, and secondly, the void. Kikumi said. One is something that we see, the other is the concept of fear and darkness itself. Like a god thing? Kyoka said, clearly seeking clarification. Kikumi nodded. Cool. Well then, as I was saying. Momo continued from where she was interrupted. Midoriya, your visor and sunglasses are due to a light sensitivity, correct? Yes. Kikumi said. It's an unfortunate reality, those touched by the void, as I can so rarely live in the daylight. While the classroom and your dorm are adapted to such, the greater dorm is designed communal. Would you prefer we keep the lights down during the night? Momo said. The other girls all agreed, much to Kikumi's confusion. You don't need to sacrifice your comfort for me, she assured them. Nah. To be honest, I'd like the lights a little more toned down than they have been, Mina said. Her light sensitivity was far lesser than Kikumi's, but she'd still found the lights way too bright at night. I can handle light, but at night all that light messes with my head. The conversation continued on in regards to accommodations that could be made. The boys joined them on the way back to the classroom, offering their own ideas and assurances. It made for an interesting conversation among the empty halls. Oh yeah, we should get those outlet stoppers, Denki added as they approached the classroom. I sometimes drain them without meaning to. That is good to know, Tenya said as they entered the classroom. All Might was already waiting for them there. Ah, students. All Might laughed as they moved to their seats. He placed a stack of papers on one of their desks and they passed it back and around to the entire class. Good. Now students, as I'm sure you've noticed, firstly was Aizawa's quirk test, now my combat training. On Friday you'll have a special training session. Sir, I can't help but notice that our entire schedule is clear every weekend and most Fridays, Tenya said. All Might nodded. Most of the teachers had expected him to question that. Principal Nizu believes in the 4-day week, however most training facilities are open to you on those days, All Might assured. Now if you'll notice, on Thursday you have your first introduction to public relations with the business course. Wait, we have classes with the business course? Denki said, glancing down at his schedule. Most of the class voiced similar confusion. Of course, students, All Might said. This wasn't a topic many heroes smiled about, however. It's an unfortunate reality in heroics that your public image will affect your career, both in popularity and wealth as well as in actual heroics. Whoa, hold on. Kyoka interrupted. How will public relations impact us saving lives? Some will unfortunately only see your public image and not that you are a hero, All Might said. It was a reality he wished to make these children understand. Heroics wasn't pretty, it wasn't glamorous. Heroics was about making a difference, about pushing past your limits to make the most hopeless situation come out in your favor. Now public relations will cover everything from promotions to campaigning, but this first one will be all about settling on a theme, so keep that in mind. Now, class is dismissed, enjoy the rest of our day. Not quite, Aizawa said as he walked into the room. All Might moved past and left the room, allowing Aizawa to take his place. I was going to tell you all to do this tomorrow, but since your heroics class went faster than expected, I'll do it now. You need to find a class representative. Sir, how should we be choosing? Tenya said, standing up as he did. Aizawa shrugged. I don't care, just do it, he said, taking his seat. The class erupted into claims of the titles. Tenya was trying to get them to stop and calm down, to little success. This went on for only a minute before someone got sick of it. Silence! Kikumi yelled. The class quickly quieted. Most were shocked at her volume. Their dark-themed classmate had rarely, if ever, gotten loud. Tenya has something to say, listen? Yes, thank you, Kikumi, Tenya said. He cleared his throat to compose himself. I say we put it to a vote. Won't everyone just vote for themselves? Mashireo said, most of the others agreeing. Why don't we start with nominating then? Hitoshi said, most of the class could see that working. You know, the first vote nominates people, the second is for the actual position. Hey, yeah, that sounds great, Mina said. Let's do it. The class clambered to get through the first phase. In a twist that was moderately expected, Momo, Kikumi and Tenya all got nominated successfully. Tsuyu and Mashireo were also nominated. The class cheered at Phase 1 being completed. What's the sheet? Katsuki said, scoffing at the lack of his own nomination. Most of the class just looked at him. You fuckers not nominating me? That would be why. Fumikage stated. While I am disappointed in the lack of my own nomination, I understand the choices that were made. Ah, come on, Fumi, Dark Shadow said as she came out. You'd been perfect. Plus you have my help. Of course I would, Beast. Fumikage said. That is the purpose of our bond, no? We aid each other. Well, you won't let me. Dark Shadow huffed. Fumikage glared. Clearly an old argument that the others knew little about. Ah, Liquid Shadow. Kikumi said, scratching the shadow under the chin. Morality is a crutch you are unburdened by, but your master's mind is not. Fumi, the massive shadow began. Fumikage shushed her, however. It was another few minutes to finalize voting for the nominated candidates. However, before the votes could be counted, someone saw a problem. Hey, wait, there were only 20 votes. Denki said. Kikumi nodded her agreement. Did Dark Shadow vote? She did not. Fumikage confirmed to immediate protest from the class. Both the raven-headed boy and his shadow blinked in surprise at their words. Yeah. She's part of the class too. Mina said, getting instant agreement from everyone else. Fumikage took a steadying breath. I'm sorry. I lost my composure for a moment there. You have all earned my loyalty beyond measure. I look forward to our years together. You want my vote? Dark Shadow said, creeping out from behind her other half. The class nodded and assured her they did, Rikido even offering to make her favorite sweets. She cast her own vote and the class made the tally. Tenya wrote the results on the chalkboard. Momo Yaoyorozu, 8 votes. Kikumi Midoriya, 7 votes. Tenya Ida, 3 votes. Tsuyu Azui, 2 votes. Mashireo Ojiro, 1 vote. Great, fantastic. Aizawa said once things settled. Your class representative, Momo Yaoyorozu, and vice representative Kikumi Midoriya. Your first meeting with the other class representatives is tomorrow. Class dismissed, go. The class filtered out quickly, rushing to the cafeteria for lunch. All 21 of them were planning to sit together to talk about their heroics class. Kikumi bumped shoulders with Fumikage and smiled at him. They see the darkness the same as we do. Kikumi said. Perhaps not with the reverence we do, but they see the hope that shines through the darkest times. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, they care, but more than that I feel they understand. Yes, I think they do. For once the madness of the darkness does not feel lonely. Fumikage said. With their conversation leading them to fall a little behind their class, Dark Shadow urged her partner on for something else. You may use my name, you have earned that much, Mikage. Ah. Kikumi smiled, nodding in understanding. I shall do just that, Kage. Told you. She heard Dark Shadow chastise their other. Mikage, Kikumi thought, rolling it between her teeth, it fits. Perhaps her new friend would feel comfortable informing the class at some point, perhaps not. Kikumi Mikage rejoined their class, laughing at jokes and adding on to stories all the while. Kikumi yawned as she and Momo walked to where they were to meet the other class representatives. Momo had insisted they wear the full uniform to make a good first impression with the other class representatives. It was unfortunate, the school uniform clashed with her usual style. As they walked, she and Momo paused. A media circus was standing at the UA gate. We deserve answers. One of them shouted, going to take a step forward. One of the other reporters stopped her before she could trigger the gate. A pity. You there? What's it like having All Might as a teacher? We just want one quote. Quote. Kikumi replied, totally monotone as she turned and walked away with Momo. She heard the gate slam shut behind her. Once they'd put some distance between them, Momo let her sour mood show. It was a mood they both shared. Reporters. She muttered. Kikumi silently agreed. The media had always seemed to be both the bane of heroics and an important part of it. The joys of systems you hated being a needed part of the world. An unfortunately common thing. So how do you take your coffee? As black as my soul. Kikumi grumbled. The goth teen was always a little on edge sounding, but that sounded like genuine biting annoyance. Glass of milk, understood. Momo said. Kikumi sputtered and laughed for a moment. Momo smiled at her. Black coffee? My mentor is an adept brewer and mom buys high-quality beans. Kikumi replied. Coffee is lifeblood, and like all monsters, the void's thirst for it cannot be quenched after its first taste. Agreed. Momo said as the two entered the main building. The two were the first to arrive. Kikumi was 2 mugs deep when Power Loader literally dropped May off. She's got no vice, he said. It's a pain to get a rep for any support classes as is. May and Momo were, even a few days post-first meeting, barely coherent around each other. Kikumi would find it endearingly adorable if not for how infuriating it was. She leaned back in her chair and groaned. "What's up, Kiku?" May looked over at her, concern clear. "It is too early, and too bright for the failed attempts at love," Kikumi replied. May blinked and blushed at her. "Besides, there are many questions that need answers, such as where was Jiro this morning? Was she not in the dorms?" Momo said. "It was odd. There wasn't really much reason for her to be leaving the dorms before them. The matter was dropped when Class B's representatives arrived, followed by the Gen Ed kids and business students. Apparently the business course usually only sent one person to these meetings, their vice." "Midoriya correct," the business student said coming up to them. "Of Class A?" "Yes," she replied, watching him closely. It wouldn't be the first time someone who already knew her name would turn out to be terrible. Even though she was wary, there was something else odd about this. "My name is Iwai, he said, reaching out to shake her hand. Kikumi was never big on physical contact and simply held out her fist. Getting the message, the business student returned the fist bump. "I was informed yesterday that you and I and one May Hatsum will be partnered for the joint business, support and heroics class. I assume due to my quirk." "And your quirk is?" Surprisingly, it was Momo who asked. Kikumi wondered as well, what quirk would lead to this kind of thing being pre-decided. Was it perhaps something related to the void? "Untold truth, a combination of my father's perfect recall and mother's secret keeper," the Y said, nodding at the way Kikumi lit up. Quirks were one of the topics she truly loved talking about, and was one of the easiest topics to understand her about. "It gives me an eidetic memory, but I can only share what I know with people who could have gained that information without me." "Interesting," Kikumi said, and it was. She could already see why he was being paired with her. "I believe you are right about the reason for being paired with me and May. The darkness holds many secrets, few are meant to be shared." "Ah, secrets that cannot be shared. Lovely. Now then, I wanted to discuss something with Hatsum. Would it be any trouble for you to introduce me?" Iwai said. Kikumi nodded. "Perfect. I figured I have an in with a hero and support student. I may as well exploit it." "So suit what you need?" May said, popping up almost immediately. Iwai, for his part, didn't react. "A friend of mine, my class representative actually, has a quirk he calls realized blueprint." May's eyes lit up in excitement. "It allows him to know the exact schematics and composition of any fictional object so long as he understands its mechanics. Some things are still impossible, either due to non-existent materials or impossible manufacturing. Why are you looking at each other like that?" May had turned to Momo, locking eyes and matching excitement at the prospect. Kikumi had to assume the prospect was of note to both, one as an engineer and the other as a girl who likely spent her childhood trying and failing to make said object. Creation was a terrifying power. Kikumi turned away from the trio and walked over to Class B's representatives. "Greetings, I hope the void's darkness guards you well. My name is Kikumi Midoriya," she said as she approached. "I am the vice for my class. The class representative is over there, Momo Yayorozu." "Itsuka Kendo," the red-headed girl said. "Nairenjiki Shoda, the vice rep," the boy said. The general education kids didn't seem inclined to talk to them or collaborate. Nairenjiki seemed to get fed up with them. "The entire point of this meeting is to set up class collaboration." "Right, yeah, 'cause that's what we want," one of the general education kids said. "To collaborate with a bunch of coasters that got in because they have the right quirks." Kikumi bristled, and she could see the same kind of anger bubble up in the Class B students. Momo, having come over in time to hear that, seemed to almost believe it, and that only further enraged Kikumi. None of the hero students dignified the Gen Ed kids with a response based on that. The purpose of this first meeting was just about mingling, learning more about the other classes and their goals. Eventually they'd need to start planning things out more. Eventually, though, this first meeting had to come to an end. There were still classes for the day after all. Kikumi and Momo had to go to their own class but were both glad for the chance. There was a lot of opportunities here, for all the classes. The morning was just a typical day, regular class schedule and all. It wasn't until lunch that the day became noteworthy. "You don't seem comfortable, Kikumi," Mikage said, glancing over as said girl once more tugged on her tie. "The void cannot be choked, but I can, and I hate it," she snarled, ripping the tie off. "The darkness should not be chained, it cannot be contained, and yet these damnable uniforms try." "Hey whoa," Dark Shadow said, poking out. "That's a lot of anger. It's kinda cute." "That is," Kikumi took a breath to calm herself and smiled at the shadow. "Only acceptable from you, Liquid Shadow." Dark Shadow squeaked at that and vanished back into her host body. It was strange seeing the living shadow so clearly embarrassed. It made Kikumi smile. The shadow was adorable when flustered. "Wait, they actually said that?" Denki said, locked in conversation with Momo on the other side of the table. Momo simply nodded her confirmation. "We worked our butts off to be here." "People SCK." Kyoka offered. The rocker had been oddly silent today, seemingly lost in thought. The moment that really made it clear was when Denki had to say her name more than once to get her attention. "It is quite unheroic of them to demean the efforts of others," Tenya said. Most of the class grumbled their agreements. "Fucking extras, think everything should just be handed to them." Katsuki grumbled, having only sat with them out of convenience, or so he said. "FNG losers failed and can't understand it's their own demon fault." "I imagine they were more upset at Yayorozu than anyone else," Shoto said after finishing her own meal. She glanced over in the general direction of the general ed students. "I can't imagine they are happy recommendations exist at all. Honestly, people like that PSS me off." Mina said. Mashareo nodded his own agreement. "Not manly at all." Ajiro said. It was an accurate summarization of the entire affair. Kikumi leaned back and glanced at her class. They'd pushed 6 tables together until they could all sit together in the lunchroom. The friend group divisions were still clear. Mina, Ijiro and Katsuki sat together while Tenya, Ochako were next to her with Mikage filling the gap between Kikumi and Mashareo. There was something about this that felt right. "I think it matters a whole lot more that Mei and the other heroics kids were there," Ochako offered. A cheer went up about Mei's involvement. The support student had made a strong impact on the class already. "Yeah, Mei getting the position by default seems weird but typical of her," Itoshi said. Kikumi voiced her own agreement. The fact that Mei got the position unopposed and that all her friends were in heroics left a bad taste in her mouth. Katsuki looked over the class and back at Kikumi. "Fuckers wanna mess with her, that's their F up," Katsuki said. He knew what it looked like when someone was targeted, how it felt to watch that happen. Looking at this class, he saw a lot of that, felt a lot of that. The way Momo's uncertainty shined even as she laughed. The way Fumikage felt he couldn't trust them all, or the way Mina was so much more over the top than needed. How Yuga felt the need to be in the spotlight seemingly by his choice, or how Toru tried so desperately to be seen all while trying to stay hidden. He saw it in them all and he hated it. "I'll look at that," Mina said, pulling him into a headlock. "Blasty does care. Like if I do." He scoffed at her, ripping into his lunch. Maybe someone believed him, not like he cared. It was halfway through their lunch that something disrupted them, a blaring alarm and a panicking student body. "Our upperclassmen mentors." Kikumi scoffed at the chaos around them. She kept her sour attitude about it even as the class was swept up and away in the panic. The echelon of UA falling for common weakness. "What's going on?" Tenya called out into the crowd, more confused than seeking answers. To their credit, as little as was deserved, some of the older kids gave an answer. "Security threat level 3. An answer came. "Someone breached the main gate." "Did you not go to orientation?" Another called. "It's Aizawa's class, idiot," a pink-haired girl said as she struggled against the crowd. "God, he was right on our first day. DMN it," Ijiro said, having managed to snag a hold on Mina as he struggled to move back to the group. Kikumi took the chance to glance around the room, her classmates in various places. "Diamond. Floated be great now." She heard a woman's voice in her head. There was no time to digest that right now. What could she see that she could use? Was there anything? "Kikumi." Outside. She heard Tenya. She couldn't see him, but she could see the windows. She was barely able to make out what Tenya was speaking about, the press. She wasn't sure how they had breached the barrier, but they had. There was a thunk, and she turned to see Tenya at the top of a doorway, right above the exit sign. "Fellow students," he called down to them. "Calm yourselves. It is just the press managing to get onto campus." The crowd stilled and Kikumi was able to launch herself upwards. She hit the rude feet first and landed near to the top of the windows. She planted her feet and pushed her hand through the concrete to anchor herself. She stared down and growled at the crowd. "Look outside," she called. "Look outside and weep at what you see. You're hero students. Or at the least students of a top-of-the-line academy, and you panicked over an alarm. Pull yourselves together." The other students were able to, eventually, coordinate themselves and handle the situation properly. It took a few minutes to actually manage to organize in a way that didn't leave them. The situation was settled, and luckily there was no major event or fallout. It was amidst this interaction the intercom came on. "Students, please return to your homeroom classes. Your teachers will return momentarily," Nisa said. The cafeteria emptied quite quickly. Kikumi and her own class were some of the first to successfully leave and return to their classroom. "Man, that was wild," Denki said once they were once more settled. "I mean the way they just panicked." "The Void's call is not one all can answer," Kikumi said. It took a second, but the class seemed to get what she was saying. "Our world is shrouded by darkness. To flounder when faced with it is to die." "Perhaps I wouldn't quite go that far, but Midoriya has a point," Momo said. That was something the class could agree on. There was a certain level of risk in heroics, and panicking in the field was going to get people hurt. It was disheartening to see our upperclassmen in such a state. "Just means we need to step up and fill the gap they have left," Tenya said as he got to his feet. Ijiro was on his feet in moments, fists slamming together. "Hell yeah. That's the manly thing to do," he said, grinning wide. That got the class riled up, each talking excitedly about how they'd be putting in the work to be the best of the best. "All right," Aizawa said as he came into the room. The class was silent quickly after that, and he nodded. "You're getting better, good. Anyway, the break-in is still being investigated, so I wanted to take this chance to start going over your performance in the heroics class." It turned out Aizawa had notes for all of them. Some of those notes were simply about picking up martial arts, even listing the ones he thought might work with existing styles. Other notes were about who to train with. Aizawa recommended Kikumi train with Ijiro as an example. The class was tearing through their packets, eager for any ideas and ways to improve. What Kikumi hadn't expected was the list of internship offers to look out for. Her own was varied. Edshot was listed for stealth work, Gran Torino and Ingenium for speed and acrobatics. Some of the listings were really surprising, Miruko for their similar combat styles. He had also made recommendations about expanding her options and styles, Snipe for range or Sir Night Eye for battlefield analyst. It was a thorough list. "Whoa," Ochako said, a few pages ahead of Kikumi. "You gave us weapon and support gear suggestions?" "No," Aizawa said. "I and All Might work together to put these together. Midoriya, yours is mostly my suggestion. All Might had little to add that you haven't heard before." "This is awesome," Denki said, flipping between pages. Similar sentiments went up around the room. "Yes, you're all excited, I know," Aizawa said. "That's it for class today. You can head back to the dorms now." The class got up, gathering their belongings and packets to move back over to the dorms. They were rushing, but once in the halls they noticed Kyoka turning to move in another direction. "You guys go ahead. I've got to meet with a teacher," she said, waving their concern off. "Don't worry, I requested it." "All right," Momo said. The groups split, most of the class arriving back in the dorm within moments. The class split apart into their own groups to go over the reports. Kikumi paused as her group moved to convene in a private room. She grabbed Mikage and stepped aside for a moment. "Ah, Kikumi," Mikage said. "To what may this conversation be about?" "While I understand the difficulties surrounding identity," Kikumi began, Mikage seemed a little nervous at her words. "I want to assure you that my friends, and most assuredly our class, would love knowing you for you." "Yeah," Dark Shadow said, slinking out and around her host. "No pressure though, right?" "Of course not." Kikumi scoffed at the idea. "The Void's hunters often prefer ambush predation. Patience is a virtue beyond all." "Your friends?" Mikage settled after moments. "I believe it is best to start small." "Of course," Kikumi said, taking a bow and directing them out. "After you, Beast Master, Liquid Shadow." "Is she better at this than us?" Dark Shadow said, glancing at her other half. Mikage for her part seemed to not have an answer. "We'll have to come up with one for her." "Yes," Mikage mused even as they moved back to the rest of the group. "We will." The two stepped into the room with the others. Hitoshi, Ochako and Tenya were already locked into adamant conversation about some topic or another, one that Kikumi joined easily. It was a wonder to watch in a way, just the way these four vastly different people talked. Somehow, how different they all were was comfortable. "Oh hey Tokoyami," Ochako said. "You've been pretty quiet, we aren't boring you, right?" "No, certainly not," she replied. "Quite the opposite actually. I was enjoying simply watching actually." "Oh well, that's great, but did you have anything to add?" Ochako seemed to be the first to make an effort to reach out. Gang Orca being voted most villainous-looking hero is a fool's gambit, Mikage said. It was a vote she'd never liked. In what world does something like that matter? Doesn't. Ochako agreed. On that we agree, Uraraka. Ochako. She corrected. If we're going to be friends, you may as well. The others offered their own words. Similar statements about names and friends. Mikage shared a glance with Dark Shadow and smiled at them. "Well, it would be rude not to offer the same, wouldn't it?" she asked. The others laughed and assured that it wouldn't. "My name is Mikage." "Oh." Hitoshi was the first to recover, grinning at her. "Nice name there, your mom pick it out?" "No, actually I did," Mikage said, catching on to the joke. That got a laugh from all the others. "Well, DM and Tenya, still outnumbered, eh?" Hitoshi said. Tenya nodded. "So it seems," he replied, giving a moderate sigh. "I suppose we must work twice as hard." Later Kikumi fell into place next to Mikage, leaning on her and smiling like a fool. Mikage for her part didn't react. Dark Shadow blushed a storm of course, but not Mikage. If Mikage had been asked, she'd tell you that she was certain Kikumi was trying to fluster Dark Shadow. Not that the shadow didn't deserve it, and on her state when flustered Kikumi and Mikage agreed. "Told you," Kikumi said. "Lies are not a tool the Void calls for lightly." "No they aren't," Mikage agreed. It was nice talking to others that knew her. It made her glad that she'd chosen UA. On the other end of the school, just a little earlier that day, Kyoko was moving to an office she'd visited earlier this morning. The first visit was simply about setting up a dedicated meeting. Even still, having a day to hype herself up, she felt nervous about this. Even still, it was important enough that she knocked on the door with only a moment of hesitation. "Ah, young Jiro," All Might said as he opened the door. He stepped aside and gestured to the chairs. "Come in, take a seat. Would you like anything? Water?" I'll take a water, yeah." It was in her hand moments later. She still needed a second to take a breath though. He was just her teacher, and the #1 hero, no need for nerves. "Now then, you asked to meet with me after class." All Might took his own seat. "I'm glad you felt comfortable coming to me about whatever you need, even if you are nervous." Yeah," Kyoka said. "Alright, so you know my quirk?" "Well, sometimes I hear things I'm not supposed to and—" "You've heard something." All Might suddenly looked far more serious. She had no idea what he was thinking, but everyone knew All Might took threats to children seriously, as a personal offense almost. "Are your classmates in danger? Did you overhear something to make you think one needs help?" "Oh no, well there is that thing with Tokoyami." She muttered. "No, That's not important. It's not about the students at all, sir. Oh, that's good then. All Might said. He seemed relieved. Well, in that case, do go on. As I said, I overhear a lot and well, how do I say it? She blinked and thought about it for a second longer. It wasn't exactly something that was easy to. There was a certain level of fear in even saying it out loud. All Might, however, was patient, fully willing to wait as long as she needed. That was incredibly kind of him, she thought, considering things. Well, may as well put it simply and bluntly. Fast and honest. I know about one for all. Mission success. Were the words that broke the silence and peace of the immaculate, albeit empty bar as the swirling purple vortex snapped closed. A well-dressed man seemingly made of purple fog turned to the source of the voice, a grinning blue-haired man in a gray hoodie. All Might's schedule, I take it? The fogman said. Excellent work, Tamura. Not quite that good. Tamura said, taking a seat. The fogman placed a glass of whiskey before him right away. A glass Tamura was careful to not place all 5 fingers on. Got the Class 1A schedule. Friday they're off campus with All Might. Excellent work. A third voice said. A man covered in life support equipment was visible on one of the TV screens. Kurogyri, you have the coordinates to this facility? I do, Master. The fogman confirmed. And you're part of the plan, sir? Already underway. The man said. Everyone I need is in place and ready to begin. Perfect. Tamura said, downing another glass. On Friday the symbol of peace dies. To the beginnings of a new age. The figure on the TV said. After their brief celebration the TV cut out and the man was left alone in the dark. He had to grin to himself thinking about the coming day. His plans were coming along oh so perfectly. It made sense, after all the universe had a habit of rebalancing itself. Oh, I do look forward to our next fight, All Might. The man said. It's truly so foolish of you to have kept one for all in spite of your injuries. No matter, the next time I see you my brother's quirk will be mine again. I what? All Might shrunk down into his true form from the surprise. Steam briefly filled the room as he did so. You know about Dash. I know one for all is a quirk, I know it was yours and I know it's Midoriya's, that's all I know. Kyoka assured even through her panic. Her words seemed to calm All Might at least a bit, or maybe that was just processing. I don't know anything else, I promise. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. All Might assured, his panic clearly subsiding in the face of a panicked teenager. This is my own fault. I should have taken into account such things while discussing it with young Kikumi. Okay. Kyoka steadied herself. I don't really know what to do now. For now, nothing. That made a level of sense, even if it felt underwhelming. I will have to think about this. I've never had someone find out unintentionally. I hope this doesn't deter your recon efforts in the future. It's quite impressive what you pick up without trying. I think I know every secret of my class already. She said, blushing. Learning secrets like this has always been embarrassing. Filtering out so I don't really retain anything has always been the hard part. The opposite problem of most in your situation. All Might lean back and thought on that. One thing being a hero had taught him was that compensating for weakness was important, but strengths had to be leaned on. No matter how well you had your weak point handled, it didn't matter if you forgot your strengths. I think you can return to your classmates now, young Jiro. I'll make sure to reach out about this in time. All Might watched her leave. He was lucky. Kyoko was responsible when it came to her quirk. Most would take advantage, but she made sure he was aware. That was one more person who knew about his quirk. His former quirk, that is. Perhaps this was good. One thing All Might thought, looking back, was that he was too secretive. Getting a business student involved had left him wary, but Nizu thought it was a good plan. If there was a plan to trust, it was one of Nizu's. I should speak with young Kikumi. Kyoka continued her walk back to her class. That had gone well. She wasn't in trouble. Sure, All Might wanted to speak later, but of course he did. It was the best anyone had ever taken her knowing their secret. Her days before UA were lonely, to put it mildly. Sure, she wasn't the target of bullies. Sure, she was left alone. But looking back on it, The loneliness was crushing, suffocating. She almost felt jealous of Kikumi, of the rest of her class, and then she felt guilty. It wasn't like she hadn't tried to make friends. No, a few choice words when she was a kid, green behind the ears with her quirk, put a stop to that. A young child didn't know any better. How was little 5-year-old Kyoka supposed to know what a divorce was? Or that she shouldn't tell her class about it? How was she supposed to know that the things she overheard at the neighbors would get her friend's mom arrested? Looking back on that one, Kyoka had no regrets, but it still cost her a friend. She learned to keep quiet pretty quick, but by then it was too late. Rumors spread. Former classmates followed her to middle school and the rumors persisted. She became little more than that girl who'd tell everyone your secrets. Kyoka hadn't revealed any secrets, well, not ones that weren't an immediate danger, since she was 6. No one seemed to really care about that part though. She'd gotten used to it though, so starting at UA and having everyone be friendly had thrown her off. She had a few conversations to have, but one that was far more important than the others. She managed to pull Kikumi away just after dinner. The goth girl followed easily with assurance that it was simply a conversation Kyoka didn't want to have with others around. Once they were somewhere a little more private, Kyoka turned to face Kikumi, not at all suppressed by the raised eyebrows she was getting. "So you know what my quirk is?" Kyoka began. Kikumi nodded. "And you do all that analysis, so you probably know I hear a lot." It seemed obvious. Kikumi conceded. She had presumed a lot about her classmates' quirks. People had never taken her analyst well, so asking was never a thought. Kyoka nodded, understanding the unspoken part. "Yeah. So I hear a lot of stuff, a lot that I'm not supposed to hear." If the implication hit Kikumi, she gave no tells. It was strange in a way. Kyoka thought she'd mastered the art of a blank stare. She was beat. "I've heard a lot of secrets, I'd give examples, but well, secrets are not yours to share." Kumi nodded and smiled. "Very admirable. Thanks." Kyoka blinked, thrown off slightly. She should have expected it, but it still hit her weirdly. "But there's really no way to sugarcoat it. I know about one for all." That got a reaction. Kikumi had, since the class had taken to dimming the lights, been seen without her glasses more and more. The girl was without said glasses now, so when she reacted, Kyoka could see her purple eyes blow wide at the revelation. "I already talked to All Might about it." Kyoka quickly added. She was starting to panic now. "I found out a few days ago and didn't know what to do or say." "I'm sorry, Dash." "For what?" Kikumi's confusion was clear. In Kikumi's mind, Kyoka had nothing to apologize for. She had overheard a secret due to a part of her biology that she had no control over. "Because I was not careful enough? Because your quirk can't be turned off? A fool's errand." "Vita." Kyoka laughed. "I came expecting more of the same thing as always, and you just—" "I don't know." "You were wronged," Kikumi said, anger flashing in her eyes. "Many of us were. Jiro, I am glad to be your classmate. The fact you learned this secret and told no one only makes me more sure of that." "Well, not just this secret," Kyoka admitted. I know about Tokoyami. We have been far less careful about that." Kikumi noted. Kyoka laughed, a full sound that left her a little breathless. Kikumi was grinning as well now. "All told, I look forward to being friends, librarian." "Librarian?" Kyoka blinked at her. She knew Kikumi enjoyed giving nicknames and titles to people, like Mikage, Beastmaster, or Dark Shadows, Liquid Shadow, but they usually made a little more sense than that. "Keepers of knowledge," Kikumi clarified. Given that explanation, it fit decently well. Well then, someone had to return the favor. "You got one of those?" Kyoka noted the silence that was left afterward. No, it seemed she didn't. Kyoka thought of Kikumi's goal and actions and blinked. "Well, all right, Hunter, want to get back to the others?" "We shall." Kikumi turned and led the way back. Immediately the two were hounded by their classmates, each wondering what the conversation was about, and it was at this moment Kyoka realized a problem. She had a perfect out that was completely true, but using it had implications. She'd have to have 19 more of those talks. Well, so far she was 2 for 2 on it going well, and those were the biggest secrets she had. Just something I'd overheard, she admitted, Kikumi nodded. Something private that I probably shouldn't have heard. Oh yeah, you probably hear a lot of stuff you don't want to, huh? Denki said. Kyoka blinked at him. He'd immediately turned it around and painted the whole issue as something that impacted her as much as the people she overheard, if not more. Leave it to him. That's cool. I don't really have any secrets you could hear that I don't want out. Hey yeah. Same here. Mina bounded up from her seat. Kyoka paused at that. She would have thought Mina was a little more secretive about it than that. I don't really care who knows. Even with your whole love maker persona? Kyoka found herself asking. Mina laughed it off and shrugged. Just because I don't want any doesn't mean I don't love romance. She said, winking at Kyoka. That made sense, she guessed. That's like the one thing everyone else doesn't already know about me. Are you going to pull us all aside to tell us what you know? Shoto looked up from her notes as she spoke. Kyoka shrugged. I guess if you want to we can. Kyoka said. Shoto seemed to consider it, then shrugged and went back to her notes. Some of the others seemed to consider it, Mikage being the only one that looked at least a little panicked. But yeah, I hear a lot. Well, it's cool you wanted to clear the air. Ijiro said as he stood from his seat. Super manly. That was about one of the greatest compliments Ijiro would give. Kyoka let out a breath. Of course things were different. These people understood in a way. They weren't going to flip because she'd heard something she shouldn't have. Sure, they'd be a little more careful, but that wasn't something she could blame them for. People had secrets, and as much as they had no issue with her, she was still a threat to those secrets. Sure, she wouldn't say anything, but that didn't mean they wanted her to know either. Well, Momo said, clapping her hands and gathering the class's attention. I wanted to speak about the topic of our future heroics lessons. Ah yes. Kikumi said, stepping up next to her. All Might and Aizawa's notes on our first lesson will be immensely helpful, but the input of one's peers is unparalleled. Kyoka leaned back and splintered herself from the group a bit at this point. She was all about recon, not really by choice. She'd leave the combat and analysis to the experts. Partway through the conversation though, Ochako nudged her. Kyoka looked at her. Ochako looked at her like she expected something. Anything to add? She said. Kyoka thought for a moment and gave a shrug. Tokoyami and our hunter here benefit from the darkness already. She said. It was something she'd thought about a little as well. But neither of them have much stealth training. Something to consider. Kikumi nodded, sharing a look with Mikage. If our enemies hide in the shadows, we must show them that darkness is not their friend. It is ours. Mikage finished, nodding. Once at the other. The conversation continued for a while until there was a knock on the dorm building's main door. Mina was up and over the couch before anyone else could react. The pink girl just casually flipping herself over it and moving to the door like it was nothing. Hey, what's up? Oh, Mina said. All Might. That made the class look at each other, confusion coloring their features. Why would All Might have come here? That confusion was only compounded when Kikumi stood and strode towards the door. She moved to look over Mina's shoulder and spoke with all might on the other side. Mina looked surprised and remained so as she rejoined the class. Kikumi herself, however, left with all might. What just happened? Denki voiced everyone's thoughts. All Might wanted to talk to Midoriya. Mina said, still very clearly confused. He called her Kikumi. What? Half the class said, Kyoka sighed. It might have to do with me talking to him earlier. She said, the class snapping to face her at those words. The class was quiet, unusually so. I heard something involving him and wanted him to know that I'd heard it. Involving Kikumi? Ochako said. Kyoka nodded. And you won't give details? Not my secret to tell. Kyoka shrugged and lagged as the class groaned and chastised her. Momo blinked in confusion. Is it about his mentorship of Midoriya? Momo said, squawking at the attention it gathered from her class. Didn't I thought you'd all noticed? Noticed? Mina said, almost shouting. Noticed what? How could you possibly have known that? Well, Momo swallowed and settled herself, grateful for the lack of questions over her taking her time. Aizawa mentioned Midoriya's notes have few things from All Might because anything he'd say she knew. Huh. Denki said. He did say that. They do have similar quirks. Tsuyu noted. Mutterings of agreement spread through the class. Not exactly though, maybe he thought he could help her with it? Getting training from someone who also has a strength quirk. Mashireo mused. That'd make a big difference for her in combat. Kikumi never made mention of that. Tenya added, seeming unsure of himself. Although, I can't really blame her. That's incredible. Denki said, awed by the revelation. I mean, she got personal training from the number one? It's manly as hell, Ajiro said. He paused afterwards though, seemingly thinking about it. Seems a little embarrassing though. A little bit, yeah. Hitoshi shrugged. He'd long thought that Kikumi's story was off. His goth friend had no issues with her quirk for 14 years and suddenly going all out broke her arm? Sure, her story checked out, but there was still something off. That was just the fishiest part of the story. Kikumi had a lot of opportunities, a lot that most kids didn't have. That didn't mean she didn't work hard. The girl worked harder than anyone he could name. Not like it's any of our business. Kikumi meanwhile found herself following Toshinori all the way to his office. All Might directed her to take a seat while he closed and locked the door, having put a hanging note on the handle about a student-teacher conference. He took his own seat inside. I'm sorry, young Kikumi, he said. I wanted to take some time after young Jiro's revelation to make sure we wouldn't be receiving a second one. There's no one else in the school that could have learned about One for All? She asked. Even hearing Toshinori say it wasn't quiet, alleviating her worries. Toshinori for his part nodded. None, he said. He tapped his notebook and pushed it to her. Or at least none that could get through our, apparently, lax security. Young Jiro is an anomaly in that regard. Good, Kikumi said, taking the book and beginning to flip through it. It seemed to be full of the notes Toshinori had written while looking into this. Hubris is a deadly force. To come against it in such a mundane way is our saving grace. Undoubtedly, Toshinori said. He was starting to feel a little proud of how easy it was getting to understand his protege. Although Kyoka's revelation had spawned the need for this meeting, he had other things he wished to discuss. How have you been handling One for All? Those shadowy wisps are new. One for All seems to have adapted to my own darkened nature. Kikumi replied. Funneling its power through dark consumption gives me a limited but constant boost of strength that is manageable. You said previously that you could handle 5% of One for All, correct? 10 if you pushed yourself. Toshinori said. Kikumi nodded and he leaned back in thought. We know how much you can lift with dark consumption. I'd like to hear any insights you have. 5% of One for All seems to be a third of dark consumption's output. Kikumi began. Toshinori hummed in thought at that. 15% of One for All was already plenty to be a hero. It was however rather limited for a quirk like Kikumi's. While channeling One for All through my own quirk, the power is lesser but constant. You can't drain One for All faster than its own reserves generate. Toshinori said. It had been something he himself had noticed. Even when at his absolute maximum output, One for All never drained. It didn't grow especially fast, but he could never drain it. Being able to use the equivalent of 20% of One for All is still immense. The strength one has and the strength one utilizes are rarely the same. Kikumi noted. Toshinori had to agree. He could count on one hand the number of fights he had to put his all into over his career. I have been recording everything concerning both quirks as you asked. That's good, Toshinori said. He was far from a quirk expert, but one thing he did know was that information was king. The more they knew, the better. He took the notebook from her and flipped through its pages. It was written in code, which was good, and labeled as Dark Consumption. Deep Dive Volume 1. Something simple. We'll need to be careful still. My master said her quirk was supercharged by One for All. I understand, Kikumi said, and she did. Dark Consumption had been holding power longer, drawing in shadows faster, and was overall quicker to answer her call. It would be unwise to fail to consider the impact of such power on the void within. But you may return to your classmates then. Kikumi nodded and stood. Once she'd opened the door to leave, Aizawa was standing there waiting. She moved past him and he took her place in the office. Meeting with your favorite student? He said. Toshinori laughed it off. Young Jiro came to me today. Wanted me to know she'd overheard some of my secrets. Toshinori noted that Aizawa clearly understood his point. Aizawa took his own seat. I wanted to talk about the USJ. He said. It was a fair topic. Training activities took planning and one like this required far more. Toshinori would be lying if he said he wasn't glad 13 had taken point on this activity. I thought the plans were finalized? Toshinori said. He'd had the email about it and everything. Aizawa, in a moment of brilliance, had even made a backup plan should Toshinori be unable to make it. They were. Aizawa assured. Good, they only had a day between now and the actual lesson. But I wanted your opinion on areas students may struggle. Young Tokoyami and Kikumi will struggle in the fire zone. Both their quirks are dependent on darkness. Dark Shadow herself doesn't seem to be a fan of fire either. Toshinori thought more. It was something he hadn't yet considered. Bakugo will struggle in the flood and shipwreck zones. About what I expected. Aizawa said. He sighed. They had to get the kids at least passable for the future, but the simple truth was that they likely wouldn't be called to those places anyway. The last thing you wanted was a hero who couldn't help. Well, give me a detailed list tomorrow. We need to know the areas to work harder on and the areas that aren't worth focusing on. I suppose that's true. And it was. No matter how well trained, a hero like MT Lady simply wasn't helpful in a mining rescue. Well, one near the surface she'd be great in. He'd seen too many heroes that were truly unable to help, and it was heartbreaking. A hero who can't help could be helping somewhere else. With those matters settled, Aizawa left. Each of the teachers had their own task to do the next day and didn't see each other again. Neither would be on campus the next night. Aizawa had an investigation to get to while Toshinori was grabbing a few items from his agency. The two weren't able to join Thursday's sweep of the school, which meant the staff was short 2 staff members. Perhaps they would have been the ones to find a copy of the teacher's schedule missing. As it was, however, it went unnoticed. This meant that as Class 1A stood outside with Aizawa in front of their bus, the teacher had no idea of any possible danger. All right, kids on the bus, he said, still tired. If there was one habit he didn't want to instill in his students, it was his sleeping habits. The class filed relatively quickly. It was earlier than normal, so the kids weren't quite as alert as normal. Have to be faster than that. Hurry it up. The class did. It wasn't even half a minute after that the entire class was on the bus and waiting to go. They'd all opted to wear their hero costumes for this exercise. Good. Heroes did rescue work in costumes, so not wearing them wouldn't really serve anything in training. He took his own seat and listened in on the students. So, I know we mentioned it yesterday, but Midoriya's like crazy strong. Denki began the conversation. He was leaning over his seat to look back at her. It totally rocks. Man, if you're talking power, Todoroki has to be at the top. Ijiro said, lamentingly. I mean power, style, she's got it all. Definitely top hero material. Not like me. Ah, come on, Kiri. Mina said, nudging him with her arm. You're plenty flashy. Quiet, right? Mikage said, Dark Shadow agreeing herself. If there is anyone truly able to be a wall against evil, it is you. An immovable object is underestimated. Kikumi added. If even the strongest amongst us cannot pass you, we cannot win. But nah. Shut up, shitty hair. Katsuki smacked him upside the head. If Dark and Brooding says you're strong, you are. She's not a fake idiot. Bakugo will probably never be top. Tsuyu pointed out. The class knew she was pretty blunt already and had taken to making sure to clarify things when others got angry. The F you just say? Katsuki left his seat in rage, leaning over the railing to get closer to the girl. Oi, frog legs, you better fucking not repeat that. See? Tsuyu said. Exactly what I mean. That was quickly the only topic of conversation. Who in the class was the strongest, or most likable, or best suited to rescue? Aizawa rolled his eyes. It was an understandable if tired topic. Luckily, Aizawa wouldn't have to listen to the topic much longer. The bus ride to the USJ was only a short 15 minutes. He quickly offloaded the bus and led the class into the building. "No way," Kako said, the first to react. "It's the Space Hero 13. Most of the class stared at the girl. Kikumi was usually a little more subdued about it, but that was something they'd expect from her. FO0 or her part Kikumi was clearly as excited, granted so was most of the class. "Ah yes, students," 13 said, approaching them after conversing briefly with Aizawa. "Before we begin today I have four things to say." The class stilled and silenced themselves. Firstly, welcome to the USJ, or Unforeseen Situation Joint. I named it, "Can you tell I'm bad at names?" That got a chuckle. 13 seemed to visibly relax at the class's casual nature. "Now then, in Aizawa's test you learned that your quirks are far from straightforward. Might's class you learned how you can fight with them, how dangerous they can be. Today I want to show you how to do the opposite, save people with your quirks." There was some quiet nudging and "I told you so's" amongst the class. "Quirks are dangerous, yes. Take my black hole." She demonstrated the quirk briefly. "Yes, I use it to save people and clear rubble, but I could just as easily use it to kill, and there are few that could stop me. All quirks are like this. Today we will be aiming that power differently." There was a shift in the air at that moment. Kikumi's gaze snapping to the central plaza as a swirling mass of purple began to fill the air. Her locked gaze took Aizawa's attention. He looked and saw the same thing. He reached up and grabbed his scarf, ready for a fight. "Are we starting already?" one of the kids said. Aizawa didn't bother looking back to see which one. "No," he answered, careful to keep his eye on the small army that was emerging from a warp gate. 13 Take the kids and get out. I'll buy you time." "There's too many," Kikumi observed. "You specialize in one-on-one fights. Midoriya, you don't last long as a one-trick pony." With that he launched down the stairs. The first wave of villains went down easy. Arrogant fools that reacted just like everyone else to losing their quirks. "Ah, Eraserhead," the lead villain said as he scratched at his neck. "Too bad you targeted the wrong person." With those words the swirling cloud of purple smoke folded in on itself and reappeared between his students and the exit. He turned his head, hair floating upwards and eyes glowing a piercing crimson as he erased the warp villain's quirk. Unfortunately, this meant none of the villains around him were without their quirks. "Oh, Eraserhead," the lead villain said as Aizawa was tackled aside, canceling out his quirk. "You think we didn't plan for you?" Meanwhile, back up with the class, the warp villain was taunting the class about how trapped they were. A taunt none of them liked hearing. 13 was getting ready to make her own attack. "Oh no. Why to be interrupted? Shut the F up and die." Katsuki yelled as he and Ijiro launched at the villain only to hit open air. The warp villain moved back. "HM. That was too close," he said, the purple smoke growing to engulf them all. "Now be gone." Their feet left the ground and in the next moment most of the class found themselves spread throughout the USJ. Kikumi blinked and felt water on her face and body. "Rain," she twisted and noted that there was nothing solid under her. Getting her bearings, she noted where she was, a darkened, stormy city. Big mistake. She was falling though, easily more than 15 stories high, above most of the buildings in her immediate vicinity. A Detroit smash timed right would stop her fall. She quickly stabilized her fall and prepared for it, charging up one for all in her arm. The timing had to be perfect. Lock onto a point on the ground, steady yourself, breathe. Had maybe a 2-second window to land this, she had it though. The timing was easy, she just had to focus on it and her shoulder cracked against the lip of a building sending her spiraling aside. Kikumi spun through the air briefly, pain flaring as she tried desperately to restabilize herself. She was too low. A Detroit smash had gone from a carefully laid plan that would succeed to little more than a desperate attempt likely to fail. She pulled back her fist and locked onto the ground. It was coming up too fast. She didn't have time, she couldn't. She was going to hit the ground. Kikumi closed her eyes and covered her head in her fear. "Sheet. 5. I'm trying. It's not going through, and even if it did, it dash. It'll demon well make it better. Floats through." The tension in her mind shattered at that. The woman, though, was still clearly panicking. Okay kid, listen up, you gotta think of the wind, of the way it moves, how it cushions you. Like a feather, Kikumi thought briefly. For a moment calm overtaking her and settling like something had latched onto the feeling. Yeah, like a feather, you're a feather kid. You only touch the ground if you want to. It was a nice thought. Kikumi almost smiled even as she braced for impact. It was almost a minute before she thought something must have been wrong. She hadn't felt an impact yet. Slowly opening her eyes, she gasped lightly at what she saw. The ground, a foot and half away from her. Wadash, and like that it cut off and she hit the ground. Kikumi groaned and climbed back to her feet. That wasn't her quirk, either of them. Technically true. The woman said, voice fading slowly from her mind. Was that something from One for All? All Might had never flown before, not really. Kikumi's eyes widened after a moment of thought. All Might had never flown, but Prohero Nimbus, All Might's teacher, did. Her head snapped to the side, eyes narrowed, at a bang from one alley. She wasn't alone wherever this was. Well, boys. A man said, stepping out of the alley. Kikumi could feel the hair on her neck stand up even against the torrential rain at his words. Villains, so she'd been sent to more of them as expected. They sent us a lone girl. One girl for all of us, bad odds. I agree. Your surrender will be swiftly accepted. She said, to laughter from all. Ah, arrogance. What a shame you have fallen to man's greatest folly. Right, we're arrogant. Not the girl thinking she can take 30 villains alone. Another person scoffed. Kikumi smirked, drawing in some of the darkness with every breath. It had been a suggestion from All Might, microdrawing shadows in, she called it, subtle gluttony, to take advantage of a lull in a fight to fuel her stock without alerting others to her actions. Ah, heroes man. The speaker elbowed the leader. Always acting like they've already won. As said kid, 1 on 30 dash. Incorrect. Mikage said, as she hit the earth besides Kikumi, dark shadow rising. Angrily from her shoulders. Mashireo hit the ground on her other side. I'd suggest you follow our leader's advice. Or don't, Dark Shadow said, voice rumbling like an oncoming storm. Dark Shadow may have been shy in her weakest state, but she enjoyed violence no matter how powerful she was. I'd like it if you don't. A boss. One of the more distant villains said. Something about this isn't adding up. Too late. Kikumi said, feet leaving the ground as she drew in as much darkness as she could. The group of 4 moved, rapidly approaching and swinging into the group of villains with a violent eagerness. The group of hero students quickly dispatched the villains. Mashireo got a brief laugh out of how Mikage, Dark Shadow and Kikumi seemed so much more full of life than normal. He wasn't sure if it was the combat or the darkness, but the 3 were in their element. There were gaps in their combat, errors and mistakes that experience could fix. Mashireo couldn't help but fall into their enthusiasm after the villains were defeated and restrained. He was more subdued than his classmates, but the adrenaline was still flowing. That was good, he'd need it still. That was good. He observed, nodding at them. But I doubt it's over. Tokoyami, do you need the darkness at all, or is that just the girls? Not in the manner of our companions. Mikage replied. Mashireo did note the way his friend reacted to not being counted among the girls. However, my own ability is tied to the power of Dark Shadow. When she is weak, I have fewer options. All right. Mashireo said, glancing at the buildings. I don't think we can take on the leaders, but we need to get out of here. The plaza is the only route. Mikage noted. The 3 shared a glance. Their only escape route took them through the heart of the villain activity. They were just students. Was this even possible? Revelry in the dark. The danger these enemies pose cannot be underestimated. Kikumi mused. People on forums had thought All Might had been weakening. From what little she'd heard, so did these villains. If their target is All Might, we must assume they believe they can achieve it. Which puts this firmly too dangerous for us. Mashireo said. The others seemed to agree. Let's get out of here. That's what they did, careful to monitor the streets around them as they moved. They had encountered one gang of villains, but that didn't mean they'd dealt with every villain. Kikumi was quick to point out to the others that if she was in charge, there'd be villains in all the buildings. It was something the other two agreed with. It was the tactical choice that made the most sense. Finding their exit was easy. The downpour zone had an exit at one end of the main road, a very clearly marked exit. As they approached, Kikumi pulled her hood down. It was this moment that made her truly thankful May had suggested adding the hood to the cape. The void whispers. She noted. There is something we are missing. Yeah. Dark Shadow said, springing out from under Mikaj's cloak. This whole thing's fishy. We can think about it later. Mashireo said. Like when our lives aren't in danger. Ah, a voice of reason. Excellent. Kikumi said, stepping past and pushing the door open. With the exit open, several things became clear all at once. A swirl of air accompanied dissipating over the shipwreck zone, the smell of sulfur just beating out the salty breeze. A glacier taking up half the flood zone but not originating in it. A surging electrical storm over the landside area. The mist villain is still at the top of the entrance stairs. What caught Kikumi's eye, however, was the purple villain. It was a hulking beast, similar in stature to All Might with an exposed brain and bird beak. A growl built in her throat at the sight of it, at the way it was holding Aizawa down, pulling one of his arms out to the side. Her teacher's eyes were glowing and his hair hovering. Man, erase her head. Kikumi's head snapped to the side. The villain leader stood there, one hand pressed firmly against Tsuyu's head, Katsuki's hands cupped ready to fire a blast in his face. But some of these kids, so quick to go for the fatality. Kage Ojiro. Kikumi said, eyes turning back to the beast. Seek our classmates and aid in their escape. What about you? Dark Shadow said, a sentiment both Mikage and Mashireo shared. Mashireo had a bad feeling, he knew. I shall buy you time. They felt the wind before they saw the wisp of light. Kikumi's shadow rolled and broiled as it shrunk to be just beneath her feet. Our enemy has chosen to paint a target on our back. I will not let them see it again. Mashireo grabbed her arm. She glanced at him. You heard that villain earlier, he said, hoping to dissuade her. They thought they could kill All Might. I bet that's how. You can't fight it. I cannot best it. She agreed, turning back to it. That is not my goal. Go. DMN kid. She could faintly make out the voice of that woman again once her companions had moved aside. Guess we're all in now. Take your effing hand off of her. Katsuki growled, hands still poised. The villain laughed and glanced at Aizawa again, releasing Tsuyu. I mean really. Going for the kill shot instantly. What are you UA types teaching? He said, stepping back towards Aizawa. It's pathetic, you know. Heroes oppose violence, they say, and yet. He kept walking towards Aizawa, ignoring the others as he did. Kikumi grit her teeth at his words. She had to focus. 5% was easy, 10 was pushing it. At 15 she could feel her muscles beginning to tear. She hadn't tried beyond that yet. If there was ever a time. I guess if we want to off a couple of the mooks and get the big boss's attention, I'll have to clear stage 1. The villain said. Nomu kill dash. There was a sound like air shattering. The villain paused, glancing up to see the arm of the beast above him, blocking an axe kick from Kikumi. His eyes were wide as the two stayed locked like that. Kikumi almost hissed at the pain. With 20% of one for all coursing through her body, she could feel her bones cracking. Dark consumption had always had some secondary effect that helped hold her together. She knew her original quirk was the only reason she hadn't broken every bone in her body. Well, 2 for 2 on finishers, the villain said. I guess I did underestimate you, Eraserhead, so cool. Noma dash, float kicked in and Kikumi was half a dozen feet away in an instant. Kill her. The beast, Nomu, kicked off the ground, surging at her. Kikumi's eyes narrowed. It took focus, but she moved back as fast as she could and dropped next to the fountain. The hand-covered villain seemed annoyed. The Nomu was on her faster than she could react. It threw a downward left hook, intending to pound her into the dirt. Kikumi, however, was more than it expected, countering the meager strength it used with barely a fifth of her power. Even still, she could feel the strength it held back, more than she could handle. Fine then. If 20% felt like it was starting to tear her muscles apart, 25 felt like her veins were going to burst. At 30% she could feel her joints threatening to come apart. The Nomu's next punch hit open air as she ducked into a spin, winding up behind it. "Oh, just stop," Hand Villain said. "Super strength, shock absorption, regeneration. This Nomu has every quirk it needs to kill All Might. I call it Peacebreaker. You can't win." Kikumi didn't react, stepping aside from another blow. Kikumi glared, swinging out her own blow. A punch that the Nomu didn't even react to. Another step back to avoid a blow, the hand-covered villain laughing all the while. She swiftly countered with a roundhouse kick as she spun up into the air. "Didn't you hear me, wannabe?" the villain laughed. "Peacebreaker can kill All Might. He has shock absorption. No matter how many quirks it has." Kikumi snarled. Even as she spoke, she found herself having to weave back to avoid yet more blows. "There's still quirks." "Whatever, Nomu, just kill her." The hand villain moved back to his other targets, stumbling back as Katsuki let off a blinding flash. "Nomu! Can't kill her and guard you at the same time, fucker," he said, swinging out an explosive right hook. When the dust settled, the Nomu had blocked the blow. "Take your pick." Kikumi came in, delivering a rapid spinning downward kick straight into the Nomu's arm as it moved to block. She was grinning though as Katsuki dove in with another fist of erupting flame. Once more his attack was blocked by the Nomu, so too was her follow-up. At some point in the struggle the two wound up next to each other. "Really had to go at the big guy, huh?" Katsuki said. Kikumi rolled a shoulder, wincing at the pain. Katsuki turned a worried eye towards her. "Even the brightest lights leave shadows." Katsuki nodded. He wouldn't have thought it before this year, but if there was anyone who could hope to stand against something meant to kill All Might, it was her. He scoffed. "Yeah, I get that," he said, turning his glare back on the creature. "Not alone though. Perhaps." Somewhere behind them, Tsuyu and the rest of their class had begun gathering at the steps leading to the entrance. Tsuyu arrived at the same time as Momo and Kyoka, Dragon Denki. "Where's Midoriya?" "Bakugu," Ijiro said, rushing alongside them. Tsuyu gestured and he turned his head. "Oh, what are they thinking?" Momo said. Out of all them gathering, she was the most outwardly worried. Even from here they could feel the wind of the rapidly exchanged blows between the three combatants. "The creature they say is supposed to kill All Might? Short of Todoroki, they're the only ones that might survive." Tsuyu said. Momo nodded. She could agree with that. That being the case, however, she hated seeing it. Watching her classmates face something that was far beyond them made her gut feel heavy. "What of the rest of our class?" Mikage said, careful to position herself between her classmates and the villains. "There are 8 of us still lost to our sight. Todoroki's in the conflagration zone." Mirage glanced over the area, quickly verifying Tsuyu's words. Tsuyu continued on with her thoughts. 5 were left behind at the gate. Hagakure and Shinso are unaccounted for. Momo added. Mikage nodded. "Shinso I am not concerned of," she said. "Underestimating him spells demise. Villains will underestimate him." "Agreed," Momo said, glancing at the battle one more time. The villains had, mostly, been taken care of by their teacher. "We need to get Aizawa out." The group's total agreement was instant. Their teacher was, even in his broken and battered state, clinging to consequences, trying desperately to offer what little protection he could to his students. It was partway through his latest desperate attempt to reach his battling students that the group converged upon him. "Get out," he said. "Go. This is beyond you." "Not without you, sir," Momo said as she slung one of his arms over her shoulder. Ijito was at his other side within the moment. The rest of their gathered class fell into a sort of honor guard around them. Kyoka was directly in front of the 3 with Denki being the point of their makeshift spear. Mashireo and Mikage were at either side, the others filling out the rest of the circle as they ran to and up the stairs. "You kids." Even still, Aizawa's hair floated up periodically. His gaze locked on the strange creature. The tide of the battle remained a stalemate for a few short moments longer. Kikumi and Akatsuki vanished into a swirling gate, appearing in a heap near the fountain again. The villain made of purple mist swirled back into existence. The one covered in hands glared. Apologies, Shigaraki, one of the students managed to slip past me. Really, Kurogiri? Just great. The villain, Shigaraki said, sighing in frustration. Whatever. At least we can take a couple kids with us. Nomu, finished the girl. Momo nearly jumped at the deafening crack that filled the air. Momo froze for a moment and looked back. The base of the stairs were a crater, Kikumi's unmoving body laying at its center. Katsuki stared at the crater in shock. He hadn't even seen the movement. The main villain laughed. He laughed at what just happened. Finally, he said, laughing all the while as the monster advanced. With a sound of crystals clashing against each other, it was encased in ice. Shoto stood to one side, the ground between her and the beast iced over. Get her out, she called. Shigaraki snarled at her, slowly beginning to laugh as the ice cracked and groaned. Hitoshi and Toru were lifting Kikumi from the crater in an instant as Shoto sent forth another wave of ice. Man, I hate heroes so much, Shigaraki said as the gnome once more began to burst free. Shoto dropped, planting her right hand and knee on the ground. A wave of unending ice erupted from the earth. You can't keep this up forever, Katsuki said as he came to a stop beside her. I can for long enough. Her left side burst into flames with those words. When they're clear dash. Yeah, Katsuki said, carefully positioning himself. The villain seemed to pause before laughing. You know what? I'm done playing around, Shigaraki said. Nomu, just kill them all. There was a crash and dust filled the air. The deafening crack boom of the sound barrier failing was the last thing to fill the air as the Nomu shattered its makeshift ice prison. As the dust cloud expanded and began settling, Shigaraki's laughter echoed across the room. That's it. If the boss won't spawn, we'll just kill all the mooks. Kikumi hit the stairs and could feel them give way. She lay there, struggling to breath, drawing on what little shadows surrounded her in a desperate bid to refill her dwindled stock. She needed to get up. No one was safe yet. Not her class, not her teacher, not her. Come on, kid. You've done enough. She heard that voice again, the ancient voice. You've done everything you could. Toshi's coming. The woman again. Everything will be okay. Will be. Not is, will be. Somewhere deep in her mind, between the rage and fear, beyond the pain, that felt wrong. Will be meant it wasn't yet. The air started getting colder at one point. Shoto. Hands gripped her arms, lifting her up and out, pulling her away. Come on. She could hear Hitoshi grunt. I got you, Kikumi, come on. We've got you. Toru on her other side. One step at a time. One step. She couldn't even make that. 30% was too much and not enough all at once. She couldn't see the fight, but she could hear the constant rush of ice, feel the swirl of heat and cold. They hadn't felt Nomu's power. They didn't know that Shoto can't hold it back. Too strong. She muttered. Nomu. We know. Hitsuhai said, pulling her up more stairs. We're getting out. Tenya made it out. Help us. Coming. No, too strong. Kikumi muttered again. Ice won't. Don't worry about it, Kiku. She said. You did enough. Kill all the mooks. Kill all. Tenya had gotten out, which meant there were 20 other people in the building. 20 people dying. All Might was coming, but with his strength reduced and his time used, could he do it fast enough? She could hear the ice cracking and turned her head just in time to catch a glimpse of the Nomu fully breaking free. 30% wasn't enough, and it was tearing her apart. Without a thought, one for all surged. She kicked off, blasting half the staircase apart and hit the ground at the same time as the Nomu. 30% wasn't enough. 40% might be, but she was done gambling on might. She grit her teeth as she ramped both her quirks up. The wisp of shadow energy that bled from her form erupted into a blaze of energy with bolts of energy falling from her. As the dust settled around them, everyone got to see her clashed with the Nomu. Their hands locked as they struggled against each other. No one dies today, she said, building up more power. As she hit 50% of one for all, her hair began to glow, lifting in an unseen wind. Not today. Not while I stand. She could feel one for all tearing her apart with every beat of her heart. This wasn't sustainable, not by any possible measure. Given this fact, it was probably in her best interest to give up. She wouldn't though. To zero give up, to stop was the opposite of what being a hero was. Her main problem now was that unlike one for all, dark consumption could run out of power. It would run out of power. At the top of the stairs, the rest of the class watched the clash in shock. Aizawa had been carefully laid next to 13 before the class turned back to their missing members. The class stared down at the battle, watching as splotches of purple bruises spread over Kikumi's arms and neck. Bruises caused by her own power. Kiku can't keep this up. Ochako muttered. Momo flinched at the idea, then glanced at the ceiling of the giant dome. How does Midoriya's quirk work? She found herself asking as she turned on her heel to face said girl's friends. What members of the group were present seemed a little startled by the question. Momo knew Kikumi stockpiled darkness of some kind to make herself stronger, and that was it. She eats shadows and uses them to make her stronger. Ochako said, any darkness, I think? But her stockpile only lasts so long. So what she needs is darkness. Momo said, glancing around the group. Siro, you've got the best aim here. Kaminari, you're the only one that generates electricity. I guess, but what are dash? Hanta stopped as a ceramic spike attached to a steel cable buried itself in the ground. Momo was holding some kind of harpoon gun, down on one knee. Holy shit. Oh, all right. Denki said, stepping up next to her. We'll have to hit one of the lights though. Sato, they're gonna need some help holding it steady. Ijiro said, taking his own place in the group. Rikido grinned and nodded, taking another spot. Mikage nodded once and positioned herself at the top of the stairs, dark shadow rising from her back. Revelry in the dark, she said. Getting their aim right took longer than Momo would have wanted, but Denki had been right. They had to be Persises. Hanta nodded, and once the aim was right and Momo pulled the trigger. It was 2 full seconds before they got confirmation. A light near the top of the dome shattered and everyone backed away from the cable. Oh yeah, let's cause a blackout. Denki stepped up, rubbing his hands together. Lightning began sparking all around him. He shot the class one last grin. Maximized shock. 3 million volts. The entire cable glowed as the electricity poured along its length and into the dome. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then layer by layer the dome lights glowed brighter and shattered. The last lights to go were the ones in the courtyard, and for a moment, between them going out and the emergency lights kicking on, all that was visible was the energy around Kikumi. Oh, that's rich. Shigaraki sighed, laughing once more. Seems like your little class doesn't want to watch you die. Too bad their little plan failed. Another fool. All at once things changed. Shadows that should have been immobile surged away from surfaces as Kikumi drew them in. Slowly the area she was drawing on began to expand. What you don't understand is that the darkness is mine. The ground under her feet shattered as she pushed against the Nomu. It was as strong as all might, but at her strongest so was she. As she refueled her quirk stockpile, she could feel her power rising. Wreathed in pure agony as she blew past her limits, Kikumi pushed with everything she could. Every muscle pushing as hard as it could. The combination of 2 strength quirks and pure adrenaline meant Kikumi wasn't going down. As she pushed, something changed. Their footing less firm on the ground, her added power, it didn't matter. The Nomu in an impossible moment slid back, just a bit, just an inch. Tenya burst out of the USJ and took a second. Breathing hard, he glanced back, hesitant. 13 was right, he wasn't abandoning them at all. He turned his gaze back to the school. They were depending on him. They had a chance now because he had gotten out. It was as he began the run he'd thought about it. It had taken them half an hour to travel to the USJ. Going at a steady pace meant he could make the return trip in 10 at top speed. 10 minutes wasn't fast enough. If he really pushed himself, he could make it in 2, but that speed stalled his engines after 10 seconds. He thought back to what he'd seen. His classmates are struggling, fighting for their lives. Kikumi pushes herself to fight a villain meant to kill All Might. They were alive because they were strong. Now their continued survival depended on him being strong. The revelation hit him like a breath of fresh air. The school motto, this is what it wasn't just some platitude about limits or trying your best. It was so much more than that. If his classmates were going to push themselves to and beyond their limits at a chance at coming out the other side, so would he. Recipro. He could feel the metal in his calves blaze, muscles in his body screaming as he began. At top speed he could get to the school in 2 minutes. He leaned forward to pour as much speed as he could. He'd do it in 1. Extend. I understand that people need saving, Yagi. Believe me, I do. Nizu leaned back in his chair as he spoke. Toshinori, for his part, looked sheepish at the words. But with your secrets and time limit, this is going to be difficult. I shouldn't have done so much this morning. He admitted, quiet and reflective. The entire point was to prepare the population for my retirement, and yet... Well, it isn't entirely your fault. Nizu said. Toshinori looked up, curious. The villain activity you stopped alone this morning is double what normally happens along your route. None of the local agencies indicated less activity than normal. A 300% increase in crime? In a single day. Toshinori ran through his memory, trying desperately to find anything similar. That hasn't happened since, when I was still a UA student? The day before Nimbus died, to be exact. Nizu mused. We can't overlook this. Villain activity of that caliber has always heralded disaster. Something is going to happen, the only question is... Toshinori turned his head and stood suddenly. A plume of dust was rapidly approaching. The realization of exactly where the cloud originated was slow coming. Isn't that where the USJ is? It certainly is. Nizu said, climbing onto his own desk to take a better look. He looked deeper in thought than Toshinori had ever seen. We'll have this conversation later. This would seem dash. I need a full staff response on the USJ. Snipe's voice came over the intercom. I'll repeat, full staff response on the USJ. Go. Nizu said when Toshinori turned to look. With an earth-shattering boom, the window and entire exterior wall of his office was gone. The floor, specially made for super strength, splintered. The foundation of the building might have shook under the force with which All Might moved. Nizu, for his part, rushed out the normal way, catching Midnight on her own way down. What's going on? She said, not reacting as Nizu clambered to perch on her shoulder. I don't know. Nizu said, all but growling. But heads will roll tonight. Communications from the USJ just came back online. Power loaded, said as he seamlessly fell into step next to them. How did we not know they were down? Electrical quirk? Nizu thought about it for a moment longer. No, that would mean they were in the USJ hours ago. If the network just came back, how did Snipe dash? Ida ran through the wall of my office. Snipe was next to them now, in the midst of a gear check. Knocked himself out real good, Recovery Girl was alerted. And you assumed an emergency. Have I told you how much I love your instincts? Midnight said. The group of teachers was moving faster with every step at this point. They were out the front door and into a vehicle. Cementos and Ectoplasm had gotten ready within 3 minutes of Snipe's announcement. Each of them silently hoped that those 3 minutes were more than enough for All Might to finish. Have no fear, students. All Might's voice tore into the air as he burst through the main entrance. He took that split second to assess the situation. What he saw infuriated him, and equally filled him with pride. His next words were spoken as he ripped the remains of his tie from his neck. For I am here. Finally. All Might dash. He was gone before the villain had time to finish that thought. The few villains not already subdued were quickly laid out. The few students not gathered were swiftly together, and suddenly All Might was next to his chosen successor. Has arrived. I hope you're ready to die. You've done wonderfully, my girl. All Might said, gently tugging her back as he threw a punch in a familiar, if unfortunate, display. The beast she'd been grappled with was knocked back several feet. He slowly guided her down, not trusting himself to not agitate her wounds by moving her away. Help is here. My class, she said, rasping for breath, far, far beyond her limits. Safe because you are here. Let me tag in now. He stepped between her and the beast, his usual smile nowhere in sight as he stared at these villains, these monsters. He paused, feeling her hand grasp at his ankle. He looked back for a moment. "Strong as you," she said, "couldn't hurt it. Thank you, my girl. I will handle it from here." He turned back to the beast. As strong as him, Ichem? Well, many had claimed that, but if Midoriya, who could truly boast that and had clashed with it, was claiming such, he'd assume it to be so. It was that she couldn't hurt it that concerned him. "So tell me, villain, what quirk would give my student such trouble?" "Quirks, actually," the lead villain said, a man covered in hands. All Might's gaze snapped to him, narrowed at the very idea. "As much strength as you, shock absorption and super regeneration, just in case you do hurt it. Nomu, kill him." All Might blocked the first blow with ease. He threw his own punch only to meet the same blow from his opponent. He shifted to the other hand, going for another punch. Same result. Well then. He started throwing punches, as many as fast as he could. The Nomu matched him, blow for blow, strength for strength. One advantage All Might took immediate advantage of was the Nomu's less sure footing. "Well, villain," All Might said as he continued to rain blow after blow after blow. One aspect of this equation that had been clearly forgotten was stamina. One for all meant All Might had it. Near impossible amount. The Nomu? Not so much. "Tell me, what happens when your monster loses?" "Well, it's simple really." All Might's fist sank into nothing, a warp gate having been placed in its path. That moment of the onslaught pausing was all it took for the Nomu to turn the tables. It reached out, wrapping its arms around him, and lifted All Might up over its head. It won't. All Might hit the ground shoulder first as the beast fully suplexed him. Or at least, that's what should have happened. Instead, All Might found himself sticking halfway through a warp gate. He growled at the transpiring event. He planted one hand on the ground and pushed, drawing more of himself and the Nomu through the portal. "Well, Nomu won't lose because we have a backup plan," Shigaraki said. "Kurogyri, if you would. I don't like getting blood in my warp gates, but I'll make an exception for you." Kurogyri said. All Might pushed harder as he saw the gate closing. It was as he struggled against the Nomu that both All Might and the villains were reminded of one simple fact. All Might wasn't alone. A sheet of ice skimmed over the ground, engulfing half the Nomu's body in one fell swoop. Shoto was crouched on the ground, frost forming around her even as the other half of her body steamed. She had clearly been using her quirk extensively if the way she was panting for breath was anything to go by. It seems we've both underestimated my student's villains." All Might shattered the arm of the beast and launched free. Over half the students were regrouping, gathering their strength and clearly ready to continue the fight. Since they've shown what these words truly mean, why don't I show them what they mean from a pro? He stepped forward as the Nomu healed its destroyed body. It didn't matter as All Might was already on the offensive. The beast had no time to defend as All Might gripped its skull, slamming it down into the ground before twisting to throw it away. By the time the beast was able to make its return rush, All Might was ready. "I'll show you the difference between an ordinary hero and the truly great." The Nomu's first return strike was its last strike as it met All Might's fist. A real hero hits their limit and pushes past even at risk to themselves. You saw that today, so let me show you what happens when a hero goes further than that. When they go beyond. Plus ultra. All Might's fist met the Nomu's chest in a powerful uppercut, and a moment later the dome above the US shattered. The air tore itself apart in a futile, desperate attempt to move out of the now supersonic projectile's way. The ground All Might was standing on cratered from the force. Steam bleeding from the number one hero's form as he turned to face the remaining villains. Kikumi had barely held onto consciousness through the fight, struggling to stay awake, but her fist balled at the sight. Purple wisp of light bleed off her form as she saw the lead villain advancing. Hands outstretched. Normally this wouldn't cause even the slightest concern, but all it would take was one touch. One touch and All Might would be dead, and All Might was terrifyingly close to not being able to defend himself. All the welling power faded with the deafening crack boom of gunshot, a hole in the villain's hand. "Ah, students! Marvelous job. Truly, But the fight's over now, Nizu said as he popped up over Snipe's shoulder. No one else gets hurt today. With those words, Kikumi finally lost the battle and faded out. They were safe, she'd done her JB, and now there was nothing left to worry about. Not even the pain could touch her in that moment, the relief too strong. So, second, third, anything to say? Alright, fine, we'll give her a chance. She gets what the fight is for, doesn't mean she can make the tough calls. Oh, I think Toshi's successor still has surprises. Whether or not you two like them. Kikumi opened her eyes and slammed them shut instantly. Her hands came up to cover them. The lights were off, but even the soft glow of the machines in the UA medical bay were too much. She could hear chairs shuffling around her and felt someone gently tap her hands with her glasses. Ugh, how long have I been in this bed? She said as she put the glasses back in place. 9 hours, dearie. She turned to find Recovery Girl standing aside. Mass bruising, more blood vessels burst at once than I've ever seen. Fracturing on almost every bone in your body. You're very lucky my quirk seemed to draw on one for all rather than your stamina. It is quite fortunate. Toshinori noted. Kikumi laughed lightly at that. She was still a touch sore, but Recover Girl's quirk was incredible. You did well, my girl. I wish beyond all horizons that you hadn't needed to act in the way you did. Don't you ever worry me like that again, young lady. Inko said through tears as she pulled her daughter into a tight hug. I am so goddamn proud of you, Kikumi. My class. Kikumi said, glancing at Recovery Girl. Only 4 serious casualties, 13, Aizawa, you and Ida, everyone else were minor cases of quirk exhaustion at worst. She said. Kikumi blinked. No one died in part because of you. Then the shadows may rest. Kikumi nodded and laid back. Toshinro chuckled and she glared at him for a moment. Well, a few of your classmates reported you showing a new ability. They said you flew? Kikumi nodded slowly. Well, that's not part of dark consumption and certainly not something I can do, my mentor, however. I had already planned to set up a meeting with some people, but it's abundantly clear it's needed. When? Toshinori assured her she had at least another few days to rest. Which is good, you should head back to your dorm now. Recovery Girl whacked Kikumi as she went to get up. Ah, you're healed, but you still strained every muscle in your body. All Might went out and got this for you. Recovery Girl indicated a sleek black cane with a false ivory handle fashioned to look like a skull. It was ridiculous, over the top, and quite frankly a stereotype. It was also likely the first one Toshinori had seen. It was perfect. She took the cane and made her way to the dorms. Recovery Girl's words and the empty medical bay seemed to indicate where they'd be. Kikumi! She was swarmed by her friends the instant she walked into the room. Ochako practically tackled her, with Hitoshi and Mikage coming up alongside her. Mei waved from her spot on the couch, practically smothering Momo. Recovery Girl said you'd be okay, but I was still worried. Understandable. Kikumi said. The shadows that fill my veins make her healing especially potent. Where is Tenya? Here, he called, rolling in on a wheelchair. Unfortunately, my wounds weren't something so easy to fix. Yeah, that's my little brother. Another man came out of the kitchen and laid his arm around Tenya's shoulders. Tenya, for his part, seemed both annoyed and equally happy about the man's presence. Ran twice his normal top speed for what? 6 times longer than he can normally hold it. Yes, and I'm confined to this wheelchair for the next week as a result. Tenya smiled even as he spoke. And I would do it again. It's what being a hero means. Mikage said. Pushing oneself to and beyond even the greatest limits. I am just glad the void's shadows touched us at that moment. Kikumi said. That you all came out unharmed. Well, mostly. Denki joked, to a mix of laughter and glares. He shrugged it off as easily as he did anything else. The class fell into their usual step. Laughing and joking, was it a coping mechanism at this point? Probably, but they didn't really care. Kikumi was relieved to see it, to know that she'd been able to protect them all. So I was thinking. May started at some point. About this USJ thing and stuff. A real encounter with villains, that'll make you guys a target, you know. What? Are people going to be jealous that we almost died? Denki said only to immediately groan. Of course they would be, I probably would have. Yeah, which is why I was thinking. Mei continued, unfettered by the looks of guilt that spread across the class. So if everyone's coming for you, that's what? 21 against 60? Mei does bring up an interesting point. Momo was the first to speak after the inventor. If our classmates have something to prove, why should we make it easy? Hell yeah. Ijiro said, slamming his fist into his palm. That's what I'm talking about. It'd be super unmanly to give anything less than 100%. I can agree to that. Itoshi said. Mostly because I'm not beating anyone in this room during the festival, so. Ah, come on, Shinso. You could totally win. Mina slumped over his shoulders as she spoke. I mean, you know as much about my quirk as I do about yours. Ashido, I do not know enough about your quirk to render it useless. Hitoshi deadpanned. Point. If we're planning to work together, we need a plan, right? Ochako leaned forward and glanced at the class's resident geniuses. Momo shared a look with Kikumi and both glanced around, first to Iden Shoto, then Ochako and Mei. I have a few ideas. Momo said. Only fools and the uniformed fear the dark. Kikumi nodded. The wise fear the unknown. These touched by shadow are always unknown. Momo dramatically swiped everything off the coffee table. It was mostly remotes and some minor decorations that no one really cared about, and an unopened bag of chips. She then slammed a series of blueprints down and unrolled them. That was highly inappropriate. Wait, aren't those my blueprints? No way, you can't be serious. Present Mike said he and most of the UA staff were sitting in their usual meeting room. After what just happened, do you really want to hold the sports festival still? Yes. Nizu replied. I understand the worries. Believe me, there is no one more aware of the risk than me, but after careful consideration, it is my belief that this is the best move. You're betting the lives of children, Nizu. Midnight noted. 80 children, if business doesn't take part. I need to know you're absolutely certain of this. Rio, if you would? Nizu gestured to the larger pro, everyone's attention following. Class 1A has reacted overall well to recent events. There is a worry there, a major one, but I see clear evidence that they've learned something that even some of the second years in 2B haven't. Hound Dog sighed and leaned forward, contemplating his next words. Everything about the situation demands delicacy. The sports festival is our best chance to teach the other students that same lesson through Class 1A. Precisely my thoughts. Nizu stated. Between that, All Might's insistence upon anonymizing our students this year and the fact that Class 1A has both been singled out and likely marked as a future target to these villains. It's a calculated risk, it can backfire, but I believe this to be our best move. All right. Present Mike slumped back. So the math there is in our favor, that's good. I don't know though, something about this whole sending a message to the villains idea doesn't seem right. Because it's what we're telling people and not the real reason. Midnight said, turning her gaze back on the principal. Isn't it? So if we're not doing this to say something to the villains that did escape, what are we doing this for? The HPSC seems to have caught wise to All Might's inevitable retirement. Nizu said, to groans from all around the room. They are being unusually pushy this year. I'm hoping to appease them in a way, show that our next batch of students is capable of stepping up into that void. Simultaneously, I hope to show that we are more capable than our sister schools with less oversight. You want the HPSC looking elsewhere for a while. Present Mike leaned forward again, suspicious. Why? Oh, same as always. Nizu spoke gravely as if the topic itself was dangerous. We are training heroes, the HPSC wants soldiers. The Noma's presence shows we are dangerously close to another quirk war. I will not add fuel to that fire. Aizawa's not going to like this. Midnight muttered. He won't, but he'll agree. Nizu noted. He'll hate that more. Present Mike said. Nizu couldn't really disagree. It was in part what made Aizawa such a valuable staff member. It was a shame he wasn't here, but All Might was right. He and his successor were not properly equipped to handle whatever was going on with One for All. Aizawa glanced around the room once more. Himself, All Might, Kikumi and her mother. Detective Nao Mesa had been one of the last ones to come in alongside Sir Night-Eye. The monitors glowed, showing both David and Melissa's shield. This meeting seemed very weighted towards All Might. "Is that everyone?" he said, glancing to All Might, who he presumed was the ringleader of whatever this was. "While there are some who are aware of this that aren't here, this is everyone." All Might did a quick head count. "Yes, I believe this is everyone that can help here." "Should we call Dr. Takemi?" Inko interrupted. All Might smiled at her. "I did, but it seems she's rather busy as of recent." All Might shrunk back to his regular form with those words. Toshinori took a seat and directed the others to take the rest. "Now many of you know this, but we're here to speak about young Kikumi's quirk." Aizawa took the chance to take a look at the people gathered in the room once again. Of everyone there, he counted 3 that he would expect to be involved in that topic. All Might wasn't among that number. He narrowed his eyes at the number 1, highly suspicious of the situation. "Right," David said, looking aside at something. "You sent me a full readout on her quirk factor. Yeah, there's definitely something weird here." "Ah, you did get that, excellent." Toshinori tapped a button on a remote to show the same readout on the monitor. Aizawa took a second to analyze the image before once more looking at the gathered group. "That first spike makes sense," Night-Eye said. Aizawa glanced at the pro, then the file he carried. Night-Eye was well known for how prepared he was. This second one, however, that was during USJ, correct? "Yes, based on the data, roughly at the time Kikumi gained the ability to fly," Toshinori said. Aizawa blinked at that and turned his face to Kikumi. "Wait," Melissa said. "I think we all need to be on the same page at this point, right?" "Ah, of course." Kikumi nodded and stood up. "At 4 I unlocked my quirk, Dark Consumption, allowing me to consume shadows and use them to strengthen myself. 2 months ago I underwent a sort of quirk awakening, vastly increasing the powers granted to me by the void." "This is a lie." "Your quirk awakening is a lie?" Aizawa stared the girl down, practically daring her to continue. "Yes. 2 months ago I was gifted a legacy that goes back generations." Kikumi held out an arm and pulled her sleeve up. Crimson lines crisscrossed along the limb, purple energy beginning to wisp off of it. A well of power carefully cultivated in the hopes that one day it will be strong enough to oppose its creator. 2 months ago I was gifted the quirk One for All. The quirk? Aizawa took another chance to look around the room. "And we all believe this?" "Yes." Night-Eye was the first to respond. "Why would All Might lie?" Inko said. "I've seen crazier." David shrugged. His daughter solemnly nodded her agreement. "All right, fine, the strength enhancement was normal, what we expected." He paused and watched as everyone nodded their agreement. "And because One for All isn't a normal quirk, we can't think of it like one, so flight is immediately a concern. What about the energy that comes off Midoriya when she uses it?" "Oh, that plays into my theory actually." Melissa was the one to speak up. One for All and Dark Consumption are separate quirks. If you look closely at her quirk factor readout you can see this, but they still take up the same place. I think One for All expresses itself through the already present quirk factor. "So that's not a concern, Flight?" he said. Night-Eye in response simply passed copies of his file out to the entire group. Aizawa flipped it open to find it was a dossier on several past heroes, 7 figures in particular. Float, the quirk of All Might's mentor and the 7th user of One for All. Night-Eye tapped the file as he spoke and Aizawa looked down at it, then at Kikumi. "Of course." He sighed. The meeting became little more than setting a baseline. They were there to make sure everyone was on the same page and knew what to watch out for, and that was it. As the meeting closed, Aizawa was forced to consider the class he had this year. Kikumi was the most obvious oddity, but the class was full of incredible powerhouses, ones that knew how to wield that power. He had a lot more to consider for the training camp and super move development than he thought. In the meantime, however, the sports festival was coming, which meant he was going to have to go through a ton of training ground use approvals. Paperwork, how he hated it so. The paperwork would wait, however. On Class 1, as first day back in class, it was time to pick their first hero names. They were technically the last class to choose, as every other class got their chance while Class 1A had been given a few days to recover. He wasn't surprised at all to find his entire class waiting in their assigned seats when he walked into the room. "Sir, are you sure you're able to teach in your state?" Leave it to Tenya to be immediately more concerned for his well-being than everything else. "I'm more than well enough to teach," he replied, glaring at Tenya. "But we don't have a lesson today. At the request of several staff members, your names will not be part of the sports festival broadcast this year. We'll be using hero names instead. These names will need approval though, so another staff member is helping dash." "That's right." Midnight kicked the door in and stalked to the desk. "These names might not be permanent, but they're still important. Nothing I don't approve of gets through. So, who wants to start?" "I will," Tsuyu said, walking up to the front. "I came up with this years ago. The rainy season hero, Froppy." It's good, but do remember that you came up with it as a kid." Midnight wrote something down as she spoke. "I want you to consider if that's the theme, and Angel, you still want to take your hero career, okay?" "I'll go next." Mina practically launched herself to the front. "I'll be the Ridley hero, Alien Queen." "No," Midnight immediately shot that idea down. "1, you're playing with copyright, and 2, you may be a horror nerd, but you're not a horror-themed hero. Unless I vastly misunderstood the Technicolor suit." "Aw man." Mina slumped slightly at that, her usual confidence bleeding away. "I guess that makes sense. Kinda hoped to make it something positive." Midnight watched the girl. For someone that loved the movies, the desire to make the main villain positive was weird. It painted a picture that Midnight didn't like. You could stick to the theme, maybe something more subtle. "What, like the alien hero?" "Xeno," Mina said, pausing to consider it. "Wait, it's perfect, thanks." "Oh, I had an idea." Tur jumped up. "I was going to go with Invisible Girl, but that's boring, so I'm the refraction hero, Prism." After that, most of the class got through their names in short order. Some seemed obvious and others were incredibly well thought out. Momo's admission that her hero name came from a passive remark from Mei had been adorable. Kikumi was one of the last to step up to give her name. "Growing up, my quirk was labeled villainous." She began. "I was feared as a villain before I really knew what that meant. Everyone fears the dark in some form. I decided that I would show that the dark was not an enemy. I would be the beacon that showed that hope burned even in the deepest shadows." The class watched in rapt silence as Kikumi paused. Even Midnight and Aizawa seemed fully invested in what she was going to say. Kikumi flipped her board and heard Midnight writing something down. "I will be the last shadow anyone has to fear." She said, "I am the dark beacon, Umbra Ultima." It was after that, as the class was starting to leave, that they ran into another event related to the sports festival. What seemed to be their entire year waiting outside their classroom door. A horde of their peers between them and getting out of here, and if from how their looks soured, the fact that 1A didn't wear their uniforms probably didn't help the situation.